Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laoniao.
Chapter 1910, No Worries About the Future. After the memorial was written, Lu Feng suggested that Wang Hong write a secret letter to Liang Chu, the chief minister, and Yang Yiqing, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, explaining why he ordered the burning of the captured ships. At this time, Yang Tingyi, the big boss, was at home mourning for his father's death, usually for 3 years, but the chief minister would not mourn for 3 years, and would often be recalled by the emperor in advance, so Liang Chu, the second in command, became the chief minister. Liang Chu did not have the talent of Yang Tingyi, but he was a very upright minister. Because they were both pillars of the clean stream and upright ministers, Liang Chu still respected Lu Daxia, his predecessor. Wang Hong's order to burn the ships might be concealed from the public, but it could never be concealed from the eyes and ears of the factory guards, nor from the emperor and the regent ministers. Therefore, in order to prevent Wang Hong from giving others a handle, Lu Feng believed that he should confess the matter to Liang Chu, the chief minister, and Yang Yiqing, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, in private. He also explained that he was following Lu Daxia's example and did this for the country. Liang Chu was a direct minister and admired Lu Daxia. Not to mention Yang Yiqing, who was called the Three Heroes of Chu, together with Li Dongyang and Lu Daxia. He had a good relationship with Lu Daxia in his early years and was from the same hometown. Therefore, even if the emperor was dissatisfied with Wang Hong's burning of the ship, these two people would definitely protect Wang Hong. Moreover, the matter was far more than that. You know, Liang Chu was the chief minister of the cabinet, and he was from Shun County, Guangzhou Prefecture, that is, from Nanhai District, Foshan in later generations, and he was also harassed by the Portuguese fleet. Wang Hong's destruction of the Portuguese fleet not only made the Ming dynasty proud, but also helped Liang Chu's hometown elders to avenge themselves. Liang Chu had to accept the favor, and Wang Hong's imitation of Lu Daxia would inevitably win the recognition of this chief minister. And Yang Yiqing, needless to say, was a dignified official in the Ministry of Personnel, in charge of the official hats of the world. Wang Hong wrote to these two people to explain the situation and ask for help. Not only will he be protected by the two, but he will also rise rapidly during their administration. After all, Wang Hong has made great contributions. With the support of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Personnel, it is difficult for him not to be prosperous. Moreover, in history, Wang Hong only burned a few Portuguese ships in the Battle of Tun Mun, and he rose rapidly from then on, and finally became a minister, just one step away from entering the cabinet. But this time, because nearly 20 ships were burned, more than 3,000 people were captured. In addition, if he can get in touch with Liang Chu and Yang Yiqing, Wang Hong may be able to enter the cabinet in this life. Wang Hong is not a pedantic person, and he also knows how to make a living. Back then, he worshipped Swaxiaozai Wu Wendi as his teacher, just to climb up with the help of Wu Wendi's relationship. As a result, because of the discord between Prime Minister Ma Duansu and Wu Wendi, Wang Hong was demoted because of Wu Wendi. This incident also proved that Wang Hong was not a pedantic person, but also knew how to make a living and wanted to climb up. Therefore, Lu Feng's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. After all, it was a great opportunity to get close to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Personnel. Moreover, this private letter was called for help and protection, but in fact, Wang Hong was not in danger at all. He had made such a great contribution, and he burned enemy ships during the war, so he would not be convicted for it. At most, it aroused the dissatisfaction of Emperor Zhengde. Therefore, this matter was called for help, but in fact it was to get close to Liang Chu and Yang Yiqing, two big guys. You know, Yang Yiqing later became the prime minister, a real big guy. With these two, it will be hard not to fly in the future. Therefore, when sending the 800 Li Express to the capital, Wang Hong found a reliable messenger, who not only carried the memorial to the capital, but also carried 2 secret letters, asking the messenger to send them to Liang Chu and Yang Yiqing after completing the task. Seeing that this matter was completed, LV Feng was greatly relieved. At the same time, he was also secretly happy. Because he could get a bonus of 2,000 taels of silver from Kong Tai for completing the task. That night, LV Feng secretly met with the spy sent by Kong Tai, who was hiding in the dark, and spread the news. Then, before dawn, the spy who contacted LV Feng released a pigeon to send the message back to the headquarters of Keelung Port on Taiwan Island. 2 days later, when Wang Hong's 800 Li Express was still on the way, Kong Tai received LV Feng's report. Seeing that the matter was done, Kong Tai also breathed a sigh of relief. Marin said at the beginning that he could let the Ming dynasty get a matchlock gun, and he could also let the Ming dynasty get a 12-pound cannon, but he could not let the Ming dynasty get a large ship and navigation technology. Therefore, when the merchant ships of the Beihai Kingdom in Taiwan went to the 3 trading ports of Fuzhou, Juanzhou, and Ningbo, which were allowed to dock, they sent 250-ton armed merchant ships and never sent 500-ton warships, so as not to be favored by the Ming dynasty. Moreover, before docking, those 250-ton armed merchant ships would hide the cannons on board in the secret compartments of the lower cabin and replace the sails with Chinese hard sails, just for fear of being favored by the Ming dynasty. Even the hull was deliberately made to look very shabby, just for fear of being favored. And this time when the Portuguese fleet invaded, Conti received the task while helping the Ming dynasty defeat the Portuguese. He also had to ensure that the Ming dynasty could not get a complete Portuguese ship. Even if the Beihai kingdom looked down on the Portuguese carracks and caravels, it is undeniable that Portuguese ships are also very suitable for great voyages. If the Ming dynasty got the real thing and imitated it, it would be equivalent to having the ability to sail. For this reason, Marin strictly ordered Conti to find ways to prevent the Ming dynasty from getting a complete Portuguese warship, no matter what the cost. It just so happened that LV Feng was a very intelligent person recruited by Kong Tai, but he was not good at writing 8-part essays. Otherwise, if he had passed the imperial examination, he would have stood out in the officialdom of the Ming dynasty. Therefore, in order to achieve his strategic goal, Kong Tai reluctantly released LV Feng, the trump card, and let him lurk beside Wang Hong as a counselor to influence the situation of this war. After the Battle of Deepwater Bay, LV Feng keenly realized that Wang Hong's future would be very bright, and following him would have his own benefits. Although he failed to pass the imperial examination, his future achievements would be limited. However, he still has a son. LV Feng has 2 sons in his hometown. Among them, the eldest son LVU is already 18 years old, and he has passed the county and prefectural examinations. He only needs to pass the academy examination to obtain the title of scholar. LV Feng knows very well that his eldest son will have a bright future. Because he has money to worship a famous teacher and learn to write articles to cope with the exam. LV Feng is actually a genius, but he was born in a wild way. The teacher he worshipped was just an ordinary country tutor, and he was just a poor scholar. Therefore, he did not learn very good writing skills. But his son can. Now, he can get a salary of 500 taels from Kong Tai every year, plus the 2,000 taels for completing the task this time, which is definitely a huge sum of money. With this money, he can send his son to receive education from the great Confucian scholars, and he will have a greater chance of passing the imperial examination. And if he clings to Wang Hong, the future cabinet elder, he can operate a strong network of relationships in the officialdom of the Ming dynasty. Even if Wang Hong retires one day, his network of relationships can last for more than 10 years until his death. One day, if his eldest son passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, this network will help him rise to prominence. In addition, his youngest son, LV Xing, is also good at studying. Now that LV Feng has money, he can send him to the best academy in the provincial capital to study, and his chances of passing the imperial examinations will be much greater. In short, as long as his 2 sons can pass the imperial examinations, they will not have to worry about the future. Chapter 1911 Good News. On the Taiwan Island side, Kong Tai also made corresponding arrangements after receiving the secret report from LV Feng. For example, he sent people to Beijing to bribe eunuchs such as Zhang Yong and Gu Deong, asking them to speak for Wang Hong. Of course, the bribe was in the name of Wang Hong's friend, instead of the name of Beihai state. In the past few years, Kong Tai has recruited many people in the Ming dynasty by spending a lot of money. In addition to scholars like LV Feng, Kong Tai also recruited many chicken-crowing and dog thieves at the instruction of Ma Lin to help him deal with some things that are not in the light. Of course, Kong Tai is hiding behind the scenes. These chicken-crowing and dog thieves, 1 level contact 1 level, and after several levels, the people who carry out the task will never know that their general backstage is Kong Tai, a foreigner. This time, Kong Tai bribed Zhang Yong, Gu Deong and other eunuchs who are still reused by Emperor Zhengde. He planned to use those chicken-crowing and dog thieves to let them give gifts to several eunuchs through professional brokers in the capital. It doesn't need to be much, 10,000 taels of silver can be sent. After all, the other tigers of the 8 tigers of Zhengde were not as powerful as Lu Jin, and their appetites were not as big as Lu Jin's. Giving each of them 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver would allow them to help speak. For Kong Tai, a big man who controls the import trade of Beihai state, spending tens of thousands of taels of silver is a small matter. Anyway, he doesn't have to pay for the money himself. And the reason why he wanted to speak for Wang Hong was to let Wang Hong's burning of the ship pass quickly, so as not to attract Zhengde's attention and investigation. After all, if Zhengde got the ship, it would affect the interests of Beihai state. Kong Tai's people could not use the Ming dynasty post system, so the speed to the capital was slower. A few days later, Wang Hong's messenger arrived in the capital and sent the 800-mile urgent victory memorial to the cabinet. Liang Chu, the chief minister of the cabinet, and Jiang Mian, Mao Ji and others were shocked after opening the memorial. In fact, in the past few months, the cabinet has received urgent reports for help from Guangdong and the coastal areas of Fujian every few days, and recently received urgent reports from the coastal areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Therefore, the cabinet has been very worried about this matter these days. In order to shirk responsibility, the urgent reports from various places have exaggerated the Portuguese's strong combat power and invincibility, without exception, and requested the court to send a large army to encircle and suppress them. But the problem is that these Portuguese always change places after shooting, and do not stay in one place for a long time, which brings great difficulties to the mobilization of the Ming court's troops. Therefore, these days, Liang Chu, Jiang Mian and Mao Ji, the three cabinet regents, are having a headache about the Portuguese. Moreover, because of the exaggeration in the urgent reports from the coastal areas of the two provinces, the Ming court also believes that the Flangji people are difficult to defeat. At present, even Emperor Zhengde, who has been preparing for a decisive battle with the Mongols, has turned his attention to the southeast coast. However, Emperor Zhengde does not seem to understand naval warfare. Otherwise, he would have been clamoring to lead troops to assess the Frankie pirates. But just when the Ming court was at a loss about the elusive Portuguese fleet, a victory report suddenly came, saying that the Portuguese had been defeated and 19 enemy ships had been burned. Could this be a false report of military intelligence? The first reaction of the three cabinet elders was that Wang Hong lied about military intelligence, but they also knew that although Wang Hong was not so pedantic, he was not the kind of villain who spoke nonsense. So, they were a little skeptical. However, Wang Hong also said that he had captured 3,351 yellow-haired foreign ghosts and was preparing to escort them to the capital to hold a captive offering ceremony to boost the prestige of the Ming dynasty. Maybe the burning of the ship can be lied about. Anyway, the ship is gone, so you can talk nonsense. However, more than 3,000 foreign ghosts cannot be faked. After all, the appearance of foreign ghosts is very different from that of the Central Plains people, and it is difficult to impersonate. Therefore, this is probably true. Thinking of this, Liang Chu and the other two were immediately excited. Moreover, they felt proud of it. After all, this was a great victory during their tenure. As the three highest-ranking civil officials in the court, they would definitely receive a high evaluation of good leadership, which would also be considered as a way to get some publicity and share a lot of credit. Moreover, Wang Hong really made the civil officials proud this time. This was not a great victory led by military generals, but Wang Hong used the unique tactics of civil officials to defeat the Portuguese. Therefore, this great victory was also a victory for the civil officials, which indirectly proved the rationality of civil officials controlling the world. The three were worried, so they asked the messenger who had rested for half a day to come to the cabinet in the afternoon to ask about this matter in person. The messenger had been instructed long ago, so naturally he described the thrilling battle according to the script given by Wang Hong. After listening to it, the three ministers couldn't help but be fascinated and deeply moved. Jingji, Jiang Mian's courtesy name Jingji, Weiji, Mao Ji's courtesy name Weiji, we really didn't expect that Wang Xuanji, Wang Hong, would be so resourceful and could come up with such a unique trick to defeat the Portuguese devils. Jiang Mian stroked his beard and said, it's not that Wang Xuanji was the first to invent the method of fire attack. There is a plot of burning of Chibi in the popular Three Kingdoms stories. This Wang Xuanji, he actually learned and applied it flexibly, and used this method to fight against the Portuguese warships. He is really a good talent. Liang Chu and Mao Ji nodded, agreeing with Jiang Mian's statement. But Mao Ji added, that being said, there are so many officials in the Ming dynasty, Guangdong, and Fujian, who have probably heard the storytelling of the Three Kingdoms, but no one else can come up with such a brilliant plan. It can be seen that Wang Xuanji is also a talent. That makes sense. Liang Chu and Jiang Mian nodded repeatedly. Since this great victory is true, let's go to the leopard room and report it to His Majesty. Liang Chu suggested. Jiang Mian and Mao Ji frowned, but considering such a big event, it would be inappropriate not to report it to the emperor. So, the two reluctantly followed Liang Chu, left the Forbidden City, and went to the Leopard Room, the private entertainment place of Emperor Zhengde in the northwest of the imperial city, to report this great victory. When the three regents arrived, they heard Zhengde shouting loudly, Big Cat, Zhengde's name for a tiger, bite Dahe, a name for a black bear. After a while, Zhengde shouted again, Dahe, slap the big cat to death. Obviously, a fierce battle between tigers and bears was taking place in the Leopard Room, and Zhengde cheered for the tiger and supported the black bear. The three regents were helpless, but Liang Chu was upright, so he ignored Zhengde's excitement and shouted directly outside the door, Your Majesty, there is a victory report from Guangdong and Guangxi. The noise in the yard suddenly became quieter, and after a while, Zhengde's impatient voice came, It's urgent news, how many days have you not received urgent news? Liang Gulao, you can handle it. Obviously, Zhengde heard victory news as an urgent news for help. Your Majesty, it's not an urgent news, it's a victory news of a great victory. The Guangdong and Guangxi Navy defeated the Portuguese fleet, and there is a victory news, please read it, Your Majesty. Liang Chu shouted. Zhengde finally got interested. He didn't care about the battle between the tiger and the bear. He ran out of the door excitedly and said, Really? The Guangdong Guangxi Navy defeated the Portuguese fleet? Could this be a false report of military intelligence? These days, I have basically heard bad news. As an emperor who loves martial arts, it would be strange if he could be in a good mood if he heard bad news every day. So, after the court today, Zhengde went directly to the leopard room to have fun and ignored the things in the palace. The leopard room was no longer in the palace, but in the northwest of the imperial city, so naturally it didn't get the first news of victory. But no matter what, Zhengde was still an emperor with high IQ. He was also very excited when he heard the good news. So, he ran out excitedly, took the good news from Liang Chu and read it. Chapter 1912, Portuguese Guns and Cannons. After reading it, Zhengde slapped his thigh excitedly and said loudly, "It's great. These Portuguese bandits have finally been driven away. I feel much better." At this time, Gu Deong, Jiang Bin, Qian Ning and others who were originally serving in the leopard room chased out one by one and surrounded Emperor Zhengde. Hearing about the great victory in Guangdong and Guangxi, several flatterers rushed to flatter him, making Emperor Zhengde laugh. Zhengde, who was in a good mood, waved his hand and said, "Lord Wang has made such a great contribution. I will give him a title." Liang Chu, Jiang Mian and Mao Ji were all shocked. You know, once the title is given, Wang Hong will suddenly change from a civil official to a military hero and will no longer be allowed to hold a civil position. But the three of them are optimistic about Wang Hong and plan to promote him. How can they watch him become a military hero? Historically, after Wang Shouren was conferred the title of Earl, it was difficult for him to serve as a civil official. He could only return to his hometown to give lectures and then perfect the school of mind. Even if he returned later, he was the governor to suppress the rebellion. But Wang Hong was different from Wang Shouren. Wang Shouren was not very popular among the civil officials. He was an outlier among the civil officials. Therefore, no one protected Wang Shouren. But Wang Hong was different. He was good at scheming and was regarded as one of their own by the civil officials. Moreover, he defeated the Portuguese with the tactics that the civil officials admired the most. Liang Chu and the other two were all relatively upright ministers, so they naturally wanted to protect Wang Hong's political future. So Liang Chu said, "Your Majesty, you can't do that. Wang Xuanji is a civil official. How can he be awarded military honors? Once he is awarded military honors, he will not be able to serve as a civil official and serve the court." Zhengde was stunned. Thinking about it, it was true. So he asked back, "Then what do you say? He has made such a great contribution, so he must be rewarded appropriately." Gu Deong, Qian Ning, Jiang Bin and others responded loudly, agreeing with Zhengde's statement. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and said, "Why not promote him to a higher position, and then allow his son to be a hereditary military officer? This is also a way to reward civil officials. Some military merits cannot be claimed by civil officials themselves, otherwise they will be transferred from their posts. Therefore, in addition to the promotion reward in his own position, the civil official is often allowed to have a son as a hereditary general. However, this favor is often given to the son of the civil official who failed to study. After all, no one dares to guarantee that all of their sons are good at studying and can take the imperial examination. Therefore, having a hereditary military position is also a guarantee of wealth." At this time, Mao Ji also said, "Your Majesty, why don't you wait until the captive offering ceremony to discuss the reward? You know, there are more than 3,300 foreign ghosts. Offering captives in front of the Taimyao will definitely boost the prestige of our Ming dynasty." Mao Ji's original intention was to prevent Zhengde from making a decision on the spur of the moment. As long as things are delayed, won't the cabinet have the final say? Sure enough, when it comes to the captive offering ceremony, Zhengde got excited and asked, "Are there really 3,351 foreign ghosts? Are they all blonde and blue-eyed, like the Duke of Beihai, Marin?" Liang Chu replied, "According to the messenger, there are also many black-haired ones, but they all have high noses and different eye colors from the people of the Ming dynasty. You can tell they are foreign ghosts at a glance. That's good. It just so happens that the Leopard House has not seen anyone fighting. If it were the people of the Ming dynasty, they would definitely be scolded to death by you civil officials. Well, I will let those foreign ghosts fight in the Leopard House. Do you have any objections?" Zhengde, who especially liked to watch fights, suddenly planned to let the more than 3,000 Portuguese prisoners of war fight in the Leopard House for him to watch. The poor Portuguese didn't know that Zhengde didn't give their prisoners of war a chance to spend money to redeem them, and they were directly dragged to be gladiators. Unfortunately, the civil officials of the Ming dynasty didn't treat these Portuguese people as human beings, so they tacitly agreed to Zhengde's absurd behavior. Because the Ming dynasty refused the Portuguese request to redeem the prisoners of war, the relationship between the two countries could not be eased, which made Marin laugh for a long time. In the evening, Liang Chu returned home and received a private secret letter from Wang Hong. After reading the secret letter, Liang Chu not only exclaimed, "Wang Xuanji is indeed a fellow of our generation. He is so considerate of the court. He is really a virtuous minister. Such a pillar of talent, I must protect him. And Yang Yiqing, the minister of personnel, also received a secret letter after returning home. After reading the secret letter, Yang Yiqing also admired Wang Hong's approach of taking the overall situation into consideration and planned to escort him. Afterwards, both of them wrote a reply and sent a servant to Wang Hong's messenger who lived in the post station. In the letter, the two highly praised Wang Hong's behavior of taking the overall situation into consideration and directly promised that they would speak for him. In this way, Wang Hong had a great opportunity to hold the thighs of the two big guys. On the second day of the regular morning court session, Liang Chu publicly announced the good news of the Deep Water Bay victory, which attracted cheers from the court officials. Emperor Zhengde was also in high spirits. After all, defeating a powerful enemy was also a result of his good leadership. The ministers also had good eyesight and congratulated Zhengde, which made Emperor Zhengde secretly happy. At this time, Wang Qiong, the minister of war, suddenly made a suggestion. He suggested that the 1,800 Portuguese muskets seized and the approximately 300 Portuguese cannons unloaded or salvaged from the ship should not be immediately transported back to the capital, but should be transported to the Fujian area of Guangdong to suppress the uprising of Wang Gongxuan in Fujian. You know, in the Fujian area of Guangdong, in order to suppress the peasant uprising of Wang Gongxuan, Chen Jinzheng, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, led a 100,000-strong army from Guangdong, Guangxi and Huguang regions, and was divided into 6 routes to suppress it. However, because Wang Gongxuan was strong and familiar with the terrain, there was no result for the time being. You know, in the original history, Wang Gongxuan's uprising was not completely suppressed until November of the 12th year of Zhengde, 1517. In other words, Chen Jin's side will have to fight for more than a year. After all, it is only the summer of 1516, and it is still early for the winter of 1517. If the 1,800 muskets and more than 300 Portuguese cannons seized from the Portuguese were transported to the front battlefield, it would definitely be of great help in suppressing Wang Gongxuan's uprising. After all, the peasant uprising army has no firepower to speak of. If Chen Jin has such a powerful firepower, it will definitely speed up the progress of suppressing bandits. After Wang Qiong finished speaking, Jiang Mian cast a grateful look at Wang Qiong. Why? Because Chen Jin is Jiang Mian's father-in-law. Wang Qiong proposed to send the batch of muskets and cannons to the front line, which is equivalent to helping Chen Jin to speed up the pace of suppressing the uprising. Chen Jin, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi who was responsible for suppressing the peasant uprising, was the father-in-law of Jiang Mian, the second assistant. Wang Qiong's move, in addition to helping suppress the bandits and hoping that the suppression would end soon to save military expenses, also had the intention of pleasing the second assistant Jiang Mian. Wang Qiong had been the minister of war since the 10th year of Zhengde, and had only been in office for less than a year. After hearing about Wang Hong's deeds, while he admired Wang Hong's ability, he was also worried that he would be replaced by Wang Hong. After all, Wang Hong's record was too dazzling. At this time, he proposed to leave the batch of guns and cannons for Chen Jin to use to suppress the bandits, which was equivalent to pleasing the second assistant Jiang Mian. In this way, Jiang Mian would have to accept his favor and protect him as the minister of war. However, the court agreed that this suggestion was very good. After all, not to mention the 1,800 matchlock guns, the more than 300 Portuguese cannons alone, if pulled to the front, could blow up the peasant uprising army. Emperor Zhengde and the ministers in the court all hoped to end the suppression of bandits, battle in Fujian as soon as possible to save food. After all, the daily food consumption of a 100,000-man army was an astonishing figure. Therefore, both Emperor Zhengde and the ministers in the court approved Wang Qiong's proposal to send all the matchlock guns and Portuguese cannons seized from the Portuguese to the Fujian front and hand them over to the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, Chen Jin, to use so that he could defeat Wang Gongxuan's peasant uprising army as soon as possible. Chapter 1913, Repairing Forts to Protect Coastal Defense. Most of the Portuguese artillery captured by Wang Hong were salvaged from the burned sunken ships by the sea ghosts. Moreover, most of them were small cannons of 2 or 3 pounds. Although the power was not great, it was just right for land warfare. The Wang Gongxuan rebels in the Fujian area were only defending in dangerous places, and they were most afraid of weapons like cannons. Moreover, there were many 12-pound and 6-pound cannons on the Portuguese warships, which were more suitable for attacking. Chen Jin got these more than 300 cannons. Not to mention using them to defeat the enemy, the sound of the cannons alone could scare a person to death. In addition, the 1,800 matchlock guns were enough for Chen Jin to send out a powerful musket formation, which could definitely suppress Wang Gongxuan's rebels. After making this decision, Liang Chu and Yang Yiqing suddenly began to praise the role of cannons, believing that cannons were super weapons to defeat the enemy. Moreover, the deeds of the human fortress in repelling the Portuguese warships were also highly praised by Liang Chu and Yang Yiqing. Many ministers in the court seemed to have been greeted in advance, so they strongly agreed with the two people's opinions. Then, all the ministers in the court began to discuss the establishment of artillery forts in various key ports along the southeast coast. Zhengde opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. In fact, the whole rhythm was led astray by Liang Chu, Yang Yiqing and others. Originally, Zhengde was still thinking about building a few warships, but Liang Chu, Yang Yiqing and other ministers in the court completely ignored warships and directly discussed the issue of casting more Pingla cannons and sending them to various artillery forts. Zhengde wanted to interrupt, but he had been thinking about how to deal with Mongolia in the north for many years. He didn't understand naval warfare and couldn't interrupt. Moreover, what the ministers said made sense. The southeast coast, a financial and taxation center, must be strictly protected. As for the eunuch party in the court, they controlled the inner 8 bureaus, which involved the casting of artillery. However, it did not involve shipbuilding. Therefore, when they heard that the ministers were going to cast artillery on a large scale, these eunuchs had already smiled. Because, in casting cannons, they can get a lot of benefits. But these eunuchs don't care about shipbuilding. Because shipyards are generally located in the southeast coast or the Yangtze River area, which is beyond the reach of the eunuchs in the palace and has nothing to do with them. Moreover, if a lot of money is spent on shipbuilding, there will be less funds allocated for casting cannons. So, at this time, Zhengde himself couldn't get a say because he didn't understand, and the eunuchs under Zhengde also supported casting cannons and didn't support shipbuilding because of interest issues. In this way, both the civil service group and the eunuch party group supported the repair of more artillery platforms, but didn't support shipbuilding. Zhengde's idea of building a fleet was extinguished. Jiang Bin and Qian Ning, two favorites of eunuchs who were not eunuchs, wanted to follow Zhengde. After all, the benefits of casting cannons in the inner 8 bureaus were not theirs, because that was the eunuch's territory. But the problem is that Qian Ning was born in Jinui and didn't understand the navy at all. Jiang Bin was born as a frontier military officer, and was more familiar with land frontier affairs, and had no idea about sea affairs. Therefore, the two did not bother about casting cannons or building ships, but were determined to encourage Zhengde to go to the frontier areas to fight so that they could take them to gain military merits. A few days later, the brokers sent by Kong Tai also found several eunuchs and gave them bribes. Then, eunuchs such as Zhang Yong and Gu Deong had nothing to say, and no one was blind enough to mention shipbuilding. What they value most now is how to divide the benefits of casting cannons. After all, casting cannons requires a lot of copper, and the benefits are still very rich. Then, the entire Ming dynasty formed a consensus of building artillery forts to ensure coastal defense security. The civil service group prefers defense rather than offense purely because of the Confucian guiding ideology of moderation and preservation. The eunuch party, on the other hand, also strongly supports the construction of artillery forts purely because of the benefits of casting cannons. Under the guidance of this idea, artillery forts were added to the mouth of the Pearl River outside Guangzhou. The coastal cities of Quanzhou, Fuzhou, Ningbo, Hangzhou and other important cities also made plans to build artillery batteries. In addition, there were plans to build artillery batteries on Chongming Island at the mouth of the Yangtze River and on the banks on both sides. Even Daguku, the gateway to the capital, had plans to build the Daku artillery battery. In short, the entire Ming dynasty began to build artillery batteries crazily, 300 years earlier than the Qing dynasty, which started to build artillery batteries in the 19th century. Moreover, unlike the Opium War, when the Opium War began, the artillery of the Qing dynasty was actually outdated. Because the artillery of the Qing dynasty was still a smoothbore cannon, and the gunpowder ratio and purity were not as good as others. Although the caliber was large, the range was not as good as that of the British artillery. By the Second Opium War, Britain had even developed a rifled cannon Armstrong cannon, which completely crushed the Qing dynasty's artillery batteries. In addition, the design of the Qing army's artillery batteries was unreasonable, and the ammunition depot was actually located on the surface, which was extremely dangerous. When the 8-power Allied forces attacked the Daguku fort, the Krupp cannons at the Daguku fort were not inferior in the artillery battle, but the ammunition depots of the north and south forts were hit by enemy ships, causing explosions, and they were defeated. The fort designed by Marin obviously did not have such defects. In the fort designed by Marin, not only did the fort have a top cover to prevent the enemy's shells from hitting the soldiers in the fort, but the ammunition depot was also strictly required to be located underground. Of course, the shells of this era were separated from the ammunition. The heaviest, but it should be the iron ball shells. In order to prevent the gunners from consuming too much physical energy when carrying the iron balls, the ammunition depot designed by Marin was divided into a gunpowder depot and an iron ball depot. Among them, the gunpowder depot was strictly located underground, and all gunpowder was sealed with moisture-proof oil paper and piled up in the underground gunpowder depot. When the war started, the soldiers responsible for transportation took bags from the surface fort. That feeling is like holding bags of salt. The iron ball warehouse where the iron ball shells are located is located on the surface, parallel to the fort, and can be transported by a cart, which is very convenient. Under such a scientific and reasonable design, there will be no ridiculous thing that the ammunition depot is hit and fails. In fact, except for the difference that the Ming dynasty used stone to build the fort and the Beihai kingdom used reinforced concrete, the Ming dynasty fort and the Beihai kingdom's fort are basically the same. Of course, this only difference is also very critical. This led to the Beihai kingdom's fort being unable to be destroyed by artillery fire, while the Ming dynasty fort had a small chance of being destroyed by artillery fire. However, in this era, I am afraid that no other country can use artillery to destroy the solid stone fort of the Ming dynasty. After all, the artillery technology of various countries is still very general and the power is not great. Unless a giant cannon like the Beihai kingdom's 68-pound cannon is successfully developed, it can blast open the fort of the Ming dynasty's stone fortress. When helping the Ming dynasty build the fort, the Beihai craftsman had under the instruction of Kong Tai, also taught everything he knew. At that time, among the craftsmen who built the fort in Guangzhou, there was a master craftsman sent by the Ministry of Works. Liang Chu directly summoned the master craftsman Liu Yukai, who had participated in the construction of the fort and received guidance from Hadover, to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to introduce the design ideas of the fort. These design ideas made even the civil servants who did not understand the business nod their heads frequently and felt that they made sense. Emperor Zhengde, who was fond of military affairs, also appreciated the design ideas of the fort. Since then, building forts to protect coastal defense has become a basic national policy of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, for a long time, because there was no means to break through the fort, it actually restrained the Portuguese warships and the Japanese pirate boats, and achieved remarkable results. Chapter 1914, Iron Cast Cannon. After the court meeting, Zhengde took his lackeys to the Leopard House to play again. Zhengde was actually very smart, but he was too self-indulgent, so he did so many absurd things, resulting in a bad reputation. Liang Chu, Yang Yiqing and other upright ministers seemed to be relieved. But the deputy assistant Jiang Mian frowned and said to Liang Chu, "Brother Shuho, although His Majesty has given up the plan to build a fleet to go to the west, repairing artillery batteries in various coastal areas of Daming is also a waste of national funds." Liang Chu and Yang Yiqing smiled at each other and explained, "Jingji, Wang Xuanji has already written to me to explain this. He said that since the foreign devils and pirates have already set their sights on the southeast coast, they will come again sooner or later. Therefore, whether we like it or not, we have to protect the important coastal towns, especially Guangzhou and the coastal areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. And repairing artillery batteries is already the least wasteful, most effective and safest means. Although it costs a lot, this money has to be spent." Jiang Mian sighed and said, "Brother Shuho is right. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it." Now that the Portuguese thieves have set their sights on the Ming dynasty, coupled with the threat of Japanese pirates, it is certain that all the important towns on the southeast coast will have to build some artillery platforms. However, it is too expensive to use copper to cast cannons. Otherwise, let the craftsmen try to use iron to cast the Pingla cannon. You know, the price of iron is much cheaper than copper. Copper costs hundreds of coins per pound, while iron only costs a few coins per pound. If we can use iron to cast cannons, even if they are several times heavier, it is extremely cost-effective. Liang Chu paused and said, "Jingji, your idea is good. Otherwise, I will ask the Ministry of Works to try it out. However, ordinary pig iron is difficult to use to cast cannons, so as to avoid explosion and injury. Therefore, I think that casting cannons must also use high-quality iron. But high-quality Fujian iron is only a dozen coins per pound, which is indeed much cheaper than using copper to cast cannons. However, I seem to have heard that it is much more difficult to use iron to cast cannons than copper to cast cannons. No matter how difficult it is, we have to try it." Jiang Mian said firmly. "You know, there are so many important towns along the coast of the Ming dynasty, and the number of cannons required is extremely astonishing. If the iron cannon can be successfully used, the court will be able to save most of the money." Sanfu Mao Jiza bowed and said, "Brother Jingji, you have a good idea. If you can change to iron cannons, you can indeed save a lot of money." In this way, the Ministry of Works of the Ming dynasty began to try to use iron cannons. Later, it really worked. Of course, it wasn't that fast. In fact, in history, after the people of the Ming dynasty learned to cast Portuguese cannons, they also felt that it was too expensive to use copper to cast cannons. Later, they developed the technology of casting Portuguese cannons with iron. At that time, Foshan, which was close to Macau where the Portuguese were located, was a famous iron smelting center in ancient China, with many powerful blacksmiths. Then, the Portuguese saw that the Ming dynasty could use cheap iron to cast cannons, and they were also envious. So, the Bugalo Cannon Foundry in Macau directly hired powerful blacksmiths from Foshan to cast cannons with iron in Macau, and passed the technology of iron casting cannons back to Europe. Marin speculated that the reason why England suddenly developed red cannons in the late 16th century may also be related to the transmission of Portuguese iron casting cannon technology back to Europe. After all, Portugal has always been England's traditional ally, and it is normal for the English to get cannon casting technology from the Portuguese. In addition, England has rich coal and iron resources and developed cannon casting technology, and soon developed iron-red cannons, which shocked the world. Of course, this is just Marin's guess. It is also possible that England developed the technology of iron casting cannons on its own. After all, England is a major iron-producing country, but it is seriously lacking in copper. Therefore, it is normal to concentrate on the research of iron cannons under desperation. The English are also lucky. The coal in England happens to have a low sulfur content and high-quality iron ore. Unlike the Lorraine iron ore that the French later got, it is a famous ordinary iron ore with high sulfur and phosphorus content in Europe. With high-quality iron ore and coal, the quality of British iron cannons is surprisingly good, but this is just a coincidence. Of course, the British later developed a reverberatory furnace to refine wrought iron for the second time, which improved the steel quality of cast cannons. The French were always at a disadvantage in the maritime hegemony later. In addition to the mistakes in decision-making, the lack of high-quality iron ore was also a very important reason. After all, the iron ore of Lorraine that the French snatched back from Germany has always been a large iron ore with high sulfur and phosphorus content in Europe, which has pitted France a lot. Similar to the good luck of the British in the early days, the Ming Dynasty people obviously did not understand the problem of sulfur and phosphorus at this time. However, the Fujian and Guangdong iron in the south, because they mainly use charcoal to smelt iron, and the local iron ore is of good quality, Fujian and Guangdong iron have always been synonymous with the top iron materials in the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, although the sulfur and phosphorus content is unknown, the Ming Dynasty relied on Fujian and Guangdong iron with lower sulfur and phosphorus content to cast a lot of cannons for use in wars. In fact, the Ming Dynasty has been using iron to cast cannons for a long time. From the beginning of the dynasty, three-eyed guns and bull-mouthed guns were made of pig iron. However, whether it is a three-eyed gun or a bull-mouthed gun, they are short-barreled iron cannons, and the manufacturing technology is relatively simple. After all, the longer the cannon is, the harder it is to make. Frankly speaking, the three-eyed gun is a tube with fireworks on the top of a wooden stick. Because of the crude benzene, after firing 3 bullets, the Ming army musketeers directly used the three-eyed gun as a hammer and smashed it directly at the enemy. In this way, the three-eyed gun with 3 heavy iron tubes at the top can actually be swung up and used as a hammer to smash the enemy after firing the bullets. Moreover, the effect of smashing people is very good. This is a bit like the lobster soldiers in later generations, who concentrated their strength to fire a volley, and then charged with bayonets. The early Ming army did not charge with bayonets, but after firing a round, they directly swung the hammer to smash. But it is still a bit difficult to cast the artillery into a long tube. The biggest difficulty lies in how to control the cooling speed of molten iron, and the molten iron is easy to oxidize and become brittle during the cooling process. In particular, when pouring molten iron, it is best not to pour it slowly and in batches to avoid major problems inside the gun body. Therefore, when casting iron cannons, the Beihai people often quickly pour in molten iron first, then insert the core of the cannon, and then cool it. Since copper is not easy to oxidize, you can slowly pour copper water into the mold without affecting the quality. Therefore, if you want to use iron cast cannons, you must pay attention to issues such as oxidation and cooling speed. However, these things cannot be studied in a day or two. Therefore, if the Ming court wants to save costs and use iron to cast 12-pound cannons and Portuguese cannons, it will take some time to study. Fortunately, because of the rich experience in making three-eyed guns and bull-mouthed guns, the Ming people will take fewer detours. At least, it is easier than the Portuguese who have never used iron to cast cannons. However, this is definitely not good news for Marin. If he knew that the Ming people began to study the use of iron to cast 12-pound cannons and Portuguese cannons, he would definitely find ways to stop it. Without him, Marin was afraid that the technology of iron cast cannons would be passed back to Europe and lower the threshold for artillery equipment. After all, if other countries can also afford to equip a large number of artillery, Marin's firepower advantage will disappear. However, he could not stop the general trend, at most he could only delay it. Moreover, there is no need for Marin to keep stopping them. As long as the North Sea Kingdom has a firm foothold on the sea and has a strong enough fleet to protect its own interests, there will be no problem of confidentiality. Besides, as long as England is annexed, the remaining competitors, France has no high-quality iron ore, and Spain and Portugal are even more seriously lacking in iron ore, and it is difficult for them to challenge the maritime hegemony of the North Sea Kingdom. Originally, in history, among the several maritime powers in Europe, only Britain created a powerful maritime empire because of its rich and high-quality domestic coal and iron resources. Spain and Portugal wanted to make iron cannons, but they also had to have enough coal and iron in the country. Unfortunately, both coal and iron ore are relatively scarce in Spain and Portugal. Therefore, when the Industrial Revolution began, the two former maritime powers fell behind. Chapter 1915, Sauron Warriors. As for Germany, another coal-producing country besides England, it was not unified until the late 19th century because of its long-term fragmentation. Unfortunately, the world had been divided up by then, and England's navy had already gained absolute superiority. In addition, England could block Germany's sea route through the English Channel and the northern part of the North Sea, so that although Germany had developed industry, it could not participate in the division of the world. In addition to Germany, Czech Republic and Ukraine were also rich in coal and iron resources in Europe. But these two countries were useless. Czech Republic was later ruled by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire seaport was in the Adriatic Sea, which was very easy to be blocked. Even if it broke out of the Adriatic Sea, it could not break out of the Strait of Gibraltar and the Suez Canal. As for Ukraine, it was even more tragic. Although it was rich in coal and iron resources, it had been ruled by the barbaric Tsarist Russia. Then, even if it was close to the sea, the Black Sea was a standard inland sea, and the way to the sea was blocked by Turkey. Even if it broke out of the Turkish straits, there were still the blockades of the Suez Canal and the Strait of Gibraltar waiting. So, after all, if you want to dominate the world's oceans, you need not only abundant coal and iron resources, but also good location advantages. Just like France, in fact, domestic resources are very poor, and the quality of iron ore is also very poor. However, because of the geographical advantage of the Atlantic Ocean, it is very convenient for France to participate in the maritime hegemony. In the 19th century, when Europeans divided Africa, France relied on its geographical advantage to eat the biggest piece of cake. If it were not for the extremely high value of South Africa's gold mines, France might have swallowed up African colonies stronger than Britain. After all, West Africa, which was annexed by France, is very close to the European mainland and easy to manage. But France's poor coal and iron resources made the quality of French artillery very poor. It was not until the Frenchman Martin came up with the Martin furnace to refine inferior pig iron and wrought iron into steel, leveling the gap with British steel technology, reverberatory furnace technology, and even surpassing it, that France's maritime strength gradually caught up with Britain and became the second naval power. Of course, that was a matter of the industrial era. At that time, France was able to easily import coal from abroad and obtain coal from colonies. However, in this era, the exchange of materials between countries is very poor. Therefore, England, which has rich coal and iron resources, is more likely to rise first. France also has its advantages, that is, relying on its huge population base, it can play land hegemony. As for the maritime hegemony, it's all tears to talk about it. France's northern neighbor England and southwestern neighbor Spain are both maritime powers, and they don't want to see France's maritime power develop. Even Portugal, which has a good relationship with France because of Spain, is not happy to see France, a giant, join the maritime hegemony. You know, France has too much human resources. Just in terms of population, France currently has 15 million people, while England has only 3.75 million after unifying Scotland and Ireland, and Portugal has only 3 million. England and Portugal together have only 6.75 million, not even half of France. For colonies, sufficient human resources means sufficient military force and easy control. If France, a giant, squeezes into the colonial field, what other countries will have to do? Just like the division of Africa in the 19th century, France relied on its large size and strength to almost monopolize West Africa, leaving only the barren Western Sahara for Spain. As strong as Britain is, it can only get a few places such as Nigeria and the Gold Coast in the Gulf of Guinea. The rest of West Africa was swallowed up by the fat man, France. And Britain can only get some territory in South Africa and Egypt. Therefore, unless you are a fool, you will not allow a populous country like France to participate in the frenzy of dividing the world. Unless it is really unstoppable. Just like later in the 19th century, Britain was willing to let France share the world, but it was very reluctant. After all, France is too close to West Africa and it is easy to rob. After the era of ironclad battleships began, France did not lag behind, and sometimes even led in technology, forcing Britain to accept France to share the world with him. However, the biggest problem in the 19th century was actually the difficulty of keeping secrets. For example, the British were able to protect the secret of secondary iron refining in reverberatory furnaces in the 18th century, but in the 19th century, because communication between countries became convenient and frequent, it became very difficult to keep secrets. Just like the French had just issued the Lebel 1886 rifle using smokeless gunpowder to the troops, but as soon as it was equipped to the troops, it was taken to Germany by a French border soldier across the border and sold to the Germans for 20,000 marks. Therefore, in the 19th century, it was difficult for European countries to keep secrets. As long as the price is high enough, there are people with flexible minds who will sell you secrets. Moreover, at that time, Europe completely entered the capital era, and people had no awe of the country and the royal power, and no morality and shame, and were more likely to sell out national secrets. But now it's okay, because the chivalry spirit of medieval Europe has not been abandoned, and the royal power and divine power are still strong, and the countries are relatively closed, so Marin's farming technology can be kept secret for so long, and only some rumors are known, but no details are known. Of course, it was also Marin's cunning that he secretly processed potassium salt and apatite and kept them strictly confidential, so that users had no idea what they were using. Even the feces were deliberately air-dried for several months to disperse the odor as much as possible, and then mixed so that people could not tell what it was. In addition, the backward transportation and people's awe in this era prevented the secrets from being leaked. Moreover, an island country like England is actually easier to keep secrets, because it is surrounded by the sea. Even if you steal secrets, it is difficult to take them away. But if you really make a shocking killer, it is also difficult to keep a secret. Just like the mini rifle and the mini bullet, it is not difficult to make them. However, the mini rifle is too fierce, and it is difficult not to be noticed. In addition, the mini rifle is too simple in structure and can be easily imitated. Therefore, Marin was reluctant to take out the mini rifle and would rather make a more complicated single-headed bullet. The manufacture of a single-headed bullet is more complicated than that of a mini bullet, and the cost is also higher. Moreover, in order to prevent the wind grid of the bullet from deforming, a special box is needed to store the bullet, which greatly increases the cost. But his advantage is also obvious, that is, after hitting the target, due to the impact force, the confidential wind grid of the bullet will be squeezed into a lump of lead, making it completely unrecognizable. If you want to imitate it, there is no way to talk about it. Therefore, although it is more expensive to manufacture and preserve single-headed bullets, the range of single-headed bullets is not as good as that of mini bullets. However, considering the convenience of confidentiality, Marin still chose to use single-headed bullets to equip his Guards regiment as the trump card of the North Sea Army. Although the Guards regiment now has only thousands of people, the number is not large. However, because the trajectory of the single-headed bullet is straight within 200 meters, if it is fired in a volley, it can be guaranteed that the enemy on the opposite side will be knocked down in a row, just like cutting leeks. Unlike ordinary smoothbore rifles that use spherical lead bullets now, if you are far away, only a small number of people in a row will be shot, and they will be hit only if they are unlucky. If the Guards regiment suddenly appears in an important area during the battle, such as the part where the enemy's senior generals are located, and kills many senior generals of the other side, with the characteristics of the army in this era, the enemy will easily collapse. Even if it doesn't collapse, morale will be severely hit. In the North Sea country, Marin is meeting a group of soldiers returning from the North American colonies. This group of people was sent by Marin to the New York colony to clear the field. The so-called clearing the field is actually to clean up the local indigenous people, so as to prevent the indigenous people from stealing the spotlight and causing trouble when Khan and others go over to perform. Originally, this was an ordinary job. However, Nubi, the officer leading the team this time, tried his best to recommend to Marin the Evenki falconers who were originally sent by Marin to North America to play with the army. Because the performance of several Evenki falconers accompanying the army in this battle to clear the indigenous people was too outstanding, which surprised Nubi, the phalanx leader, so he strongly recommended them to Marin. So, Marin received 5 Evenki falconers who were going to North America with the army to wipe out the Native Americans. When they saw Marin, several Evenki falconers with dark red skin, short stature but very strong touched their chests and saluted. Led by Baijeri, the first falconer of Beihai Kingdom, they spoke in unskilled Chinese with a northeastern accent. They knew that Marin understood Chinese. Sauron archer Baijeri, Soha, Baru, Yadan, Murin, salutes the Khan of Beihai. Khan. Sauron. Marin was stunned, then laughed. Because these guys thought he was the chief of the nomadic tribe, so they found it very funny. But then, Marin was surprised and said, Sauron warrior. Chapter 1916, Heidonking's aerial reconnaissance capabilities. It's no wonder that Marin was surprised, because the Solon warriors are so famous in the history of China. Solon is actually the old name of the Ewenki people. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, it also included the Dor and Orokan people in the Heilongjiang area in the northeast. In ancient times, the Ewenki people, who grew up in the bitter cold land of Baishan Heishui in the northeast, were very brave and good at fighting. They were hunters in the deep mountains and old forests of the northeast, and their archery skills were very powerful. Later, they also came into contact with the Korchin Mongols in the west and introduced Mongolian horses. Then, the Solon people, who were good at archery and learned to ride horses, became the strongest archers of that era. Moreover, they were not weak in close combat and were very brave. However, it was precisely because of their bravery and invincibility that they were later favored by the rising Qing dynasty. Then, the cunning Huang Taiji sent troops from Jilin to the north to the Heilongjiang River Basin, and conquered the Solon people there through 3 expeditions. Maybe someone will ask, didn't you say that the Solon warriors were invincible? Why was it conquered by the Qing dynasty? The 8 banners of the Qing dynasty were more powerful. That's not the case. The Solon people themselves were scattered and not a unified and powerful force. Although the Solon warriors were very powerful individually, each tribe generally had a maximum of a few hundred Solon warriors. So, the Qing dynasty was given the opportunity to defeat them one by one. This was mainly because the northern part of the northeast was too cold and the living environment was too harsh. In addition, the Solon people did not farm, but only hunted, which made it impossible for a large population to gather. Because the prey resources in a region are limited, if too many people are crowded in one area, there will not be enough prey to hunt, and everyone will go hungry. Therefore, the Solon people generally live in the form of small tribes in the deep mountains and old forests near the greater Xing'an range in the northeast, and it is difficult to unite to fight against the Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty was originally the Jianzhou Jurchen, the most Sinicized ethnic group in the northeast. Nurhaci even worked for Li Qingliang for a long time, so he naturally understood Chinese and was familiar with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Jianzhou Jurchens had learned to farm a long time ago because of their high degree of Sinicization. Moreover, the Jurchen tribes traditionally raise pigs, so their food sources are naturally much richer than those of the Solon people who only know how to hunt. Naturally, they can gather more people in the tribe and even build cities. If the same number of people and the same level of command, the fierce Solon people will definitely beat the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are more people in the Qing dynasty and fewer Solon people. Therefore, it is not surprising that they were conquered by the Qing dynasty. After the Qing dynasty conquered the Solon tribes, it very insidiously used Solon warriors as cannon fodder. Just like the capture of the wild Jurchens in the mountains, let the Solon people charge in front, and then the real Manchus follow behind to pick up the cheap heads. How important are the Solon soldiers to the Qing dynasty? Since before entering the pass, the Qing dynasty began to tend to the wild Jurchens and Solon soldiers to rush to the front as cannon fodder to attract the firepower of the Ming army. Of course, the Solon soldiers are more valued because of their strong combat power. In the early days of the Qing dynasty, the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty were still quite capable. However, during the reign of Emperor Kangxi, the 8 banners of the Manchus had been corrupted and their combat effectiveness dropped sharply due to their long-term luxury. By the time Wu Sangui rebelled against the Qing dynasty, the 8 banners of the Manchus had become a showpiece. In the end, it was the 400,000 green camp soldiers who surrendered from the Ming dynasty who were used to pacify the 3 feudatories. Later, Emperor Kangxi seemed to realize the degeneration of the 8 banners of the Manchus after they entered the pass. But he had no choice, because after entering the pass, they became masters, did not engage in production, and had to be served by others for food and clothing. What combat effectiveness could you expect from the 8 banners? By the end of the Qing dynasty, it was not surprising that the 8 banners had become synonymous with waste. So Emperor Kangxi placed his hopes on the Solon people who still lived in the northeast. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of the Solon soldiers, Emperor Kangxi did not allow the Solon people to farm, and asked them to continue to hunt and survive in the White Mountains and Black Waters, and maintain a barbaric lifestyle to maintain strong combat effectiveness. Then, once there was a war, the Qing court would frantically recruit Solon warriors to be cannon fodder. In the early Qing dynasty, there were tens of thousands of Solon people in the northeast, just the Solon tribe, that is, the Ewenki, and the Dor people, who were known as the other tribes of Solon, also had 50,000 people, and the Orokan people were a little less, but there were also tens of thousands. Adding up, there were more than 100,000 Solon people at that time. But starting from the Kangxi period, because they realized that the 8 banners of the Manchus were no longer useful, they began to frantically recruit Solon soldiers to fight. The craziest one was Kangxi's grandson Qianlong. Qianlong suffered from a serious Solon warrior dependent syndrome and carried out a super crazy recruitment of men from the Solon tribe in the northeast. Qianlong called himself 10 perfect old man, which means that he won 10 battles. However, the most difficult battles were fought with the help of the Solon people. For example, the battle to pacify western Xinjiang was the battle in which the Solon people were the vanguard and helped them defeat the Yungar tribe and the big and small Hejua. Later, the Qing dynasty also stationed a Solon camp in Horgos, Ili, to suppress local resistance. Moreover, the Xibe people at that time were also vassals of the Solon camp, and went to guard the western Xinjiang in the name of the Solon camp. The Shijiang Xibe people, to whom the famous actress Tong Lia belongs in later generations, migrated westward with the Solon camp during the battle in the western Xinjiang at that time. In addition, Qianlong relied on the Solon soldiers to repel Myanmar and defeat the Nepalese Gurkha soldiers. It can be said that without the Solon warriors, the 10 complete military achievements of the great chief Qianlong would be several less. However, Qianlong's crazy conscription of the Solon people also caused a crazy decline in the population of the Solon tribe. After all, many Solon warriors were sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder by the Qing dynasty and were killed. Apart from anything else, one data can illustrate the problem. In the early Qing dynasty, the Solon headquarters, that is, the Ewenki people, had tens of thousands, the Dor people had 50,000, and the Orokan people had 10,000 or 20,000. However, 300 years later, look at the 3 Solon tribes again. The Ewenki people had only 30,000 people, the Dor people had 130,000 people, and the Orokan people were the worst, with only more than 8,000 people left. You know, this is 300 years. Sons give birth to grandsons, and grandsons give birth to sons. Under normal circumstances, the three tribes should have at least millions of people. However, due to the heavy dependence of the Qing dynasty and endless conscription, a large number of Solon people died on the battlefield, and the population did not increase but decreased. In fact, none of the above is important. The most important thing is that Solon warriors are really suitable for fighting in the jungle. They have lived in the deep mountains and old forests of the northeast for generations. Because of hunting, they have developed a very powerful archery skill. Moreover, because there are many bears and Siberian tigers in the jungles of the northeast, in order to survive, the Solon people have fought against jackals, tigers and leopards, so their combat effectiveness is naturally not low. In other words, their combat effectiveness is very strong. Even the 8 banners of the late Ming dynasty, which defeated the Ming army by a lot, admitted that the combat effectiveness of the Solon people was the best in the world, which shows how fierce the Solon people are. Moreover, after learning to ride a horse, their horseback archery is even better than the Manchus who brag about horseback archery all day long. Just like the 5 Iwenki slaves who tamed the Saker falcon that Marin bought from the Yeha tribe of the Haishi Jurchens, they were very good at riding and shooting. Moreover, they were particularly adapted to the jungle environment. This time, Marin sent the phalanx leader Nubi with a group of German black forest hunters to the North American jungle to clean up the local indigenous Indians. Because these 5 Solon falconers were bored, they took the initiative to ask for battle and took their domesticated Saker falcons and the Mongolian horse Northeast Jungle Dwarf to North America. Then, they shined in a clearing battle. It's not that these 5 people are all highly skilled in martial arts and can be 100, but that their role is too great. The most feared thing in jungle warfare is that the enemy hides in the jungle and escapes, making it difficult to track. Even if Marin got a lot of black forest hunters and used hounds to track the Indian natives. However, because the tracking speed with hounds is not fast, how can the hounds smell the smell on the ground as fast as running? Moreover, hounds that are too prominent are easily shot by Indian natives with bows and arrows. However, the 5 Solon falconers who went to the exhibition this time let Nubi see what a cow is. The black forest hunters here use hounds to slowly track the enemy on the ground, while the Solon falconers directly use the Saker falcon for aerial reconnaissance. No matter how fast the Indian natives run, can they fly as fast as the Saker falcon? Moreover, these days, the Indians don't know how to wear camouflage uniforms to lurk, but like to wear colorful clothes and apply brightly colored paint on their bodies. It's not too easy for the Saker falcon to track them. Baijeri, Suha, Baru, Yatan, and Murin, the 5 Solon falconers, used the Saker falcon's aerial reconnaissance to easily find the Indian native tribes hidden in the jungle. Then, Nubi led an army of thousands of black forest hunters and easily encircled and suppressed the Indian native tribes that were hiding. So, the most powerful thing about these 5 people is not their combat effectiveness, but their ability to use the Saker falcon to scout the Indian natives in the jungle. Of course, their own combat effectiveness is also very strong, and it is no problem for one to beat several Indians. Especially after they put on armor. The Indians' earthen bows and arrows could not penetrate their armor, but they could easily shoot their opponents. Nubi asserted that if these 5 falconers could follow them to clear out the natives, it would be very easy to wipe out all the natives in a large area. Because the aerial reconnaissance of the Saker falcon is too unsolvable. No matter how fast you run, no one can fly as fast as the falcon. In addition, the eagle's eyesight is very good, and the Indians do not know how to camouflage, which can greatly facilitate the North Sea Army to clear out and conquer the Indians hiding in the North American jungle. Nubi believes that if the Saker falcon scouts are used in conjunction with the black forest hunters, it is easy to solve the threat of Indians in the jungle. Then, to develop North America, there is no need to slowly cut down trees and take every step carefully. As long as the Saker falcon is used for large-scale reconnaissance, and then all the natives in the nearby jungles are cleared, the immigrants can comfortably develop this rich and fertile forest. Equip the hunter troops with Saker falcon trainers as scouts. This is a very good idea. Marin's eyes lit up. Chapter 1917, Hiring the Saurons. The more Marin thought about it, the more he felt that there was something to be done. Aerial reconnaissance is much better than ground reconnaissance. Falcons fly high, fast, and have a large reconnaissance range. Naturally, it is much more convenient than ground reconnaissance. If there is a falcon reconnaissance team in the army, the enemy's movements can be detected at any time. Then, make the most favorable arrangements. However, after communicating with Baijeri and others, Marin was frustrated to find that it seemed that using falcons for reconnaissance was a bit taken for granted. Of course, this does not mean that falcons are useless, but that there are restrictions on the conditions of use. What kind of restrictions are there? That is, falcons can distinguish between their own people and those who are not their own people, but cannot distinguish between passers-by and enemies. The reason why the 5 of them are so awesome in the North American jungle is that as long as there are people hiding in the jungle, they must be enemies, and there are no own people or passers-by. After all, the requirement of the hunting team is to clear the jungle. The falcon's IQ is not high, but at least it can recognize people. It is still very simple to find Indian natives in the dense jungle. However, once you reach the plains with a large population, the falcon's reconnaissance will not work. Why? Because the plains are full of people, falcons have limited intelligence and cannot distinguish between ordinary people and enemies, and often give wrong signals. Therefore, although the Northeast has been cultivating falcons since the Sushen era, they are rarely used in military affairs. The main reason is that hunters will be confused when they arrive in densely populated areas in the Central Plains. They see all kinds of people but cannot tell which one is the enemy. After all, falcons are just ordinary animals and do not have such high IQs. Marin was very disappointed after hearing this, but he thought it made sense. You know, the powerful people of the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty are the most fond of playing with eagles. However, I have only heard of Manchu nobles using Saker falcons for hunting, but I have never heard of them using Saker falcons as scouts. Obviously, that is because it is not suitable. However, in the mountains and forests, Saker falcons can still easily distinguish between their own people and those who are not their own. After all, Saker falcons also have a certain IQ, and the uniforms of the Beihai army are uniform, so Saker falcons can certainly recognize them. The Indian natives have no clothes to wear, so Saker falcons can naturally tell the difference at a glance. According to Baijeri and several others, after the Saker falcon found the traces of the Indians in the jungle, it would fly back and hover over them, passing messages and reporting the distance and number of people by circling in various flying postures. However, only experienced falconers can understand these signals. The hidden Indians in the North American jungle must be enemies that need to be targeted. Therefore, it is more appropriate to use the Saker falcon for reconnaissance in the North American jungle. Marin was relieved immediately. Although the Saker falcon could not be used to scout the enemy in the densely populated plains, it was very good to be able to consult the Indian natives in the North American jungle. After all, the North American jungle is too large. If the old hunters of the Black Forest were used, the speed of clearing the forest would be very slow because of their slow action and the need to guard against possible ambushes in the forest. But it is different with the Saker falcon. The Saker falcon flies very fast and has excellent eyesight. In addition, the Indian natives are very showy, so it is easy for the Saker falcon to discover and warn in time. According to Nubi, with the help of the Saker falcon, the hunter's unit could only scout and clear an area of tens of square kilometers a day, but it increased to hundreds of square kilometers. This is because the hunter's movement was too slow, which dragged down the Saker falcon's reconnaissance results. After all, the hunters were walking in the jungle, and could only clear a few hundred square kilometers a day at most. If they moved fast enough, they could clear thousands of square kilometers a day. When it comes to the speed of moving in the jungle, Baijeri from the Dor tribe of the Solon tribe had something to say. Khan Malin, walking in the jungle is too slow. If we have the horses that the Solon people in our hometown often ride, we can move quickly in the jungle. The horses that the Solon people ride? Aren't they Mongolian horses? Malin was stunned. Baijeri shook his head and said, Khan, our Solon horses were indeed originally brought from the Korchin Mongolian tribe in the west. However, after many generations of breeding by ourselves, our Solon horses have adapted very well to life in the jungle, and are obviously different from the Mongolian horses on the grasslands. Our horses look no different from Mongolian grassland horses, but in fact they are more adapted to life in the mountains and forests, and are very resistant to severe cold. They can run fast in the rugged mountains and forests, can cross streams nimbly, and can also alertly avoid the branches that are across the road to avoid injuring the riders on horseback. In other words, although your Solon horses come from Mongolia, after your domestication and training, they have adapted very well to the forest environment? Malin asked after thought. That's right. Our horses are more adapted to the jungle environment than Mongolian horses. Our horses are much shorter than the horses of the North Sea Kingdom, but they are more adapted to traveling through dense forests. If a Solon knight takes a Saker falcon to move in the dense forest, it will be easier to conquer the dense forests in the American region than the Black Forest under your command. Yes, if I have hundreds of Solon knights, it will be no problem to search and clear hundreds of miles every day. Suha, the oldest of the 4 brothers from the Solon tribe, said confidently. Suha, Baru, Yadin, and Murin are brothers who originally lived in the greater Xing'an range area of Heilongjiang. The locals usually make a living by fishing and hunting, but they also need to exchange supplies. For example, the Solon people are in great need of iron swords and bows and arrows, as well as iron pots, cotton clothes, tea and other supplies. However, since the Ming dynasty withdrew from the Nurgan city, called Miaojia in the Qing dynasty and Nikolaevsk by the Maozi in later generations, near the estuary of the lower reaches of the Heilongjiang River during the Xuande period several decades ago, the Solon and Jurchen people active in the Heilongjiang River basin lost the place to exchange materials. Subsequently, the Solon people could only obtain ironware, cotton fabrics, tea and other materials from the Ming dynasty from the Mongols and Jurchens. But the problem is that the Ming dynasty was forced to open border trade by Altan Khan and Sanyangzi by force until the Jiajing period. At present, the Mongols are also unable to obtain materials from the Ming dynasty. Only the Jurchen tribes that surrendered to the Ming dynasty could take the opportunity of tribute to exchange a small amount of Ming dynasty materials from Liaodong. Then, the Jurchens resold the excess materials to the Solon people in the north at a price several times higher. Whether it was Bai Jerry or the four Soha brothers, the reason why they became slaves of the Yeha tribe of the Haishi Jurchens was because the five of them tried to cross the Jurchen-controlled area to Liaodong to exchange materials with the Ming dynasty people. At that time, there were many martens in the forests where the Solon people lived, and sable fur was also very popular in the Ming dynasty. A sable fur could be sold for dozens of taels of silver, and ordinary sable fur could also be sold for more than 10 taels of silver. Basically, in the northeast at that time, the hardest currency was sable fur. In the Jurchen area, because of its early development and large population, the sable fur resources were not as good as those in the Solon-controlled area in the north. However, they could also happily exploit the Solon people by being middlemen. In the Ming dynasty, the sable fur that could be sold for dozens of taels of silver per piece was casually sent to the Solon people by the Jurchens for 2 or 3 taels of silver. Then, they sold them the supplies of the Ming dynasty at a high price. The Solon people were unwilling to give up, so they sent people to secretly carry sable fur through the mountains and forests to the south, wanting to go to Liaodong. And going south from the Xingyan Mountains happened to pass through the Haishi Jurchen-controlled area. However, the Jurchens of this era were also masters in the jungle. Therefore, all 5 people failed and were captured, and became falcon training slaves of the Yeha tribe of the Haishi Jurchens. Then, he was bought by Marin. Soha, tell me, if I send people to your hometown to hire Sauron warriors as mercenaries for me, can I recruit anyone? After hearing Soha's words, Marin's heart moved, and then he asked casually. Chapter 1918, Sauron Mercenaries. Marin was not a whim. In fact, he just thought of the history of the Qing dynasty's endless conscription of the Solon people to serve as soldiers, and then he thought of the idea of hiring the Solon people to serve as soldiers. If the Qing dynasty can do it, why can't I? Moreover, Marin is not like the Qing dynasty who forcibly conscripted Solon warriors to help them fight, but intends to use benefits to attract Solon warriors to help them fight. As Soha said, the Solon people are the kings of the jungle, known as the Cossacks of the Qing dynasty, and have made great military achievements for the Qing dynasty to conquer the western frontier. As an article in later generations said, compared with the Cossacks, if the number of Solon people is the same, their combat power is no worse than that of the Cossacks. And if they are in the deep mountains and old forests, the Solon people who grew up in the greater Xing'an range can definitely beat the Cossacks. Just like the Ukrainian Cossacks recruited by Marin before, they are very powerful on the Pampas grassland in Argentina, and beat the Indian natives in Argentina to flee everywhere. However, in the North American jungle, the Cossacks can't be beaten. Because they are not used to the jungle environment and cannot perform well in the forest. The Cossacks are strong in mobility, but the Eastern European Mongolian horses they ride are relatively taller than authentic Mongolian horses, which makes it difficult to move in the dense jungle and easily causes people on horseback to bump into branches. The Solon horses ridden by the Solon people, the Orokin horses of later generations are one of them, are short in stature, but very suitable for crossing the jungle. Moreover, the Solon people are very flexible and can quickly lie down on horseback to avoid branches lying on the road, so that they can ride horses in the forest without slowing down. Just now, Soha said that it is not a problem for hundreds of Solon warriors to conquer hundreds of miles a day, that is, more than 2,000 square kilometers. Hearing what Marin asked, Soha was stunned, then thought about it carefully, and answered solemnly, Khan, if you are willing to give my people the same treatment as the 5 of us, I think, except for a few people who are very attached to their homeland, most of the Sauron guys are willing to accept your employment. Bai Jerry also nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, Khan, we drink and eat meat every day under your command, and the daily salary is as high as 6 pfennigs. Such a good life can make my people envious. The daily salary of ordinary soldiers in the North Sea Kingdom is only 3 pfennigs, but Bai Jerry and the other 5 are falconers, which is a technical type of work. The Saker falcons they domesticated can intercept and kill the enemy's pigeons at critical moments, and now they can also go to find the jungle hiding places of the Indians, so they are naturally served with high salaries. Marin wanted to hire a large number of Sauron warriors, so he was naturally unwilling to pay double wages. So he shook his head and said, You are masters of taming Saker falcons, so you deserve double salary. But if you are ordinary Solon warriors, I can only give you the salary of ordinary soldiers. Of course, compared with ordinary soldiers, they are more powerful, so I am willing to provide them with a bottle of whiskey every day, a small bottle weighing half a pound, as a reward. That's it. Soha's second brother Baru clapped his hands and said, Khan, you don't know that people in our bitter cold land like to drink strong liquor the most. As long as you are willing to give us half a pound of strong liquor every day, plus we can eat and drink enough, even if you don't pay us, there will be a large number of Solon people willing to serve you. Baru was right. The Jurchens and Solon people in the deep mountains and old forests of the northeast all like to drink strong liquor. The famous Shadaozi in later generations originated from the Liaodong area in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. The reason why Urgotu appeared was that the Manchus who occupied the central plains needed better quality liquor than ordinary shadaozi after becoming nobles. In short, the men in the bitter cold land seem to have a special liking for strong liquor. Not only do the men in the northeast like strong liquor, but the Mauzi also love it. Marin can bribe the Solon people with the routine of bribing the Cossacks, using Rai Urgotu. In fact, later historians pointed out that the sharp decline in the population of the Solon people in the Qin dynasty was not only related to the endless conscription of the Qin dynasty, but also related to the Solon people's love of drinking strong liquor. After becoming a tool for the Qin dynasty's conquest, the Solon people would receive enough rewards for their military exploits. Then, they had money to buy shadaozi or urgotu to drink. According to historical records, the soldiers of the Solon camp were addicted to strong liquor and often drank alcohol. Frequent alcoholism can easily lead to a decline in fertility. However, Marin sneered at this. Because the expert was a Manchu, it seemed to be defending his ancestors. Moreover, the Russian Mauzi also like strong liquor, and I haven't seen their population decline or no growth. Over the past few hundred years, the population of Mauzi has increased from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Therefore, the addiction to strong liquor is not the main reason for the sharp decline in population. The main reason is the endless conscription of the Solon people by the Qin dynasty. As for frequent drinking of strong liquor, it may indeed have a certain impact on fertility, but it will definitely not cause the population to not grow or even decline. Moreover, Marin gave each person half a pound a day, which is not a lot. You know, many Chinese people in later generations also drink every day, and they have not seen them without children. In this way, Marin made a decision on the spot and decided to go to the northeast of the Ming dynasty to hire Solon warriors as mercenaries to help conquer the North American jungle. The Cossacks can help Tsarist Russia conquer the vast Siberia. Marin believes that the Solon warriors, who are as powerful as the Cossacks and are more adept at jungle warfare, can also help him conquer the vast North American jungle. Moreover, Marin does not need them to conquer the entire North America. As long as they conquer the eastern part of North America and reach the Mississippi River basin, it will be almost enough. As for the west of the Mississippi River, it can be left to future generations to open up. But Baijeri was worried that he might be harassed when passing through the Jurchen territory. After all, the Jurchens were not easy to deal with. It was indeed difficult to go north from Liaodong and pass through the Jurchen territory in the later Jilin area. But who was Malin? He was once the little prince of geography. How could such a thing stump him? Baijeri, this is not a problem. As you know, Nurgan City is at the mouth of the Heilongjiang River. I plan to build a castle near the abandoned Yongning Temple in Nurgan City as a stronghold. Then, send people up the Heilongjiang River to reach the territory of the Solon people. In this way, we can avoid the territory of the Jurchens. After saying this, Marin also drew a map of the future based on his memory. This is the Greater Xing'an Range, the area where you Solon people live. After looking at the map, Baijeri and the other 5 people had hopeful lights in their eyes. Khan, if your fleet can really cross the Serenya Ula, Heijiang, the name of the Heilongjiang River in the Ming dynasty, you will definitely be able to find our 5 tribes. I ask you, Khan, to send someone to tell my mother that Baijeri is not dead yet. After saying this, Baijeri, who was in his 30s, actually cried. That's no problem. When the time comes, I can send someone to pick up your family and reunite with you. What about us? The 4 Soha brothers were also full of hope. Take them all, as long as you can help me recruit Sauron warriors. No problem, leave it to us. The 5 people were excited. Since becoming slaves, they had long lost hope for the future and had never thought about reuniting with their families. Now, Marin agreed to send people to their hometown to recruit Sauron mercenaries and was willing to bring their families over, which made them overjoyed and they all expressed their willingness to die for Marin. Marin was very happy. With these Sauron mercenaries who were good at jungle warfare helping him sweep across the North American jungle, his plan to develop North America would greatly speed up the process. Chapter 1919, The Profitable Mink for Trade. After repeatedly thinking about the pros and cons, Marin was surprised to find that using Solon mercenaries to help him conquer the North American jungle was much better than using Cossacks. Cossacks are the kings of the grasslands, and their combat effectiveness in the jungle is actually average. The reason why the Cossacks in later generations were able to defeat the Solons in Siberia was because of the sharpness of the muskets and the intimidation of firearms. Although the Solons were brave, most of them had never seen the market. The Solons in Heilongjiang were okay. They had fought many battles with the Qin dynasty and were knowledgeable. The Solons in Siberia and the wild people in Shanbei had no knowledge at all. Even the barbaric Jurchens called them savages, which showed how barbaric and ignorant they were. The barbaric and ignorant people are not afraid of your fierceness because they are more fierce than you. However, the muskets that they had never seen before and that could make a loud noise stunned them. Therefore, a few hundred Cossacks could conquer a large area of territory in Siberia, but when they arrived in the territory of the Qing dynasty, the Cossacks of Tsarist Russia were repelled in Yakutsk. Many times, the Cossacks of the Tsarist Russia actually hid in strong fortresses such as Yakutsk, using muskets and artillery to fight back against the counterattacks of the Baishan savages, rather than defeating the locals head-on in the jungle. However, if the Solons serve themselves, they must be the party with firearms, and they can completely defeat those Indian natives. In addition, they can ride the horses of the Solons, can quickly shuttle through the forest, and can also speed up the process of conquering the North American jungle. It is said that there are also hundreds of thousands of Solons at present. If the Baishan savages further north of Solon and the savage Jurchens in the east are counted, there are hundreds of thousands. Moreover, in addition to the Solons, Marin can also hire the savage Jurchens near the sea in the east. If Marin does not hire these people, they will be captured by Nurachi as cannon fodder and die in a few decades. It is better to hire them to help him clean up the North American jungle. Marin plans to introduce horses adapted to the jungle when hiring those Solons, so that it is convenient for the Solons to conquer the North American jungle. Don't want more. As long as you can hire a few thousand Sauron jungle cavalry from the Sauron tribe, and with the help of Haedonking, it will be too easy to abuse hundreds of thousands of Indian natives in the North American jungle. As for whether the Sauron people will get out of control, Marin is not worried. As long as the Sauron people don't change their habit of drinking strong liquor, they can't do without themselves. After all, the North Sea Kingdom has a lot of Urgotu, which is very attractive to the Sauron people. Marin believes that the Qing dynasty can control the Sauron people for 300 years without any problems, and he will not have any problems. In addition to recruiting Sauron mercenaries, Marin also plans to take the opportunity to set up a castle at the site of Yongning Temple as an important trading base. What does Marin want to trade in such a bitter and cold place? Of course, it's the famous mink. Of course, wild ginseng is also a trading target. How precious is mink? In places like Daming where prices are very low, mink can be sold for more than 10 or even dozens of taels of silver. In Europe, mink is even more expensive. In Europe, a good ordinary mink skin can be sold for 100 shillings, which is about 20 gold coins. And at the current gold-silver exchange rate in Europe, 20 gold coins are about 22.9 taels of silver, almost 23 taels of silver, which is more expensive than the price in the Ming dynasty. However, it is not much more expensive. Because since the Ming dynasty lost its actual control over the Nurgendusi, the price of mink skin has risen rapidly. Because of the difficulty in communication with the northeast, the price of mink skin has risen very high. However, according to Baijeri and others, mink skin is very common in the Solon area. A small tribe of 200 or 300 households can hunt more than 1,000 mink skins a year. The entire Solon area produces an estimated tens of thousands of mink skins a year. However, because there is no way to sell these mink skins to the Ming dynasty, most of them can only be idle. Or, sell them to Mongolian nobles or the nearby Haishi Jurchens at a low price in exchange for horses, bows and arrows and other supplies. As for the relationship between the Jurchens and the Solons, it was so complicated. The Jurchens actually relied on hunting sable fur to trade with the Ming dynasty in Liaodong, and the main source of sable fur in the Ming dynasty was the supply of Jurchens in the Liaodong horse market. However, the Liaodong horse market mainly collected horses as national strategic materials. At this time, the Liaodong horse market was still under the official control of the Ming court and had not yet become a place for free trade among the people during the Wanli period. Therefore, the official horse market, because of its rigid mechanism, only collected horses, and often restricted the purchase of products such as sable fur and ginseng, which could only be used as a supplement. After all, because of the hostile relationship with Mongolia, the Ming dynasty relied heavily on war horses in Liaodong, which was also a basic national policy. As for the trade of sable fur and ginseng, it was secondary. Only a small number of wealthy merchants with background connections could purchase sable fur and ginseng here. There were also fearless merchants who secretly crossed the border and sneaked into the jungles of the northeast to exchange sable fur and ginseng with the Jurchens for huge profits. Because of their contact with the Ming dynasty, the Jurchens began hunting sables to obtain sable fur very early. But in the long run, the number of minks in Jilin and northeastern Liaodong, where the Jurchens were entrenched, was greatly reduced. Then, the mink fur trade began to move to the more northern Heilongjiang region, and even to the more northern outer northeast region. After all, there was no opportunity to trade with the Ming dynasty, and the demand for mink fur was not great. Moreover, even if the local Solon people got mink fur, they had no way to sell it. Because there was no way, the mink fur that the Solon people got could only be sold to the Mongolian Korchin tribe in the west, or the Ula tribe of the Haishi Jurchens in the south. These two tribes were also relatively wealthy and powerful because they controlled the mink fur trade in the Solon area. After Nurhasai rebelled against the Ming dynasty, he also conquered and controlled the Ula tribe early in order to control the purchase of mink fur by the Solon tribe north of the Ula tribe. Because the mink fur trade was very profitable at that time. As long as you have mink fur in your hand, it is equivalent to having a mine at home, and you don't have to worry about the smugglers from the Ming dynasty coming to trade. In the Ming dynasty, being able to wear a mink coat was definitely a symbol of being awesome. Many people like to show off their wealth with mink coats, and wear them even on hot days. The strange book Jin Pingmei, written during the reign of Emperor Longwan, also recorded a certain competition of wealth. It said that Li Pinger had a mink coat worth 60 taels of silver, which made Pan Jinlian jealous. When leaving Shiman's house, Pan Jinlian specially stole the mink coat. At that time, it only cost 4 or 5 taels of silver to buy a maid. A mink coat could buy more than a dozen maids, and if it was sable fur, the value would be even more immeasurable. In addition, the reason why Tsarist Russia sent Cossacks to Siberia was not for land at all, but to collect mink fur and sell it to Western European countries. According to historical records, during the Tsarist Russia period, before the 19th century, 1/3 of its fiscal revenue relied on reselling mink fur from the Siberian region. Because Tsarist Russia was located in a bitter and cold place, there was nothing that Western European countries valued. Only mink fur from Siberia was favored by Western European countries. Therefore, Tsarist Russia sent Cossacks to the east, not for land, but for mink fur trade. After all, people at that time did not have the concept of territory, and Siberia could not farm, so sable fur became the most important pursuit of the Tsarist Russian authorities. Even the Battle of Yaksa was not caused by land, but for the competition for sable fur production areas. Because, east of Lake Baikal, the areas of the Greater Shingan Range and the Greater Shingan Range were important sable fur production areas at that time. The Tsarist Russia relied on the resale trade of sable fur, and the Qing dynasty also attached great importance to the supply of sable fur. Therefore, the two sides had a fight in Yaksa. At that time, neither side thought that the permafrost there had any value, but only valued the sable fur there. The final result of this battle was that the Qing dynasty retained the sable fur production areas south of the Greater Shingan Range. The Tsarist Russia controlled the Baishan wild people activity area north of the Greater Shingan Range, as well as the sable fur production areas such as the Nerchinsk area. After that, the Qing dynasty and Tsarist Russia each made their own mink fur. In fact, because the Qing dynasty had too much demand for mink fur, it even imported mink fur from Tsarist Russia. Tsarist Russia also needed tea from the Qing dynasty and was willing to exchange some mink fur. At that time, an important trading port was called Kayakta. Marin planned to control the Yongning Temple area, where he planned to purchase mink fur along the Heilongjiang River. Then, he would sell it to the Ming dynasty or Europe. He was worried that he didn't have any goods that the Ming dynasty people would like, so setting up a trading point for purchasing mink fur at Yongning Temple in Temple Street by sea was also a good choice. Marin also had plans to trade goods with the local Solon people, the wild Jurchens, and even the Baishan wild people, woolen cloth and sweaters made of European coarse wool as the main products. Marin had already planned to carry out the Industrial Revolution and was ready to intervene in the wool textile industry. However, he didn't have much fine wool, so he could only temporarily purchase cheap coarse wool. Although the woolen cloth and sweaters made of coarse wool are of average quality, they are durable and warm, which is definitely what the Solon people, Jurchen people and Baishan savages who live in the bitter cold land need. In addition, ironware, iron pots, swords, bows and arrows are also important exchange materials. As long as you have these things, you don't have to worry about not being able to exchange enough mink fur from the Solon people, Jurchen people and Baishan savages. After exchanging the mink fur, whether it is shipped there to sell to the Ming people, or shipped back to Europe to sell at a high price, it is a good choice. According to Bai Jerry and others, the entire area where the Solon headquarters is located can produce a total of tens of thousands of mink furs every year, and there are thousands of precious sable furs alone. But because there is no way, they have to sell it to the Mongolian Korchin tribe on the southern foot of the Greater Shingan Mountains and the Haishi Jurchen Ula tribe east of Korchin. After the rise of the later Jin dynasty, it took action against the Ula tribe very early in order to seize the mink fur resources. At the same time, during the reign of Huang Taiji, the Korchin tribe was conquered and the monopoly of mink fur resources was completed. In addition, the five people also told Marin that if a purchasing point was set up in Yongning Temple in Nurgan City, not only could the mink skins of the Solon people be purchased, but also the mink skins of the Baishan wild people north of the Greater Shingan Range. As long as you are willing to send a ship to the coastal areas north of the mountain in the summer, you can at least harvest thousands of mink skins. Marin's saliva was almost flowing down. You know, mink skins are at least a dozen taels of silver in Daming. However, when exchanging with the locals, you can exchange them for ironware and cotton robes worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. Moreover, those who sell mink skins are grateful. Because mink skins have no market in their hands. In this way, if you can monopolize the mink skin trade in outer northeast, you can harvest at least tens of thousands of mink skins a year. What's the concept of 10,000 mink skins? If you transport them to Daming, you can sell at least hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. This is still ordinary, not counting the price of those sable skins. If those high-value sable skins are counted, the total value should exceed 200,000 taels of silver. The materials needed to exchange these sable furs would be no more than 10,000 or 20,000 taels. This deal is worth it, let's do it. Marin wiped the saliva that was about to flow from the corner of his mouth and made up his mind. Chapter 1920 Supporting a Sauron Khan. However, when talking about the sable fur trade, the eldest of the four brothers, Suha, hesitated and said, Great Khan, it is true that the sable fur trade is very profitable, but if you try to steal the business, you will definitely offend the Korchan tribe and the Ula tribe of the Haishi Jurchens. The Korchan tribe is far south and west of the Greater Shingan Range, and it may be a bit difficult to cross the Greater Shingan Range to the east coast for revenge. However, the Ula tribe of the Haishi Jurchens is located in the upper reaches of the Songhua River, a tributary of the Heilongjiang River. If they learn that the sable fur trade has been robbed, they will definitely take a birch bark boat down the river to take revenge. The Jurchens are different from the Mongols. The Mongols are a nation on horseback, and they are useless on the water. They are no match for the Solons and the Jurchens in the jungle. But the Ula tribe of the Haishi Jurchens are also Jurchens. They are also good at walking in the jungle and fishing with birch bark boats. Therefore, they can take a birch bark boat to the Nurgan city at the mouth of the Heilongjiang River to take revenge. Marin had already thought about this and had a mature countermeasure. You mean, the Ula tribe might send troops to row birch bark boats down the river to Nurgan city for revenge, instead of riding horses through the jungle? Suha nodded. Of course, if you go by land, the mountains are high and the forests are dense, and there are many tigers, bears, and wolves in the mountains. It is very dangerous to spend the night. In addition, there is the risk of being attacked by tribes along the way. It is safer to go down the river in a birch bark boat. As long as you are not attacked by tribes along the coast by boat, there will be basically no danger. Marin clapped his hands and said, That's it. When it comes to naval battles, the North Sea Kingdom is the king. Moreover, we don't need to fight a naval battle with them. We just need to build a solid castle in Nurgan city to ensure that the Jurchens of the Ula tribe cannot beat it down. Moreover, if we use all muskets to defend the city, we will definitely be able to severely damage the Ula tribe. Then, Marin asked again, How strong is the Ula tribe? How many troops do they have? Suha thought for a while and said, The Ula tribe is the most powerful of the four tribes of Haishi Jurchens. It has several thousand households and can mobilize nearly 10,000 warriors in wartime. Ma Lin nodded. This was also within his expectations. When Nurhasai and the Ula tribe fought in 1607, Nurhasai had only 3,000 soldiers and horses, while the Ula tribe dispatched tens of thousands of troops. However, the weapons and equipment of both sides were different. The later Jin attached great importance to weapons and armor, and the main forces of the Eight Banners basically wore cotton armor. The Ula tribe still had relatively primitive equipment and a loose organizational structure. As a result, tens of thousands of Ula tribesmen were defeated by Nurhasai's 3,000 Eight Banners soldiers. After that, the later Jin, which had the sable fur resources of the Ula tribe, became much stronger. It not only controlled the huge profits of the sable fur trade, but also had tens of thousands of men and horses of the Ula tribe. Before the Qing dynasty entered the pass, there were only more than 60,000 real Jurchen men. Among them, the Ula tribe will contribute tens of thousands. It can be said that the Ula tribe is the money-giving boy who gives Nurhasai equipment to upgrade and fight monsters. Marin thought for a while and said, If we only send a few hundred soldiers, it will be difficult to stop the counterattack of tens of thousands of Ula tribe. But what if we use a few thousand soldiers to resist? Thousands of soldiers? Is the Khan going to send thousands of elite soldiers from the North Sea to Nurgan city? Marin shook his head. No, I plan to recruit local soldiers while purchasing sable fur in Nurgan city. Moreover, I am not in a hurry to let them go to North America, but I plan to defeat the Ula tribe first. Defeat the Ula tribe? Suha took a breath and continued, Khan, to defeat the tens of thousands of Ula tribe, I am afraid it will take at least several thousand people. Even if they are all Sauron warriors, it will take 5,000 people. Moreover, even if we win the battle, there will be great losses. What if we use muskets to defend the city? Suha thought for a while and said, That's possible, but aren't you worried that the Ula tribe will besiege Nurgan city for a long time and cut off the food supply in the city? Marin shook his head and said, Don't worry, the Ula tribe can't do it by themselves if they want to besiege Nurgan city for a long time. You are a Solon, and you should know the bitter cold climate in Nurgandusi. As long as they hold on until it snows, the Ula tribe will not be able to bear it and will retreat. After all, it is very difficult to supply in the ice and snow. Moreover, it is about 2,000 miles from the upper reaches of the Songhua River to Nurgan city. Do you think the Ula tribe has the ability to transport food over such a long distance? Moreover, that is the food needed by tens of thousands of people, and the Ula tribe can't afford it. Therefore, the Ula tribe can still dispatch tens of thousands of troops to fight near the headquarters. If the distance is far, they can't dispatch a large army, and can only dispatch part of the troops. Moreover, they can only fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, the consumption of food alone can drag them to death. Soha nodded repeatedly after listening. The Khan is indeed worthy of being the European god of war, and he is indeed very proficient in war. But Malinhua turned his head and said, however, even if the Ula tribe cannot conquer the Nurgan city, it is not a big deal to be remembered by a powerful force. Let's put it this way, Soha, I support you to be the leader of the Sauron people, which is what you call Harada in your Sauron language. Harada is the title of the leader of the basic small tribe of the Sauron people, and above Harada is the Khan. Generally, multiple small tribes form a large tribal alliance. The leader of the small tribe is called Harada, and the leader of the tribal alliance is called Khan. Me? Harada? Soha was a little surprised, and his 3 younger brothers and Baijeri were also a little surprised. You know, they are all young people and have been slaves of the Haishi Jurchens for several years. Suddenly, they have to become a leader. Soha himself doesn't think he has it. So, Soha shook his head and said, Khan, I don't have that ability. Marin asked, let me ask you, what is the main responsibility of a Harada of the Sauron people? Soha thought for a while and said, to lead the tribe to survive. At this time, one of the basic goals of every tribe living in the bitter and cold land. Marin laughed, to stay alive, it's nothing more than having enough food and clothes, and guaranteed safety. You said, I will build a Nurgan city for you, provide enough food, and give you guns to defend the city. Do you think this meets the requirements of Harada? Soha was stunned and thought to himself that it really is. With the solid Nurgan city, plus Marin providing enough food and daily necessities, as well as firearms to repel powerful enemies. Thinking about it this way, it seems that any pig can be competent for the duties of Harada. But soon, he said with a bitter face, but, I don't know how to manage a city. I don't know how to train soldiers. Marin waved his hand, that's no problem, I will send you civil servants and provide you with military generals. The reason why I chose you to be the leader is because you are a local and they obey you. With enough food and supplies provided by me, you can use these foods and the supplies that the people in the forest urgently need to attract those small tribes to join you. When there are enough people, maybe you can become the Khan of the Sauron people. The Khan of the Sauron people. Not only Soha, but also Baijeri and Soha's 3 younger brothers were stunned. Damn. What a bold idea. However, Marin really has the strength to do so. As long as there are sufficient supplies and a group of capable Sauron warriors are recruited, it is not a big deal to be a small Khan in the bitter cold land of Nurgandusi. You know, isn't the Khan the big leader who can lead everyone to survive? With Marin's material support, it will only take a few minutes for the locals to live a good life. Moreover, mercenaries can be sent to the North Sea Kingdom. In this way, Soha was hastily appointed by Marin as the Sauron Harada of Nurgan City. His task is to return to the northeast and become a Sauron leader in Nurgan City. First recruit Sauron warriors and nearby wild Jurchens to expand their strength. After having the strength to protect themselves, they will begin to send Sauron mercenaries to the North Sea Kingdom to help Marin conquer the North American jungle. Chapter 1921, Northeast China is short of salt. In fact, Soha is the most honest and simple-minded of the 4 brothers, and also the least talented one. However, this man is loyal and reliable, obedient and willing to endure hardships. He is the most honest and reliable among the 5 falcon trainers, a bit like Guo Jing in the legend of the Condor heroes. The reason why Malin chose him to be the leader of the Solon was not because he was so powerful, but precisely because he was not powerful. Moreover, he is honest and easy to control. In addition, the 4 of them have a higher status among the Solon people. Their father is a small leader under the Harada in the tribe, and he still has a say in the tribe. If he returns to his hometown to recruit people, there should be people who respond. Baijeri is different from them. Baigeri's father is just a Solon person at the bottom, and he has died long ago. In his hometown tribe, he only has a widowed mother and a married sister. If he goes back to recruit people, he will not have enough say, and it is estimated that there will be few responses. Moreover, the strength of the tribes where Baijeri and Soha are located is also different. The tribe where Baijeri is located is just a small tribe of 120 households with average strength. The tribe of the 4 Soha brothers was a large tribe with 300 households. Yes, a large tribe with 300 households. On the grassland, those tribes often had thousands of tents. 1 tent represents 1 household, but in the bitter and cold Greater Shingon Range, the Solon tribe with more than 200 households could be considered a large tribe. The Solon people in the entire Greater Shingon Range only had a few thousand households and more than 20,000 people. In addition, there were many Solon tribes scattered in the mountains and grasslands to the west of the Ergun River to the north and west of the Greater Shingon Range. These areas included the area of Nerchinsk that the Qing dynasty ceded to Tsarist Russia, which was later the Transbaikal territory of Russia. The reason why the Solon people lived on the grasslands west of the Greater Shingon Range was not only because the hunting grounds in the Greater Shingon Range were crowded, but also because there were some salt lakes on the grasslands that produced some inferior bitter salt. According to the five people, it was difficult for the Solon people to get salt, so they could only live on the bitter salt produced on the grasslands west of the greater Xing'an range. The reason why the Korchin tribe was able to become one of the two major tribes that dominated the sable fur trade was that they could get salt from the grasslands and then exchange it with the Solon people for sable fur. Frankly speaking, the lake salt that the Korchin tribe got from the salt lakes of the Mongolian tribes in the west was of better quality than the lake salt that the Solon people got in the northwest of the Xing'an mountains. Otherwise, they would not have become one of the two major tribes that monopolized sable fur. Because there are many salt lakes on the grasslands, but not every salt lake produces edible salt. Some salt lakes produce sodium carbonate, which is sodium carbonate. And some salt lakes produce sodium sulfate, and even nitrate, sodium nitrate or potassium nitrate, which are not edible. These salt lakes rich in various salts are good chemical raw material resources in later generations. However, in this era, they are all useless. At most, the locals will pick up some frozen sodium carbonate in winter and sell it to the Ming dynasty, but the price is also very low. Moreover, most of the salt lakes on the grassland contain various salts, which contain inedible salt components. Only a small number of salt lakes can cook salt that is edible. Moreover, these salts are often bitter, that is, they are mixed with impurities such as magnesium salts and calcium salts. Only a very small number of salt lakes can cook non-bitter or slightly bitter salt. But this kind of salt lake will definitely be favored by the big tribes on the grassland and occupied by force, becoming a strategic resource. Obviously, the Korchin tribe, as a powerful Mongolian tribe, also possessed this kind of salt lake. However, the salt they boiled was also slightly bitter. Because the grassland people of this era did not know how to wash off the bitter brine, they only knew to put the salt lake water in the pot and boil it until it was dry, naturally leaving some bitter salt components, causing the boiled lake salt to be slightly bitter. However, this slightly bitter salt is already a treasure in the grassland and the greater Xing'an range and other bitter and cold places. The Korchin tribe relied on the slightly bitter lake salt and the materials that hunters urgently needed, such as horses, bows, and arrows, to exchange sable fur from the Solon people, and the price was very black. The Solon people had no choice, because the salt produced by the salt lake occupied by the Solon people in the Nerchinsk area northwest of the greater Xing'an range was not slightly bitter, but rather bitter. Even so, it was an important salt resource for the Solon people. In trade, a small bag of bitter salt could often be exchanged for a piece of fine mink fur. After introducing this, Marin stood up. Wait, do you mean that the Solon people need salt? How about our Beihai country's salt? Baijeri and the others were stunned for a moment, and then said, the salt of Beihai country is the best refined salt I have ever eaten. This kind of salt, if taken to the Solon tribe, I am afraid that only those Harada can afford it. Moreover, even the Mongols lack this kind of good salt. Marin slapped his thigh excitedly and said, that's right, we will use salt to exchange for mink fur, and let the Solon people eat salt until they choke to death. Eat salt until they choke to death. Baijeri and the other five showed a yearning expression. What a happy way to die. Of course, that was their idea of retaining their previous thinking habits. In fact, they served the Beihai kingdom and were paid better than ordinary soldiers, so eating salt was a very common thing. However, for their tribesmen far away in the greater Xing'an range, eating salt was probably a luxury. Many poor Solon people could only eat salt once in a long time. Not to mention the Solon people, even the Jurchens thought eating salt was a luxury, and they often ate meat without salt. After the establishment of the Qin dynasty, unsalted sacrificial meat was often distributed to favored ministers and guards, allowing them to taste the unsalted sacrificial meat. The unsalted sacrificial meat was very unpalatable. In Yuma's Story of Yanxi Palace, in later generations, Qianlong explained that when their ancestors made their fortunes in the Baishan Black Waters, it was difficult to start a business and live a hard life, and salt was a luxury. Qianlong often took ministers and guards to eat sacrificial meat, just to taste the hardships of their ancestors, and then think about the hard-won wealth. You know, Jianzhou Jurchen is a relatively wealthy force in the northeast. They can't afford salt, let alone the weak Solon tribe. Of course, this is also related to the geographical environment. Because Jianzhou Jurchen is located in Jilin, not by the sea, separated from the Liaodong of the Ming dynasty to the south and the Donghai Jurchen to the east. Therefore, their source of salt is very difficult. The Mongolian tribes are much better, because there are salt lakes on the grassland. Even if it is bitter salt, it is still salt, right? The Jurchen tribes and Solon tribes in the inland areas of the northeast are miserable. Salt is a luxury for them. Even those small tribal chiefs can hardly eat it. In order to obtain salt, they can only exchange it with mink fur. Exchanging grassland lake salt with the Korchin tribe is one way, and exchanging salt with the Haishi Jurchen is another way. The Haishi Jurchens do not produce salt, but the Haishi Jurchens are close to Liaodong, so they can exchange salt with Ming dynasty merchants. The salt they exchanged for was of higher quality and less bitter, and was considered top-grade salt. Only the big guys among the Solon people could eat this kind of salt. Moreover, it was rare to eat it. What the hell? What the hell? Marin walked around happily. Then, he ordered, send a message to Kong Tai, and ask him to use the coal found on Dongfan Island. Kong Tai's people have already explored the Keelung coal mine, to build a salt boiling base in Keelung. I want to use the white salt to exchange for mink fur in the northeast. Well, there are also tiger skins, tiger bones and so on. These days, tiger skins are definitely a weapon for showing off. Tiger bone wine, well, is very popular in the Ming dynasty. These two things are definitely worth money when sent to the Ming dynasty. As for animal protection, there are no muskets in the northeast these days, and the tigers are free. Even the brave Solon people dare not challenge the northeast tiger easily. Therefore, there are still a lot of tigers. Even the South China tiger became rare only after the people used modern rifles to search the mountains and hunt tigers after liberation. In addition, the Sika deer in Taiwan were quickly killed to a scarce species after hunters acquired modern hunting rifles in the 20th century. The same was true for the North American bison, which were almost extinct because the Americans sold modern hunting rifles to the Indians in the late 19th century. Without a sharp musket, it would be too dangerous to challenge the Siberian tiger with a bow and arrow. Khan, there are still Dongju. The Jurchens produce Dongju, and they are also short of salt. Murin, the youngest of the four brothers, reminded. Malin looked at Murin deeply, then affirmed, yes, there are also Dongju. Well, wild ginseng is also indispensable. Chapter 1922 Arrangement. Frankly speaking, among the four brothers Suha, Baru, Yadin and Murin, Marin is most optimistic about Murin. Because Murin is the smartest and loves to study the most. However, it is precisely because he is most optimistic about him that Marin is unwilling to let him go back to be the Khan of Solon. Murin, the child of the Solon savage, actually began to learn German cultural knowledge after coming to the North Sea Kingdom. Among the four brothers, only Murin knows German and can write German. The other three brothers, including Baijeri, can only speak some simple Chinese. These Chinese were learned from the court Dr. Bader. Morigen and Bader both know Chinese and are Mongolians. The Solon people have a lot of dealings with the Mongolian Korchan tribe, so they naturally know Mongolian and Jurchen. In addition, Bader is enthusiastic. When he sees his fellow Solon people who know Mongolian, he is also willing to communicate with them and teach them Chinese. As for Morigen, he doesn't bother to pay attention to these Solon barbarians. Because someone took the initiative to teach them, the 5 Solons have learned a lot of Chinese. However, Murin learned German by himself by demonstrating to others, asking others for advice, and often asking Bader for advice. Although he spoke haltingly, it was surprising that he could learn German by himself. Obviously, Murin's IQ is not low, or it is very high. But it is precisely because of his high IQ that Marin is reluctant to let him go back to be the Khan of Solon. Such a smart person will easily get out of control after returning. Even if he does not get out of control, he will continue to make small moves in private, which will reduce the control of the North Sea Kingdom over the Solon region. Suha is different. This honest boss is stupid, obedient, and hard-working. He is an excellent puppet Khan. Moreover, he is the eldest of the 4 and has the highest prestige. Murin has no intention of competing with him. After confirming Suha Solon's position as the future Khan, Marin began to make further arrangements on how to control the outer northeast region. Suha, look, this is the city of Nurgan. I plan to send 500 soldiers to escort you to occupy the city. Then, I will recruit 2,000 civilians from Taiwan Island, bringing cement and bamboo, to help you reinforce the city with bamboo-reinforced concrete, making the city easy to defend and difficult to attack. Khan, what is bamboo-reinforced concrete? Suha asked honestly. Marin waved his hands, this is difficult to explain to you clearly. You can see that the wall of Orihai is made of concrete. Oh, now I understand. It's almost the same as stone. But why use concrete? Can't we just mine stones to build the city? Suha asked puzzled. Marin rolled his eyes and said, it doesn't take time and labor to mine stones. It takes a lot of stonemasons to grind stones into blocks. How can I send so many stonemasons to you? You just need to know that cement can build a city very quickly. Marin plans to send Suha back in a few days, because it only takes 3 months to get to Taiwan from Panama, which is much faster. So, it will be there in a few months. Then, in April and May next year, after the outer northeast and the Tatar Strait thaw, let Conti send a fleet to escort Suha and 500 musketeers, as well as civilian workers and materials for pruning the city northward to the mouth of the Heilongjiang River to occupy and rebuild the city of Nurgan. Then, using the city of Nurgan as a trading base, start purchasing mink fur. Use wool fabrics, salt, ironware and other scarce materials to exchange mink fur with the locals. At present, the residents near the city of Nurgan are mainly Kalimi, which is what the Mauzi in later generations called the Nifk people. At present, they are still very strong and widely distributed in the lower reaches of the Heilongjiang River. But when the Mauzi came in later generations, they massacred them in various ways and deliberately spread diseases. In later times, there were only 4 or 5,000 Nefks left, much less than this era. It can be seen how miserable the locals were after the outer northeast was occupied by the Mauzi. However, the people under Kong Tai were all from the south, and it would be difficult for them to adapt to the cold climate in the far north. Therefore, they were stationed for a maximum of 1 year. After a year, Soha had better recruit a team of Solon people. Moreover, he could also recruit the nearby Chila Mimi and the wild Jurchens in the south. But at the beginning, in order to ensure Soha's safety, it would definitely be best to recruit Solon people from Soha's own tribe. Only when the Solons occupied a dominant position could Soha be a stable leader. Otherwise, it would be easy to be overthrown by Chila Mimi or Jurchen. However, it is more than 2,000 kilometers from Nurgan City along the Heilongjiang River to the Greater Xing'an Range. It is also a problem to recruit Solon warriors in the Greater Xing'an Range. Well, 2,000 or 3,000 miles. Marin thought for a long time and decided to send 5 paddle boats back for Soha to use. Of course, it was a paddle boat without a diesel engine installed. After all, diesel is scarce now, and it is difficult to use diesel engines to their full potential. Moreover, mechanics who know how to maintain diesel engines are the most valuable. Marin can't bear to let them accompany Soha to the bitter cold place of outer northeast. Moreover, paddle boats are also suitable for inland navigation on the Heilongjiang River. Marin plans to buy 5 paddle boats directly from Italy, and a group of Mauzi rowing slaves. Those Mauzi were slaves bought from the Crimean Khanate by Venetian merchants and Genoese merchants. Moreover, most of them have been castrated, very honest and obedient, and very strong. The most important thing is that they are very adaptable to the bitter cold climate of outer northeast. After all, Mauzi's hometown is also a bitter cold place. Then, on these 5 paddle boats, Marin will equip a musketeer and install a few small Franco cannons, which will be enough to walk sideways on the Heilongjiang River. The birch bark boats of the locals can overturn a large area of 100 or 200 tons of paddle boats just by impact, not to mention the muskets and Franco cannons equipped on the ship. Then, these 5 paddle boats will escort Soha to the Greater Xing'an Range to recruit Sauron warriors. According to what Marin knew, the average speed of ordinary paddle boats that were not converted into galleys was about 4.5 knots during long voyages, which is 8.33 kilometers per hour, equivalent to 16.66 miles. It is about 2,800 kilometers from Nurgan City to Mo, north of the Greater Xing'an Range. At the speed of the paddle boat, it would take about 336 hours, equivalent to 14 days. However, the paddle boat is powered by manpower after all, and the rowers rowing 10 hours a day is the limit. Therefore, it takes more than a month to go one way, and 2 or 3 months to go back and forth. Marin calculated that if the paddle boat could arrive in Keelung earlier, it would still be able to go north and go to the Greater Xing'an Range. However, the paddle boat had to bypass South America to go to the Far East. Therefore, it might not be able to arrive within the specified time that year. Therefore, in the first year, Marin's only choice was to buy several inland ships in Daming and escort Soha back to Daxing-Yanling to recruit warriors of the same ethnic group. Only when Soha has the protection of warriors of the same ethnic group can the subsequent actions be carried out one after another. Later, Marin will send him civil servants and officers to help him train the Solon warriors. As for the fierce Solon warriors, their physical fitness is strong enough. Moreover, they are also very savage and brave. Therefore, there is no need for further training in this regard. For the Solon warriors, what they need to train most is discipline and tactics. The already strong soldiers, with discipline and tactics, coupled with advanced weapons and equipment, their combat effectiveness will certainly increase exponentially. The reason why Nurhasai was able to defeat tens of thousands of Ula troops with 3,008 banners soldiers was not that Jianzhou Jurchen was more courageous than Haishi Jurchen, but that the 2 equally brave people had discipline and battle formations, and they were also equipped with a large number of cotton armor and Central Plains iron weapons purchased from Shaanxi merchants. Naturally, they were much more powerful than the Ula tribe of Haishi Jurchen. Marin sent officers to train the Sauron warriors, who were already braver than the Jurchens, with modern discipline and tactics, and then equipped them with cotton armor and steel weapons. Wouldn't their combat effectiveness be off the charts? Cotton armor is easy to get in the Ming dynasty. It is already the middle of the Ming dynasty. Except for the border troops, the guards in other places of the Ming dynasty have long been corrupt. As long as Kong Tai is willing to spend money, he can even sell the standard cotton armor of the Ming army. Or, he can buy a group of craftsmen and make cotton armor by himself. Marin thought about it and felt that the number needed was large, so he bought a group of military craftsmen from the Ming army to go to Taiwan to help make cotton armor. By then, the Solon soldiers under Soha will not only receive modern military training, but also wear cotton armor, holding steel knives and recurve bows made by the North Sea Kingdom. It would be strange if they didn't beat the other forces in the northeast region. As for Soha himself, Marin not only provided him with cotton armor, but also gave him an additional lightweight inner armor made of rhinoceros skin to enhance his self-protection ability. In the northeast, where there are no muskets and crossbows, wearing rhinoceros leather armor under cotton armor is basically invincible. Chapter 1923 Sakhalin Island. Soha actually felt that he was not talented enough, so he recommended to Marin, Khan, Soha's talent is average, I'm afraid he can't be qualified for the position of leader of the Sauron people. My 3 younger brothers are smarter than me. Especially Murin, he is the smartest, he even learned the language here, the 3 of us can't learn. Marin waved his hand and said, it is because Murin can speak German that I want to keep him, he has other uses. Here are other uses. Several people didn't speak Chinese very well, some didn't quite understand, Marin had to explain. Soha asked, what is the Khan's arrangement for Murin? The 4 brothers all looked at Marin with concern. Marin felt that there was nothing to hide, so he said, I plan to hire thousands of Sauron warriors in the future, and then organize them into an army, all commanded by Murin, to conquer the Indian savages in the American jungle. Moreover, I also plan to bring the families of those thousands of Sauron warriors over to form a new Sauron tribe in the American forest. Then, let Murin be the Sauron Khan. Hearing this, Soha nodded and was very satisfied with Murin's arrangement. Murin also showed surprise in his eyes. You know, that is the Khan of thousands of households. In the greater Shingan range, he has thousands of accounts under his command, which is definitely a boss at the overlord level. Moreover, the smart Murin has also been to North America and knows that the climate in North America is much better than that in the greater Shingan range. It's not too cool to be a Khan in such a place. It's more promising than being a Khan in his hometown. At this time, Soha asked again, what about Baru and Yadin? He was about to leave Europe and return to his hometown, and he was a little worried about his brothers. Marin thought for a while and said, Baru will go back with you and assist you in becoming the leader. As for Yadin, he will stay with me first and become the leader of the falconers together with Baijeri. In the future, I will definitely recruit many falconers. Baijeri and Yadin will be the chief and deputy chiefs of the falconer team, and they will be treated well. The 5 people bowed to Marin to thank him, and Marin accepted it calmly. Then, Marin instructed, the biggest problem when we return to the northeast is the problem of heating in winter. How do you spend the winter now? Soha introduced, the Solon people spend the winter in a koluozi wrapped in suede. As he said, Soha also gestured to let Marin understand that it was probably a conical tent. Then, light a fire in the hut and set up a stove to keep warm. There is a lot of wood in the forest, so it doesn't affect heating. At this time, Murin suddenly interrupted, the reason why the hut is made into a cone is to prevent the roof from being crushed by heavy snow. The northern part of the Great Wall is bitterly cold, and it is winter for half a year every year with heavy snow. If it is flat, it will be easily crushed by the snow. However, I went to the countryside of Beihai Kingdom and saw the adobe house with a Khan built by the Khan. It is very suitable for the bitter cold place like Daxing Anling. It should be pointed out that although they are also adobe houses, there are differences between the urban version of adobe houses in Beihai Kingdom and the rural version of adobe houses. It is difficult to obtain firewood in the city, so there are no earth stoves and kangs. Honeycomb coal stoves are promoted for cooking, and they are all burned in a shed at the door. The adobe houses in the countryside have kangs because of the abundant source of firewood. However, Beihai Kingdom is not too cold in winter because it is affected by the North Atlantic warm current. Ordinary people can use a straw curtain made of wheat straw as a quilt to keep warm. Of course, there are also people who bring honeycomb coal stoves into the room to boil a pot of water for heating in winter. But Marin made a mandatory rule that windows must be opened when burning honeycomb coal stoves indoors, which avoided the death of many ignorant people. After listening to Murin's words, Marin nodded and said, that's no problem. When Soha goes back, I will send someone to teach him the building method of this adobe house. By then, all the Solon people who follow Soha will live in adobe houses with kangs. Then, Marin continued to point to the map and instructed Soha, by the way, Soha, do you know this Sakhalin Island? Sakhalin Island? Are you talking about Key Island? Soha said carefully. Marin slapped his head, it seems that Sakhalin Island in the Ming dynasty was Jayakui Island, and the people on the island were also called Qi. Later, the Qing dynasty felt that it was indecent for the neighbors in their hometown to call it Qi, so they changed it to Sakhalin Island. After all, the Manchu Qing dynasty was very taboo about the word Qi. When the great chief Qianlong revised the 24 histories, he deleted a lot of words related to Yi. Well, I just want you to control Qi Island. After all, Qi Island is very close to the mouth of the Heilongjiang River, and there should be rich sable resources on the island. You can send people to Qi Island to build a city and purchase sables there. As for the location of the city, have you heard of Idu City? Idu is Alexandrovsk in later generations, a town on the west coast of the middle section of Sakhalin Island. During the Jin dynasty, Edo city was built there, but with the demise of the Jin dynasty, Edo was gradually abandoned. Just like the Nurgan city in the Ming dynasty, it was abandoned by the court. Suha looked confused, and the other four shook their heads and didn't know. Marin slapped his head and remembered that after the Jin dynasty, Edo was deserted and naturally no longer famous. Moreover, the five of them were Solon people, not Jurchens, so they naturally didn't know Edo. Marin also learned about some things on Sakhalin Island after reading the posts on Tianzia in later generations. In fact, Outer Northeast and Sakhalin Island have always been a thorn between China and Russia in later generations, and they can never be pulled out. But Marin thinks that the publicity of Outer Northeast and Sakhalin on Tianzia is not well-intentioned. Because Tianzia Forum is the earliest position of those public intellectuals. It was not until the emergence of Weibo that those stupid liberal arts public intellectuals who studied in Europe and the United States shifted their positions. Frankly speaking, the issues of Outer Northeast and Sakhalin are indeed the problem of the Russians. However, with the strong power of the old Americans, it is the best choice to deal with the issues of Outer Northeast in a cold way. After all, China also needs to keep warm with the Russians. At this time, the issue of Outer Northeast should not be over-publicized. Moreover, these guys jumped out to publicize this when China united with Russia to resist the United States, which clearly sowed discord. Although the Russians are not good things, in such an international environment, the old Americans are the #1 enemy. You are promoting the abomination of the Russians at this time, which is to let the old Americans take advantage of it. There is also a group of idiots who brag about how good it is to run a farm in a foreign country on Tianzia every day. Especially those who brag about opening a farm in Australia. Marin wants to laugh when he sees it. Why? Because if you go to Australia to open a farm, you can't afford to hire workers. Australia is certainly a good place, but the people there are problematic. Not to mention the two-faced and unethical things done by the descendants of those British prisoners in later generations. The labor costs there alone are not affordable for ordinary people. In Australia, a skilled cowboy earns at least 70,000 to 80,000 Australian dollars a year, which is 300,000 to 400,000 renminbi. What's the concept? In China, a top student with an annual salary of 100,000 can be hired. Even if the salaries in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou are high, an annual salary of 200,000 is enough to hire a top student. In Australia, an annual salary of 400,000 to 500,000 is just to hire a cattle herder. MMP, spending hundreds of thousands a year to hire a cattle herder, your brain must have been kicked by a donkey. So, the land in Australia is very good, but you can't afford to hire Australians. For a little work, you get a salary that even top students from prestigious universities can't get, but the agricultural products produced are worthless. So, only those who are sick go to Australia to open a farm. Unless it is a family farm that you cultivate yourself. If you hire people, well, all the money will be taken away by a few Australian cowherds, and you will make a fortune. Marin pulled his thoughts back and looked at the map again. He pointed to the map and said, Idue is probably in this area. You Solon people don't know, but the key people on the island must know. When the time comes, you will build a seaport city near the ruins of the old city and buy mink fur from the key people. In addition, there is a coal mine near Idue. I will send someone to find it. After finding it, you can dig coal as a fuel source for Nurgan city and Idue city. This is why Marin attaches importance to the small place of Alexandrovsk. In the article of the end of the world, Alexandrovsk is an important coal mining area and coal export port. Suha objected, Khan, although the northeast is a bitter and cold place, there are forests everywhere, and there is no shortage of firewood. Why do you need coal? Marin smiled and said, I know that the development of coal is to prepare for the future. In the future, Marin will definitely have steam-powered ships. By then, Idue will become a coal replenishment port for steamships in the outer northeast, which is very important for transportation. Therefore, the development of the coal mine in Alexandrovsk is actually preparing for the steam age. Taking advantage of this, Marin ordered again, send someone to the northernmost part of Kii Island to inquire about where there are signs of black oil exposed on the ground. Well, at that time, I will send someone to explore. You should build a good relationship with the locals first, so as not to attack the people I send. In fact, what Marin really values is not the coal mine in Alexandrovsk, which is just an auxiliary and transition. What he really cares about is the Oka oil field at the northernmost end of Sakhalin Island. The Oka oil field was discovered in the late 19th century. In those days, there was no scientific theory of looking for water in synclines and oil in anticlines. Therefore, the oil fields discovered in the 19th century were basically places where oil seeps were exposed on the ground. Including the Lucas well, the largest self-flowing well discovered in the early 20th century, it attracted attention because of the oil seeps exposed on the ground and the stench of sulfur. Marin had read in that article that it seemed that oil was found in Oka after drilling a few dozen meters deep. For Marin, who currently lacks deep well drilling technology, this kind of shallow oil well is the most needed, even if the output is not high. So, Marin decided to develop the oil fields on Sakhalin Island. Chapter 1924, The Jurchens invaded Japan. In fact, Nurgan city is closer to Oka. Because the exit of Heilongjiang River is right opposite the northwest corner of Sakhalin Island. Going a little further north and turning east, you will be facing the Schmidt Peninsula, the northernmost part of Sakhalin Island. And Oka is located on the south side of the Schmidt Peninsula, close to the eastern coast. According to the article above on Tianzia, the oil wells on the banks of the Netovo River in the Oka area produce 5 poods of oil per day when drilled to a depth of 20 meters, and as much as 50 poods of oil per day when drilled to a depth of 30 meters. What is the concept of 50 poods? In Russia, 1 pood is equal to 40 Russian pounds, which is equal to 16.38 kilograms, or 36.1 imperial pounds. 50 poods, that is, equal to 2,000 Russian pounds. Converted to the imperial system, there are also 1,805 pounds. 1,805 pounds a day, what is the concept? Even if the diesel output rate is 30%, there are 541.5 pounds. Several oil wells have been drilled in the Galicia River Valley, and the total daily output is only more than 100 pounds. The oil wells in the Chashunking on the island only have a daily output of 40 to 50 kilograms. Compared with the 30-meter oil well in Oka, it is really not worth mentioning. Moreover, that well is only 30 meters, and it can be easily dug out by hand. The only problem is probably the severe cold in Oka. There is frozen soil there, and the normal thawing period is only more than 5 months a year, and the rest is cold weather, which is not very suitable for production. Of course, that refers to the views of people when the Oka oil field was first developed in the 19th century. But in the 21st century, oil wells are running every day. The solution, of course, is heating. How to heat? Of course, use coal for heating, and then use pipelines for heating. Therefore, Marin first let the coal mine in Alexandrovsk be developed, which actually has a deep meaning, which is to lay the groundwork for heating the Oka oil field. Once the Oka oil field is discovered and mined, the coal from the Idue coal mine near the sea can be transported to the Oka oil field, where water vapor is burned to heat the oil wells in pipelines to ensure normal oil production in cold weather. 1,800 pounds are mined a day, which is more than 600,000 pounds a year. Diesel can also be refined to produce more than 100,000 pounds, which can be used for diesel engines. In addition, the refined gasoline can also be used to burn enemy cities. The kerosene extracted can also supply the needs of kerosene lamps in the North Sea country. Although the output of the Baku oil field in Persia is not lower than that of the Oka oil field, the problem is that it is the territory of the Persians after all. What if there is a conflict with the Persians one day and the Persians cut off the oil supply? Therefore, the development of the Oka oil field in Sakhalin Island is actually an insurance measure to avoid being controlled by others. As for how to develop the coal mines near Idue city, Marin initially wanted to recruit the local Kii people, which is what later generations called the Ainu people, to dig coal. However, it seems that they still have to collect the mink fur. Moreover, the local population is not right. For such a big island, there may be only a few thousand people. Even if they are all caught to mine, it is a drop in the bucket. Moreover, it will cut off the hunting of mink fur on the island. But this does not bother Marin. Why? Look at the map. Where is the south of Sakhalin Island? Hokkaido. Well, Hokkaido is also a wild land at this time, and it is still the territory of the Kii people. The Japanese are still making a village war and have no power to control it. And to the south of Hokkaido is Japan. There are 17 million people there. Even if they are very short, like elementary school students. But it doesn't matter, at most they will dig less. As long as they are willing to endure hardships and get more people, they can still make the coal mine in Alexandrovsk explode. By then, the Oka oil field will have enough coal for heating. Then, the North Sea country will have sufficient oil supply. After arranging these, Baijeri and Suha and the other 5 left to prepare. Suha and Baru left Beihai Kingdom and returned to the Far East, so they naturally had to prepare. Moreover, they also needed to say goodbye to their 2 younger brothers. On Marin's side, Ganfu Shuizi didn't know where he got the news from, but he took the initiative to find him and used various indescribable services to make Marin very addicted. After enjoying it, Ganfu Shuizi suddenly proposed can he share some Sauron warriors to help Nobunaga conquer the world. When Marin heard it, he was stunned. Use Sauron warriors to help Nobunaga conquer the world. After thinking about it, Marin was still very unhappy. Why? Because there are few Saurons. Sauron's headquarters has only tens of thousands of people, including other tribes such as Dor and Orokin. There are only about 100,000 people, and a total of only about 20,000 to 30,000 strong men. Marin can hire at most a few thousand people to North America. If Ganfu Nobunaga is given to conquer Japan, what about his plan to conquer the North American jungle? However, seeing Ganfu Shuizi's pitiful appearance, Marin couldn't bear to refuse. After all, a husband and wife for a day is 100 days of grace. Moreover, Ganfu Shuizi also gave birth to a son for himself, and was also seeking benefits for his son. After looking at the Northeast Asia map hanging on the wall recently, Marin suddenly had an idea. So he said to Ganfu Shuizi, "Shuizi, I have other arrangements for the Sauron warriors. However, I can give you a batch of Jurchen warriors." Jurchen warriors? Ganfu Shuizi blinked, thought about it, and suddenly said happily, "It's the Jurchen who defeated the Liao dynasty and established the Jin dynasty." Ganfu Shuizi, a well-read female noble, naturally knew about the ferocity of the Jurchens. Although the Jurchens have a negative image in Japanese history books, it does not prevent people from knowing the ferocity of the Jurchens. Therefore, if Marin can get the Jurchens to help Ganfu Nobunaga conquer the world, Ganfu Shuizi is also confident. After all, the Jurchens are notorious. Marin also learned from the 5 people of Baijeri that the Jurchens of this era, although not as brave as the Sauron people, are also very barbaric and brave. Because they eat meat all year round, although they lack salt, they are also more nutritious. Therefore, the height is at least 1.6 meters, and many are more than 1.7 meters, which is similar to the Sauron people. The Jurchens, who are more than 1.6 meters tall, went to Japan, where the average height is 1.45 meters to commit violence. It feels like a junior high school student bullying an elementary school student. Marin laughed when he thought about it. However, although the Japanese of this era are generally only 1.415 meters tall, the Japanese samurai are not easy to mess with. They are good at swordsmanship, and the samurai swords are also very sharp. Although the Jurchens are cruel, it is difficult for them to take advantage of the Japanese samurai with high martial arts skills. But as a fishing and hunting nation, the Jurchens are all good archers. Maybe those small Japanese samurai are fierce in close combat, but the Jurchens can completely shoot their opponents into hedgehogs from a distance. In addition, Marin can also let the strong black mercenaries stand in front with shields to resist those samurai, and the Jurchens can directly shoot cold arrows from behind. No matter how fierce your samurai is, you can't beat this kind of despicable tactics. What's more, if the Jurchens are equipped with chain mail specially designed to prevent knife cuts, and a layer of leather armor inside, those Japanese samurai who are good at chopping may not be able to beat the Jurchen samurai wearing sophisticated armor. Of course, the Jurchen samurai that Marin mentioned are not the Heishi Jurchens and Jianzhou Jurchens. After all, those 2 tribes are deep inland, and it is not convenient for Marin to recruit them. Therefore, he can recruit wild Jurchens to help Nobunaga bully those Japanese primary school students. As long as they are equipped with sophisticated weapons and put on sophisticated armor to protect against samurai swords, the barbaric and fierce Jurchens will definitely not be afraid of the Japanese samurai. You know, after Nurhaci established the later Jin dynasty, he also captured barbaric Jurchens everywhere to serve as death squads. These barbaric and fierce Jurchens, with sophisticated armor on the ship, are definitely the best choice to beat the Japanese samurai. Chapter 1925 Ezo Island. Although the Japanese samurai's personal combat effectiveness is very strong, that is because of the sharpness of the samurai sword. Moreover, when using the samurai sword, the Japanese samurai prefer to chop with both hands, mainly because of their short stature and insufficient arm length. They can only hold the sword with both hands, rather than stabbing. Therefore, the defense of the samurai sword is mainly to prevent slashing and cutting. If you can't resist the sharpness of the samurai sword, you will naturally be chopped to death and injured by the fierce Japanese samurai. However, once you can block the slashing of the samurai sword, the situation will be different immediately. When Qi Jiguang invented the Mandarin duck formation, he found that the rattan shield could withstand the slashing of the samurai sword. Therefore, in the Mandarin duck formation, the front row is the rattan shield hand holding the rattan shield, and the wolf whip hand and the spearmen are hiding behind, and they will come to the Japanese samurai and kill them. After this battle formation matured, the Qi family army was basically invincible against the Japanese pirates, and their own losses were very small. Therefore, Marin was very confident in dealing with those brutal Japanese samurai. For example, if the Jurchen warriors were equipped with shields and armor that could resist samurai swords, they would basically be fine. The Jurchens were fierce, and if the Japanese samurai swords were useless, they would definitely be beaten by the Jurchen warriors. What's more, the exquisite swordsmanship of the Japanese samurai was useless on the battlefield. Once the charge and fighting began, no matter how gorgeous the swordsmanship were, they were useless. The simple, direct and effective killing method was the most practical on the battlefield. The fighting on the battlefield often ended in a few moves, and it was impossible to fight for 300 rounds like in the story. Unless it was a battle in front of the battle. This is because there are not only you and your opponent on the battlefield, but also many friendly and enemy troops around you. Don't look at your good martial arts and kill the enemy in front of you step by step. But if you are not careful and are attacked by another enemy from behind, no matter how high your martial arts are, it will be difficult to resist. Therefore, on the battlefield, discipline is emphasized, and comrades are allowed to protect your back. An army that can do this will easily win. And those who can't do it, often masters will be beaten to death. Just like the design of the Sankai Formation in Qi Jiguang's Mandarin Duck Formation, 3 people hide behind the big rattan shield, the rattan shield blocks the Japanese pirates' samurai swords, and the wolf's whisk extends out to jam the enemy's samurai swords. Finally, the spear suddenly pierces out. This kind of fighting method, even if the samurai is highly skilled in martial arts, is very helpless. Because he is not facing one enemy, but 3, and 3 enemies with exquisite cooperation. In fact, Marin is now sending people to purchase wolf whisks made of bamboo from China. That thing is very wretched. After being treated with tongue oil and roasting, it is very tough and can jam the enemy's weapons. In other words, it can at least temporarily delay the enemy and affect the battle. At this time, the spearman on the other side of the rattan shield took advantage of the enemy's weapons and entangled them, and suddenly stabbed out a cold gun, which was indeed difficult to resist. Of course, the wolf's whisk is mainly effective against infantry, and the effect on cavalry is relatively poor, and it is also afraid of musketeers. However, Japan is mostly mountainous and there is no cavalry at all. Even if there are, they are elementary school cavalry riding very thin Japanese native horses, lacking impact. There are many mountains, so it is natural to use infantry as the main force, and the wolf spear is the nemesis of infantry. Especially in mountain warfare, it is very useful. Japan is mountainous, and most of the time soldiers can only walk to fight. In this way, the effect of the Mandarin Duck Formation is outstanding. But Ma Lin is too lazy to use the Mandarin Duck Formation, which is used by the Ming army. For the Jurchen barbarians, it is difficult for them to learn the Mandarin Duck Formation in a short time. Therefore, it is better to give them a steel knife and a rattan shield. With the rattan shield to resist the samurai sword, the steel knife held in their other hand can easily attack the enemy. Moreover, the Jurchens also have the tradition of using single swords. Give them a spear, they may not use it. In fact, if the Mongols go to Japan instead, it may not work because the Mongols are good at fighting on horseback, but Japan is mostly mountainous, and it is difficult for horses to display it. The Jurchens are different, especially the wild Jurchens, who mostly live in the Seacoast Mountains in the outer northeast, where the terrain is very similar to the mountainous terrain of Japan. Therefore, the Donghai Jurchens, also known as the wild Jurchens, are very adaptable to mountainous terrain. At most, the Japanese mountains are warmer because of the Japanese warm current. Therefore, using the wild Jurchens to fight the Japanese army is definitely a very good choice. As long as the core Japanese samurai can be defeated, the remaining foot soldiers, the lowest level of Japanese infantry, who use sharpened bamboo poles as weapons are not opponents of the Jurchen samurai at all. However, the biggest problem of the Donghai Jurchen tribe is not the problem of combat effectiveness, but the problem of population size. A few decades later, when Nurhaci unified the 3 major Jurchen tribes, Jianzhou tribe, Haishi tribe and Donghai wild Jurchen, there were only more than 60,000 able-bodied men in total. Even if the 3 major tribes are averaged, the Donghai wild Jurchens will only have more than 20,000 people. But Marin knew that the wild Jurchens could not occupy 1/3 of the 3 major parts of the Jurchens. Because the population of the wild Jurchens living in the Seacoast Mountains is definitely not as large as that of the Jianzhou Jurchens who have already started to engage in agriculture. Therefore, among the more than 60,000 8-banner soldiers, the Donghai Jurchens had at most more than 10,000 soldiers. Then, the Donghai Jurchens also had a population of tens of thousands at most. Now, it is only 1516, not to mention Nurhaci who was born in 1559, even Nurhaci's grandfather Juachang'an has not been born yet. Therefore, at this time, the number of wild Jurchens should be even smaller, and it is scary to be able to gather 10,000 strong men. However, Malin himself did not rely entirely on the wild Jurchens. If the wild Jurchens are not enough, you can still use the Chilia Mimi people. Before the Maozi massacre, the number of Chilia Mimi people living in the lower reaches of the Heilongjiang River was not less than that of the Donghai wild Jurchens. According to records from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, there were 2,250 households of the Fiaka tribe, called Chilia Mimi people in the Ming dynasty and Neeft people in later generations, living in the lower reaches of the Heilongjiang River, with a population of more than 10,000. And there are 148 households of Fiaka people living on Sakhalin Island. In this era, even if Chilia Mimi people are less than tens of thousands, there are still thousands, and it is possible to recruit a lot of people. They are actually similar to the wild Jurchens. They are all barbaric and brave fishing and hunting tribes with similar combat effectiveness. In addition to the Chila Mimi, there are also tribes such as the Zaib people in the northeast, which were later incorporated into the new Manchuria and stationed in the western border with the Sulin camp. At that time, after Nurhaci obtained the surrender of the Zaib people, he organized them into 65 nyolu. And 1 nyolu is equal to 300 soldiers. 65 nyolu is equivalent to 19,500 people, nearly 20,000 people. Of course, this was decades ago. The Zaide people did not have nearly 20,000 strong men, but there should still be tens of thousands of strong men. As long as they are given enough benefits, they can drink and eat meat every day, and there is no worry about recruiting enough mercenaries. In addition, in this era, there are not only key people on Sakhalin Island, but also many key people on the southern island of Hokkaido. Of course, Kii is the name used by the people of the Ming dynasty. In fact, the Kii people and the Ainu people in the southern part of Sakhalin Island and Hokkaido Island are completely two different tribes. However, the Ming dynasty officials did not understand and classified the Ainu people as Kii. In fact, the Kii were a branch of the wild Jurchens who migrated to Sakhalin from the outer northeast, and mainly lived in the northern and central parts of Sakhalin. The Ainu were an islander living in Hokkaido and Sakhalin. But the Ming dynasty did not know, and called Sakhalin Kii Island, while Hokkaido was called South Kii Island. As for the people on the island, except for the Chilia Mimi, they were all called Kii. But the truth is that after the Kii, who belonged to the wild Jurchens, landed on the island from the north, they were more fierce and drove the original Ainu to the southern end of Sakhalin. Of course, Hokkaido is still the base camp of the Ainu. Moreover, there are still some Ainu near Hokkaido at the northern end of Honshu Island, Japan. In fact, it was not until the Battle of Keshangmanii in 1457 that Japan defeated all the Ainu on Honshu Island and expelled the main body of the Ainu from Honshu Island. In other words, most of the Ainu at the northern end of Honshu Island were massacred, and the rest were enslaved. Strictly speaking, the history of Japan is the history of the Yamato people in the southeastern region fighting with the Ezo people for the northern half of Honshu Island. The origin of the title of the Japanese shogun also stems from the conquest war with the Ezo people in the north of Honshu Island. And in this era, Japan has not yet controlled Hokkaido. The earliest action to control Hokkaido was not until the end of the 16th century, when the Matsumi clan sent people to establish the trading point Hakodate at the southern end of Hokkaido, which is the later Hakodate. It is still the early 16th century, and it is still a long time before the Matsumi clan crossed the sea to establish Hakodate. Therefore, Hokkaido at this time is still the territory of the Ezo people. Marin didn't know that because the climate in Hokkaido is much warmer than that of Sakhalin Island, there are many Ezo people, estimated to be tens of thousands. You know, Hokkaido in later generations is the northern granary of Japan. Chapter 1926 Nobunaga's status. Marin was not clear about the current situation in Hokkaido, so he called Gonfu Mizuko and asked, "Mizuko, what is the current situation on Ezo Island?" Ezo Island? Gonfu Mizuko was stunned and said, "Ezo Island is now the territory of the Ezo people. Probably only a few small fiefs such as the Matsumi domain in the north will cross the river to trade with the Ezo people. How many Ezo people are there on the island?" Marin continued to ask. "This seems to be tens of thousands of people." Gonfu Mizuko was not very clear. Tens of thousands of people. So many. Marin was shocked, but soon relieved. Why? Because the conditions in Hokkaido are much better than those in Sakhalin. Although the two islands are close together, the climate is completely different. The temperature in Sakhalin can drop to dozens of degrees below zero in winter. In Hokkaido, the winter temperature is only about 10 degrees below zero, which is very different from Sakhalin. The main reason is that Hokkaido is greatly affected by the Japanese warm current. Sakhalin, on the other hand, is greatly affected by the cold current in the north. To the east of Hokkaido is the intersection of the Korean cold current and the Japan warm current, forming the Hokkaido fishing ground, one of the 4 major fishing grounds in the world. Unfortunately, Sakhalin Island is located in the area affected by the Korean cold current, and Hokkaido is located at the northernmost end of the Japan warm current. Therefore, although there is only a strait between them, the climate in Hokkaido is much warmer than that in Sakhalin Island. In the entire Sakhalin Island, probably only the southernmost area is suitable for agriculture because it has a little bit of the tail of the Japan warm current. As for the north, it is a bitter and cold land. The Ainu people just occupied the southern end of Sakhalin Island, which is suitable for agriculture, as well as the entire Hokkaido, which made Marin a little jealous. Or, let's send troops to occupy Ainu Island. Marin suddenly said. Gonfu Mizuko was shocked and said, "Husband, what's the point of occupying Ezo Island? There's nothing good there, and there are many Ezo barbarians." Marin chuckled and said, "You don't understand this. Although Nobunaga is your child, your father is just a small lord of Kushira Castle in Osumi province, and his status is very different from that of a Shugo daimyo. Even the Konfu clan has never had a Shugo, but they just overthrew their superiors and controlled the Osumi Peninsula. And if Nobunaga wants to become the shogun in the future, he still needs the title of a Shugo daimyo." After a pause, Marin said, "You should know that the title of the shogun is Seitai Shogun, and this E refers to Ezo. And defeating Ezo is considered a very impressive achievement in Japan. What do you think, if we send troops to take Ezo Island in the name of Nobunaga and then bribe the shogunate, will we be able to get the identity of a Shugo daimyo legitimately?" Gonfu Mizuko nodded repeatedly, Japan fought for thousands of years before it completely drove the Ezo people out of Honshu a few decades ago. Japan is currently unable to take Ezo Island. If it can take Ezo Island in the name of Nobunaga, and then present a petition to the emperor, plus bribe the shogunate, it can indeed legitimately obtain a position of guardian daimyo. Moreover, it has a high reputation among the people. However, what's the point of taking down Ezo Island, which is full of savages and relatively cold? Konfu Mizuko was similar to the average Japanese people of that era, and thought Hokkaido was a bitter and cold place. Marin shook his head and said, "You don't understand, Hokkaido. Oh no, Ezo Island is a big island, more than twice the size of Tobin Island. There are many plains on the island, and the arable land can be more than 10,000 square kilometers. In later generations, the total arable land area in Japan was only 49,000 square kilometers, accounting for less than 1/7 of the total 370,000 square kilometers. Hokkaido is only 83,000 square kilometers, but its cultivated land accounts for a quarter of Japan, that is, more than 12,000 square kilometers, equivalent to more than 18 million mu, which is more than half of the country with plains in Hokkaido. Of course, that is the data of later generations, which is the data of the era with a high degree of mechanization. In this era, due to the terrain and technology, many places are difficult to reclaim as farmland, especially those far away from water sources. Moreover, the labor force is far from enough. However, Marin did not plan to develop Hokkaido immediately. First send troops to land on the west coast of Hokkaido, and first control the Ishikari Plain where Sapporo, the largest city in Hokkaido in the future, is located. The Ishikari Plain is located on the edge of Ishikari Bay on the west side of Hokkaido. It is a coastal plain and the largest plain in Hokkaido. Its area is about 4,000 square kilometers, which is slightly smaller than the Tainan Plain in Taiwan Island, but in the future Japan, this is already the second largest plain besides the Kanto Plain. This is the northernmost metropolitan area in Japan in the future, with a population of more than 5 million, and it is also an important grain production area. In addition, to the east of the Ishikari Plain, where the eastern part of the plain where the later Yubari city is located borders the mountains, there is also the Ishikari coal mine, one of the largest coal mines in Japan in later generations. In short, it may be a bit difficult to control the entire Hokkaido at once, but it is not difficult to send troops to control the Ishikari Plain by the sea. Moreover, the Ainu people are not strong in combat, at least they cannot beat the wild Jurchens. Marin can completely hire some wild Jurchens, equip them with sophisticated weapons and armor, and attack them. It should not be difficult to take down the Ishikari Plain by the sea. Even if the wild Jurchen mercenaries are not enough, Marin can still hire the Ainu's old rivals, the Ki people, as well as the Chilia Mimi, and even the Kitayama wild people. In short, it should not be a problem for those fierce barbarians in outer northeast to defeat the Ainu. At that time, Nobunaga can ask the Japanese emperor for the status of guardian daimyo with the 4,000 square kilometers of Ishikari Plain he occupied. Of course, spending money on bribes is indispensable. But this is not a problem. What Nobunaga wants is a legal status. Once you have the legal title of guardian daimyo, you will be eligible to participate in the warring state's village chief hegemony. After all, hegemony is very important for a legitimate reason. It is cool to defeat the superior, but the identity is embarrassing and unrecognized. With the legal identity of guardian daimyo, participating in the hegemony is justified. Moreover, one day in the future, there will be confidence and reason to compete for the position of shogun. Isn't the shogun? I conquered Ezo and occupied Ezo Island, which is considered a success in conquering the barbarians. It is reasonable to be a shogun. In short, this is also a foreshadowing for Nobunaga to become the shogun in the future. Moreover, the development of the Ishikari Plain is also good for controlling the outer northeast. Marin plans to build a port in Ishikari Bay on the west coast of Hokkaido as a transit port to facilitate contact with Nurgan City. Moreover, the grain produced in the Ishikari Plain in the future can be imported into Nurgan City as a source of military rations for Suha's army. After all, it is not far from Nurgan City, and it is very suitable as a food supply base for Nurgan City. In addition, the 4,000 square kilometers of plains may not be fully utilized for farming. There is no other reason, the farmers may not have enough manpower. 4,000 square kilometers is 6 million mu. Even if a family grows 100 mu of land, 6 million mu will require 60,000 households, that is, 200,000 or 300,000 farmers. How could Malin get so many people there in the early stage? Therefore, it is better to divide a piece of land for horse breeding and provide Mongolian horse forest breeds for Suha's Solon soldiers. Moreover, it can also be used as a training ground for Jurchen mercenaries to train cavalry adapted to jungles and mountains. Then, it will be beneficial to conquer the whole of Japan in the future. You know, although the Solon horses, which originated from Mongolian horses, are not tall, they are taller than the ponies native to Japan and are more suitable for cavalry. Once the mountain jungle cavalry of the Jurchens are well trained, they will definitely become a nightmare for other daimyo who mainly use infantry. Chapter 1927, Ainu and Whaling. Marin remembered that in a certain history of traveling through the Song dynasty that he had seen in his previous life, it was mentioned that troops were sent to occupy Hokkaido and raise horses in Hokkaido. But he knew that although the plain area on Hokkaido was not small, most of it was covered by forests, not grasslands suitable for raising horses. However, this was not a problem. Because the Solon horse was a horse breed suitable for jungle activities and was familiar with the jungle. The Ishikari Plain, the Yongfu Plain and the Tokachi Plain on the island were good places to raise Solon horses. Moreover, the island can also be used as a training ground to train Solon mercenaries and wild Jurchen mercenaries in jungle warfare. After all, according to Shwezi, there were also tens of thousands of Ainu people on the island, which was just right for those Solon and wild Jurchen to practice. Ainu people were barbarians in the eyes of the Japanese, but they were not fierce enough. As barbarians, they were not as fierce as the fishing and hunting people in the northeast, and their combat effectiveness was very average. Therefore, they were often suppressed by the short Japanese. After fighting for thousands of years, they first lost the northern part of Honshu Island, and later even Hokkaido. Therefore, although they are called barbarians, the Ainu people are very embarrassed by the barbarians. After all, the barbarians should be a powerful group. As a result, the Ainu people have become leveling monsters that are as short as elementary school students. They are not as scary as the barbarians. You know, as barbarians, the Jurchens are much stronger than the Ainu people. The combat effectiveness of the northern border army of the Ming dynasty is not bad. At the beginning, they repelled the 200,000 Japanese troops that invaded Korea. However, in front of tens of thousands of Jurchen 8-banner soldiers, the Ming army could only defend the city and protect itself. According to the current population of tens of thousands of Ainu people, it should not be difficult to gather tens of thousands of warriors. However, they still can't beat the army of the Japanese daimyo, which shows how weak they are. What era is this? The Japanese village chief warring states period. The northern daimyo, because of poverty, every time they go to war, there are at most a few hundred small Japanese samurai in front, and a row of thousands of foot soldiers holding sharpened bamboo poles and wearing bamboo and wooden armor in the back. In this era, the Japanese army actually relied on samurai to decide the outcome, and the role of the foot soldiers was only icing on the cake. They couldn't even beat this kind of army, and they were defeated again and again, which shows how bad the fighting power of the Ainu people was. As for why this was the case, Marin thought about it and felt that it might have a lot to do with traditional habits. The Ainu people were good at making canoes for fishing, and relying on the Hokkaido fishing grounds. Strictly speaking, there were more fishing activities than hunting. The fishing and hunting people in the northeast region said that they made a living by fishing and hunting, but because the water surface was frozen half of the year, most of the time they were actually hunting. Hunting, of course, often uses bows and arrows to hunt animals. If you are unlucky, you will encounter Siberian tigers and blind bears. If you want to survive, you can only fight hard. Therefore, the fishing and hunting people in the northeast are naturally much more fierce and brave. After all, they are all forced out. Hokkaido, where the Ainu people are located, is close to the Hokkaido fishing grounds, and the fishery resources are extremely rich. There is no need to fight with tigers and bears in the deep mountains and forests, so naturally they have not trained strong fighting power. In addition, because of the proximity to Mongolia, the fishing and hunting peoples in the northeast are not only good at archery, but also can fight on horseback. As both sharpshooters and horseback warriors, the fishing and hunting peoples in the northeast are naturally much better than the Ainu people. However, Marin likes the Ainu people's good fishing skills. Because this can provide a lot of food. If the Ainu people's backward canoe fishing method is abandoned and replaced with the large fishing grounds and trawls of the North Sea Kingdom, the catch that can be provided will be greatly increased. Therefore, while letting the barbarian warriors in the outer northeast capture Ainu Island, Marin plans to capture thousands of Ainu fishermen and take them to Newfoundland Island, so that they can use large fishing boats in the Newfoundland fishing grounds to help them catch fish. In this way, thousands of fishermen can be saved, and then used for maritime transportation and naval warfare. The North Sea Kingdom is still short of human resources. For example, in the Newfoundland fishing grounds, Marin arranged thousands of English and Germans to act as fishermen to fish there and provide enough salted fish for the colonies and the mainland. If you can get a few thousand more Ainu fishermen to help use large fishing boats and trawls to fish together, you will definitely be able to greatly increase the catch and feed more people. Moreover, Marin is now ordering people to study the gunpowder-triggered whaling cannon, which is specially used for whaling. Once the whaling cannon is successfully developed and combined with large whaling ships, the North Sea Kingdom will not lack meat in the future. After all, as long as a whale is captured, the amount of meat obtained is very amazing. In addition, the whaling cannon can also be used to deal with whales that swim fast and cannot be dealt with by the traditional whaling industry. The original traditional whaling can only deal with a small number of species that swim slowly. In this way, the scope of whaling can also be expanded. After killing the whale with the whaling cannon, the large whaling ship can also cut and refine the whale oil on the spot. In addition, the whale meat can be divided and pickled and preserved on the spot. If it is traditional whaling, there is often not enough space to load the whale oil and whale meat obtained after whaling. Even the whale oil needs to be refined after docking. However, because whale oil is not refined in time, it often causes the whale oil fat to deteriorate and emit a foul smell. In addition, traditional whaling mostly uses small boats or even dinghies, and often does not take away too much after hunting whales. After hunting a whale, most of the things on the whale will be discarded, which is very wasteful. Therefore, Marin plans to promote modern whaling, using multiple large ships and whaling guns to carry out modern whaling. Because the ship is large and the whaling gun is powerful, it can quickly kill high-speed whales, so the benefits of whaling will also be great. Once a whale is hunted, the sailors on the large whaling ship can cut the fat in the whale's body on the spot and refine the whale oil. Then, cut the whale meat, use the salt carried on the ship, and pickle and store the whale meat on the spot. In this way, after the large whale is killed, most of it will not be wasted. And the residents on land can also taste a lot of whale meat and supplement enough nutrition. In fact, the Ainu people are a nation that is good at whaling. Marin had seen relevant reports in his previous life, saying that the Ainu people had learned to use poisonous plants to extract toxins very early, and then applied them to the whale harpoon to kill whales. It is said that the plant toxins extracted and produced by the Ainu people have a strong paralyzing effect on fish and can accelerate the process of whales losing their resistance. Moreover, the meat of whales knocked down by this plant toxin has a negligible impact on humans, and everyone still eats whale meat. So, the Ainu people are a race that is good at whaling. The whale resources in the Newfoundland fishing grounds are particularly rich. Catching thousands of fishermen, using modern large fishing boats and trawls, and adding whaling cannons can completely provide the North Sea Kingdom with very rich whale oil and whale meat resources, greatly improving the quality of life of the people of the North Sea Kingdom. Chapter 1928 Whale Oil Soap and Trade Deficit. How important is whaling? The meat on a whale accounts for half or more of its body weight. If you kill a 50-ton sperm whale, you can get 25 tons of whale meat. Even a smaller baleen whale weighs about 25 tons and can produce more than 10 tons of whale meat. What does this mean? It means that the meat from a whale can feed many people. If you produce 25 tons of meat based on the weight of a sperm whale, that's 55,000 pounds of meat. Even if each person eats 2 pounds of meat a day, which is a luxurious way of eating, it's enough for 27,500 people to eat for a day. In fact, for the poor in this era, it's considered a good life if each person can eat 1 pound of food a day, not to mention that it's all meat. If you follow the standard of 1 pound of meat per person per day, 55,000 pounds of meat can supply the daily consumption of 55,000 people. As long as 365 sperm whales are caught, 55,000 people can be supplied with food for a year. Not to mention that whales also provide a lot of whale meat, and whale bones can be used as fertilizer for fields. Moreover, in this era, there are very few people hunting whales worldwide. Even if there were whale hunters, they would use small boats to hunt small whales. The indigenous whalers of this era did not dare to mess with large whales. Because a small boat would capsize if it was gently pulled by a large whale. Not only that, there were very few whale hunters in this era. It can even be said that there were very few fishing boats on the sea in this era. Even if there were, they were mostly small fishing boats operating in the near sea, and there were no super efficient trawl nets like in later generations. There were only small hand-pulled nets, and the amount of fish caught was extremely limited. This also led to the extremely rich fishery resources in the sea in this era, which also meant that the food source of whales was extremely rich. Therefore, there were many more whales in this era than in later generations. I dare not say anything else, but those areas where small fish and shrimps are abundant must have a large number of whales waiting to eat nearby. In places like the Newfoundland fishing grounds, fishermen can see the water columns sprayed by whales every day. Even in the North Sea, whales can often be seen spraying water. But even fishermen who know how to hunt whales often dare not act easily. Because their boats cannot withstand the drag of large and medium-sized whales. That's why Marin asked people to develop the whaling cannon. It's not because the harpoon of the whaling cannon has a fast firing rate and can hunt fast-swimming whales, but because the whaling cannon is powerful and can penetrate deeply into the whale's body, even hitting the whale's vital parts, quickly making the whale lose its ability to move, and there is no need to drag the fishing boat. After all, no matter how big and strong the whale is, it will lose its combat effectiveness if the harpoon fired by the whaling cannon penetrates its internal organs. Just like a person will quickly lose the ability to fight back if a knife is stabbed into the internal organs. In traditional whaling, the javelin-type harpoon held by fishermen can only penetrate the outer skin of the whale at most. Although it can get stuck in the whale's meat, it is not fatal at once. In that case, the whale will run for its life frantically because of the severe pain on its skin. If you drag the whaling boat forward, it will be fine. At most, it will take a while for the whale to exhaust its strength, and at the same time, it will give the whale time to die from excessive blood loss. But this process is very dangerous. Being dragged forward by a whale is nothing. If a whale suddenly dives to the bottom of the water, it will be fun. The whale harpoon thrown by human power, piercing the whale's skin, is like hurting the human skin, which can only cause relatively painful skin injuries to the whale. After the whale suffers such painful skin injuries, it often flees frantically because of the pain, causing high-speed drag on the whaling boat. But if a powerful whaling cannon is used, it will be different. Because of its high speed and great power, the whale harpoon can easily penetrate the whale's body and even hit the whale's internal organs under the drive of the whaling cannon. The whale harpoon driven by the explosive force of gunpowder can also cause great damage to the target whale and make the whale lose its combat effectiveness in a very short time. In this way, the possibility of the whaling fishing boat being dragged by the whale and capsizing is greatly reduced. Therefore, Marin feels that the importance of the whaling cannon is too high. Once it is successfully developed, the North Sea Kingdom will have endless whale meat. You know, after World War II, Japan was seriously short of food and meat, so it was forced to send out fishing boats to kill whales in order to obtain enough meat to make up for the domestic food shortage. At that time, many of the children who grew up after World War II, that is, the elderly in Japan in the 21st century, grew up eating whale meat, and even the school cafeteria provided cheap and easy to obtain whale meat. This also led to many elderly people in Japan in the 21st century being very fond of whale meat, and even regarded whale meat as a kind of belief. However, young Japanese in the new century do not like to eat whale meat. Because they have not experienced the era of food shortage in Japan at the end of World War II, they naturally have no feeling about eating whale meat. At the end of World War II, Japan's population was as high as more than 70 million, but most people actually relied on whale meat to supplement meat nutrition. Therefore, it can be seen how large the scale of whaling in Japan was at that time. In the 1960s, Japan had a total of 7 whaling fleets, with an average annual number of whales of up to 20,000, which could obtain more than 100,000 to 200,000 tons of whale meat. At its peak in 1962, Japan's whaling catch in Antarctica reached 300,000 tons, accounting for 78% of the world's whaling. In other words, Japan obtained more than 100,000 tons of whale meat every year at that time, which made the children who grew up in Japan after the war eat enough whale meat. Therefore, those children became old people decades later, and they still missed whale meat, which led to Japan's introduction of the World Anti-Whaling Agreement and continued to kill whales in large numbers in the name of scientific research to meet the needs of those Japanese elderly who had whale meat. What is the concept of hundreds of thousands of tons of whale meat? 1 ton of whale meat is 2,200 pounds, enough for 2,200 people to eat for a day, 1 pound per person per day. 100,000 tons is equivalent to a pound of whale meat for 600,000 people every day for a whole year. To get 100,000 tons of whale meat, you only need to kill tens of thousands of whales. After World War II, Japan may need to send ocean-going whaling ships to the waters near Antarctica to fish. Because too many whales in the northern hemisphere were killed as early as the late 19th century and early 20th century. But in this era, the whaling industry in the northern hemisphere has not yet begun to develop. The most powerful whaling weapon, the whaling cannon, has not yet appeared. Therefore, in the Newfoundland fishing grounds alone, tens of thousands of whales are caught every year, which can be easily done as long as there are enough whaling cannons and fishing boats. By then, whale meat alone can feed hundreds of thousands of people, not to mention that the Newfoundland fishing grounds also have a large amount of ordinary fish harvest. In the following days, the North Sea Kingdom will first capture hundreds of thousands of Taino people on the island of Haiti as serfs to help cultivate the land. But in the beginning, the cultivated land has not been developed yet, and the North Sea Kingdom can only rely on its own food to feed the Taino serfs. And one person consumes hundreds of pounds of food every year, 100,000 people are tens of millions of pounds, and hundreds of thousands of people are hundreds of millions of pounds. And now that food is so expensive, Marin can't afford to use all the food to feed the Taino serfs. Therefore, using fishing and whaling to fill the food gap of the Taino serfs in the first few years is also a good choice. Moreover, while obtaining a large amount of whale meat, you can also get a lot of whale oil, which can be used to make candles, soap and other products. It is definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Marin's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he has thought of a good way to make a fortune selling soap to the Ming dynasty. Previously, Europeans made soap mainly relying on livestock fats, such as butter and sheep oil, which was costly. While Marin had his men use human-thrown javelins to hunt whales, although they could catch whales, the number of whales killed might be limited, and the whale oil obtained was also small. However, once the whaling cannon is successfully developed, coupled with the application of large whaling ships, the supply of whale oil in the North Sea will be extremely amazing in the future. But how to use so much whale oil? In addition to making candles, it seems that making soap is also a very good use. You know, in the previous life, when I read historical time travel novels, making soap was one of the most powerful tricks to travel through ancient China, and almost every time traveler would use it. The raw materials for making soap are also very simple, nothing more than animal fats and caustic soda. Caustic soda is mainly obtained by reacting soda ash and lime, and the cost is relatively low. The only trouble is the acquisition of animal fats. In the Ming dynasty, animal fats were treasures in people's eyes and were an important way to obtain oil and water. Therefore, in ancient China, both lard and sheep fat were very rare. And sheep fat was also an important raw material for lamp oil in ancient China. As for pork, it was a very important source of oil and water for the ancient Chinese and was extremely popular. Therefore, in ancient China, if you want to make soap, the most difficult raw material to obtain is animal fat. If you want to mass-produce soap, you must have a large source of animal fat. Therefore, those time travelers who make soap have to intersect with the grassland nomads to obtain sufficient animal fats. Otherwise, they can't make soap normally to make a lot of money. But Marin is different. He now occupies the Newfoundland fishing grounds and has the ability to control large tracts of North Sea fishing grounds. Once the whaling cannon is successfully developed, the source of whale oil will be almost endless. With whale oil, and by importing a large amount of cheap oral alkali from the Ming dynasty, soap and even perfumed soap can be mass-produced. At that time, the large-scale sale of soap to the Ming dynasty can become a very important source of wealth. With such a huge market in the Ming dynasty, Marin can conclude that the sale of soap will surely make him rich and count money until his hands cramp. Moreover, with the output of whale oil, Marin can conclude that the output of soap will be very large at that time, so large that the sales of whale oil soap will wipe out his trade deficit with the Ming dynasty, and may even produce a surplus. After all, the Ming dynasty does not have soap. Marin can not only mass-produce soap with sufficient whale oil, but also set the price high, so as to generate great profits. In this way, Marin does not have to worry about the large influx of silver produced by his own family into the Ming dynasty. Because the soap made of whale oil will help him to wipe out the trade deficit, which avoids the embarrassment of him just paying money to purchase from the Ming dynasty. Chapter 1929, Full of Treasures. At present, there is no professional soap for cleaning in the Ming dynasty. Ordinary people generally use soap. Rich people mainly use pig pancreas soap made from pig pancreas. The effect is okay, but not as strong as soap. Moreover, pig pancreas soap is not cheap, and one costs more than 10 coins. There is no way around it. In the Ming dynasty, pork was not cheap, as high as more than 20 coins per catty. In later generations, it is equivalent to more than 20 yuan per catty, which is more expensive than beef and mutton. Of course, this is in the north. Because there are many cattle and sheep in the north, and the border troops secretly smuggle beef and mutton from the grassland, beef and mutton are much cheaper. In the south, mutton is still relatively expensive. As for beef, it is basically impossible to find it. After all, the Ming dynasty government did not allow cattle to be killed without authorization. And cattle that died of old age and illness basically had poor meat quality, and they were not as delicious as pork. The most important thing is that pork has oil and water. The ancient people's thirst for oil and water is incomprehensible to modern people. Because there was a lack of vegetable oil in ancient times, oil and water could often only be obtained from meat. Pork, on the other hand, is obviously the product with the highest fat content, and it is also the product that people like to consume the most. Therefore, in ancient times, pig fat was the most popular. Therefore, the ancients called very tempting things big fat meat instead of big lean meat. Even in the last century, the Chinese were also short of oil and water. Many old people also have the habit of eating fat meat. Just like Marin's grandparents in his previous life, they always liked to eat fat meat when eating meat, and gave the lean meat to Marin. At first, Marin thought they were completely deceiving themselves by saying, like to eat fat meat, but in the end, it was not completely deceiving themselves. After traveling to this era, not only the ancient Chinese like fat meat, but also Europeans. Especially those poor people, their eyes can shine when they see fat meat. For example, the braised pork supplied by the army, the first to be snatched away is often fat meat. Only the children of the nobility, who are tired of eating fat meat, often like to eat lean meat. Or, fat and lean meat. Only those who travel through time like Marin, as well as members of the royal family and nobles, who can eat meat until they vomit, will like to eat lean meat. Many small nobles prefer to eat fatter meat. Of course, this changed after Marin introduced soybeans. Marin used a spiral oil press to squeeze soybean oil from soybeans produced in North America. Nowadays, the noble class of the North Sea Kingdom, including many low-level military officers' families, have begun to generally consume soybean oil. Therefore, the dependence on fat meat has been greatly reduced. After all, cooking with soybean oil also has a lot of oil and water. Just like people in later generations who want to lose weight, you say you eat vegetables, why do you put so much vegetable oil in cooking? Isn't vegetable oil oil? Eating such oily vegetables, what is the effect of losing weight? The truly cruel people eat boiled vegetables in clear water. That taste, I want to vomit after eating it a few times. Therefore, generally only ruthless people can accomplish the feat of losing weight, and ordinary people can only say, I can't do it. So, in ancient times, the biggest problem in making soap was not caustic soda, but grease. In his previous life, Marin saw some novels saying that sesame oil was used to make soap, and he yearned for a while. But when he came to this era and learned about the prices, he realized how much nonsense it was. Why? Because sesame oil is more expensive than pork. People like to eat pork, but they like the fat inside. And sesame oil is all oil. Through Kong Tai's understanding of the Ming dynasty, Marin learned that sesame oil was not a must-have for ordinary people in ancient times. Especially for poor families, they can only cook porridge and can hardly afford sesame oil. Only during festivals can they get some oil and cut some pork. This is not too poor. The really poor have no oil and water during festivals. Sesame oil is something that I'm afraid only the landlords can eat every day. In addition, the monks in the temple can also get it. So, don't look at monks eating vegetarian food, they put a lot of sesame oil in their vegetarian dishes. If you eat too much of this kind of food, and you meditate every day like a otaku, it would be strange if the monks are not fat. According to the data given by Kong Tai, in Chuanzhou in the Ming dynasty, pork cost 24 won per catty. And sesame oil, it actually reached 45 won per catty, which is almost twice that of pork. With such an expensive price, a time traveler would use sesame oil to make soap. I'm afraid he would lose his pants, right? After all, people use pig pancreas soap for only a dozen coins. Why don't you try to make soap with sesame oil? The cost is more than a dozen coins per piece, how can you make any money? It's okay to sell it for 1 or 2 silver coins per piece, but don't make it for the masses. If you dare to sell it more expensive than pig pancreas soap, the people of the Ming dynasty will definitely not buy it. For people in the poor era, quality is not what they value, but price. Therefore, the elderly who have come from the poor era, they only sell cheap goods, and they will line up when they hear about discounts. Only modern young people who have never suffered will pay attention to quality and brand. If you use the ideas of modern prodigal young people to do business with ordinary people in the Ming dynasty, you will definitely go bankrupt and jump off the building. In ancient times, only the ideas of those rich children were consistent with the ideas of modern young people. Strictly speaking, young people in modern society live the lives of rich children in ancient times, which poor people dare not even think about. Therefore, if you want to expand the soap business in Ming dynasty, you must emphasize the cost issue. Only when the cost is low enough and the price is low enough can you occupy the market. Otherwise, you can only make high-end soap. That market is also large, but it is definitely difficult to achieve a large volume. At least, it is difficult to make up for the huge trade deficit between Beihai Kingdom and Ming dynasty. And whale oil happens to be the lowest cost oil. Whale oil cannot be eaten, so its price cannot be sold, and it can only be a cheap industrial grade oil. In addition, whale oil is not a drying oil, and the quality of oil paper made from it is not as good as that made from tung oil. The only advantage over tung oil is that it is not slightly toxic like tung oil. Therefore, tung oil paper is not very suitable for food packaging paper. But whale oil paper can be used. Because whale oil is not toxic. Its iodine value is between 110 and 135, which is a semi-drying oil. Therefore, whale oil can be used to make oil paper like drying oil tung oil, just a little worse quality, can also be used as a lubricant like non-drying oil, also slightly worse quality, and can also be used to make soap. In short, whale oil is widely used in the industrial field. In addition to being used to make candles, soaps, and oil paper, whale oil can also serve as a lubricant of general quality and can also be used in the dairy oiling process of leather making. This process can make the leather softer, while improving its toughness, strength, and water resistance. In later generations, whale oil is also a very advanced leather oil. It just so happens that Marin's people went to the northeast to purchase mink fur and needed post-processing. And whale oil is a good raw material for fine processing of mink fur. Moreover, the cost of whale oil is very low. Because, in this era, the ocean is full of whales. They are giants in the sea, and sharks are also little brothers in front of them. It can be said that they have no natural enemies. Therefore, this thing is easy to obtain these days. The premise is that you have a whaling cannon that can kill them efficiently. As long as you have a whaling cannon that can kill whales efficiently and quickly, whaling is simply at your fingertips on the sea in this era. As long as you see the water column sprayed by the whale, the ship approaches, the whaling cannon aims and fires, and a whale weighing dozens of tons will fall. According to later estimates, the amount of oil contained in a whale is equivalent to the amount of oil contained in 1,700 pigs or 8,000 sheep. In addition, if there are sharp knives and skilled masters, you can also peel off a large piece of whale skin from the whale. And whale skin is a very soft and thick leather that is not easy to crack. Later data show that the whale skin that can be peeled off from a whale is equivalent to 80 to 100 cowhides. Because it is relatively soft, whale skin is not very suitable for making armor. However, it is perfect for making daily necessities. Because it is soft and comfortable, whale skin can be processed into soft and comfortable high-end leather clothes, and can also be made into leather bags. In addition, it can also make umbrellas, women's moon cover and other intimate clothing. Of course, it can also make sofa cushions, just like elephant skin. Because its characteristics are similar to those of elephant skin, and it is softer and feels better, whale skin can also be made into sofa leather cushions like elephant skin, and can also be used as leather pads for machine rings to prevent air leakage. Then, apply whale oil, which is also produced from whales, as a lubricant, and the effect on the machine is naturally very good. Marin asked people to try it with whale skin, and it was indeed no worse than elephant skin. But whale skin is not as wrinkled as elephant skin, and it looks ugly. Because it is an aquatic animal, in order to reduce water resistance, whale skin is often smoother and more suitable for making clothes. Therefore, Marin finally decided that whale skin is more used to make leather clothes and other things, while elephant skin is more used in machines. Anyway, elephant skin is not good looking, so it is used in durable occasions. And whale skin, because it is smooth, can not only make comfortable clothes. Moreover, whale skin clothes can also prevent rain. After all, whales can surf in the sea with this whale skin. Among them, preventing seawater penetration is the minimum requirement. From the cost point of view, whale oil and whale skin are much cheaper than any land animal fats and leathers. For example, a whale can get the equivalent of 1,700 pigs or 8,000 sheep. Raising 1,700 pigs not only consumes a lot of labor, but also requires a lot of food costs. Not to mention the bran, even if it is to cut pig grass, it takes a lot of labor every day. And 8,000 sheep, you have to get 8,000 lambs first, and then spend a lot of energy, grazing for more than a year before you can raise them, which is very troublesome. But whale oil is different. As long as the whaling cannon comes, several large ships come together to split and process, you can get so much whale oil. The cost is not only several times lower than lard and sheep oil, but also dozens of times lower. Marin calculated that even if the labor is calculated at the highest cost, the cost of making soap with whale oil is at most 2 or 3 cents according to the Ming dynasty. This is also because the wages of European labor are higher. If it were in the Ming dynasty, the cost of a bar of soap would definitely be less than 2 cents. At that time, Marin would sell it at the same price of a dozen coins as pig pancreas soap, and he would definitely be able to grab the entire market. Moreover, soap does not have the strange smell of pig pancreas soap. The same is true for leather. The skin peeled off a whale is equivalent to 80 to 100 cow hides. The price of cow hide in the Ming dynasty was as high as 400 to 500 coins per piece, mainly because cows were rare. But whale skin is different. There are whales everywhere in the sea. There is no cost to feed them. If you catch them and use a whaling cannon to shoot them, you can get high-quality leather equivalent to 80 to 100 cow hides. Don't be too cool. The cost is estimated to be less than 1/10 of cow hide. In short, whales are full of treasures, and it would be a big loss if you don't kill them. Chapter 1930, Far East Triangular Trade. Marin had never noticed before, and he didn't expect whale skin to be so valuable. Before, his request to the fishermen who tried to kill whales was only to obtain whale oil and whale meat. He ignored the material of whale skin. Until recently, I remembered the introduction of the article in my previous life, and then I remembered that whale skin was also a very valuable thing. But he sent people to the whaling fishing village to see that the fishermen directly used the whale skin that had been simply and crudely processed as ordinary leather, and even used it as an ordinary leather pad. And Marin asked the leather master to carefully tan the newly captured whale skin with materials such as whale oil and salt, and then found that whale skin was completely a kind of high-end leather for life. Its thick, soft, smooth and supple characteristics make clothes made of whale skin very popular. Therefore, Marin's imagined whaling ship also has a leather team. The task of these people is to peel off the whale skin in time after the fleet kills the whale and process and tan it on the spot, so that the whale skin is a very suitable leather material. Then, it is used to process into various practical things. Because they are waterproof, thick and soft, Soha and his team found that leather gloves made of whale skin are very suitable for use in cold areas. In places like outer northeast where the temperature is dozens of degrees below zero in winter, ordinary leather gloves made of cowhide are not enough to keep out the cold in an environment of dozens of degrees below zero. After the warriors put on the cowhide gloves, their hands still felt very cold. But after putting on the thicker and softer whale skin gloves, the 5 Sauron warriors immediately felt that this thing was too suitable for use in the winter in outer northeast. As long as the Sauron warriors wear this kind of gloves with very good warmth retention in winter, they can draw their swords and fight against the enemy in an environment of dozens of degrees below zero, and they can also shoot arrows calmly. In the past, because they didn't know how to make leather gloves, the Sauron people could only stop fighting in the cold winter. Because in the super cold weather of dozens of degrees below zero, it is also difficult for the Sauron warriors to hold the knife. The main thing is that it is too cold in the wild. Holding a knife with bare hands in an environment of dozens of degrees below zero will freeze your hands. But with the waterproof and warm top gloves made of whale skin, it will be very helpful for the Solon people to fight in winter. After all, the Solon people are currently a barbarian with a low level of civilization. Although they have rich fur resources, they do not know how to sew leather gloves that can completely cover their hands. They only know how to make hand guards that wrap part of their hands. Leather hand guards can still be used in the south, but in the outer northeast where the temperature is dozens of degrees below zero in winter, leather gloves that cannot completely cover the hands are completely useless. Because as long as you dare to expose yourself, you will get frozen. And as early as the Norman conquest period, it became popular in Europe to sew leather gloves. They were not used mainly in winter. In other seasons, some people also used leather gloves on their hands to show their noble identity and status. Coincidentally, Marin is also a person who traveled from the future and is familiar with various styles of gloves in the future. After heated discussions with leather masters, Marin finally got a modern style of whale skin gloves that has a good cold-proof effect and does not affect combat actions such as archery. After Soha, Baijeri and others tried it, they all agreed that if there were such gloves, the Solon warriors could survive in the cold winter of outer northeast China. In the winter, northeast China and outer northeast China are extremely cold. If you want to go out, you have to wrap yourself up tightly. Moreover, ordinary vehicles are completely useless, and you can only use horse-drawn sleds or reindeer-drawn sleds for outdoor activities. Horse-drawn sleds. The Solon people actually use horse-drawn sleds. Aren't sleds pulled by dogs? Marin was a little surprised. He didn't know that dog sledding was actually played by the Eskimos at first, and then spread to the northeast. Before that, the northeast used horse-drawn sleds in the south, and reindeer-drawn tribes in the north used reindeer-drawn sleds, also called sleds. Soha and others were surprised, dogs can also pull sleds. We Solon people usually use horses to pull sleds. Horses pull sleds in winter, and ride them after thawing. Oh, the northern mountain savages who use reindeer in the north usually use reindeer to pull sleds. Baijeri added, as for dogs, they are very important to the Solon people, because dogs are also important helpers for the Solon people to catch minks. Mink fur is precious, so the Solon people dare not shoot minks with bows and arrows, fearing that the mink fur will be damaged. You know, the price difference between a good mink fur and a damaged mink fur is very large. Therefore, those Solon hunters who catch minks often specially train several hunting dogs that know how to cooperate and chase minks, for tracking and catching minks. Once the mink's nest is found, several hunting dogs will surround it, and if the mink dares to come out, it will be bitten. When catching minks, the hunting dogs of the Solon people only bite the rabbit's head, and do not cause too many kills. The Solon hunter also got a complete mink skin with a smile. Generally speaking, the Solon people living in the greater Xing'an range often raise several ferocious Solon hounds to catch minks. The Solon hounds are not small in size, fast in speed, and have strong explosive power. This kind of dog mainly participates in hunting, and is later called the Orican hound. Of course, it is definitely called the Solon hound now. Just like the Solon horse, it was also called the Orican horse in later generations, but it is definitely called the Solon horse now. Because the Orican is also called the Solon tribe now. Marin did not worry about whether there were dog sleds in the northeast at the moment. What he was thinking about now was how to get enough huge profits from the fur trade and soap trade in the Far East to eliminate the trade deficit. Of course, he did not think about taking a large amount of gold and silver from the Ming dynasty. It's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Once the trade between the North Sea Kingdom and the Ming dynasty caused a large outflow of gold and silver from the Ming dynasty, the stingy and conservative Ming dynasty might cut off his trade. Therefore, Marin was not pursuing a trade surplus, but eliminating a trade deficit. Anyway, the goods imported from the Ming dynasty must be a hit in Europe, enough for him to make a lot of money. However, although the cost of making soap with whale oil is 2 or 3 coins at most, the problem is that if the soap is produced in the North Sea or America, the transportation cost of shipping the soap to the Ming dynasty is also very high. If it is sold for only a dozen coins apiece like pig pancreas soap, the profit will be very low. At least, it is not worthy of ocean trade. Marin thought about it and suddenly remembered that it seems that the Hokkaido fishing ground is also one of the 4 major fishing grounds in the world. These days, the Japanese do not understand modern whaling methods, let alone whaling cannons. Even Hokkaido is still the territory of the Ainu people. There are a lot of fish there, and where there are a lot of fish, there are often a lot of whales that live on fish. Unless there are too many whaling ships and kill all the whales. But in this era, there must be no whaling ships, so the whale resources in the Hokkaido fishing ground must be rich. If Marin sets up a whaling fleet in the Hokkaido fishing grounds, he can also catch a lot of whales in the Hokkaido fishing grounds and obtain a lot of whale oil. Then, Marin can set up a soap master on Ezo Island, import caustic soda and lime from the Ming dynasty, and use the caustic soda made from caustic soda and lime to react with whale oil to make soap in large quantities. Hokkaido is much closer to the Ming dynasty than the North Sea Kingdom and the Americas, and the transportation cost is much lower. Moreover, Marin can recruit cheap sailors and samurai guards from Japan. At the same time, he can also recruit sailors from Ezo Island and mainland Japan to join the whaling fleet to help him kill a lot of whales and obtain whale oil, as well as whale meat and whale skin. The whale meat caught in the Hokkaido fishing grounds can be made into pickled meat or smoked meat and sold to Nurgan City as food. Then, mink furs are exchanged from Nurgan City and shipped to the Ming dynasty with soap to make a profit. At the same time, on the Ming dynasty side, Marin will also let his men purchase a large amount of cheap alkali and lime here, and ship them to Hokkaido as raw materials for soap production. Iron pots and various ironware are also purchased and shipped to Nurgan City in the outer northeast. In this way, in the Far East, Marin will use soap, mink fur, whale oil and Ming dynasty ironware and other materials to form a three-party Far East triangular trade circle. The three parties export goods to the other two parties, and also import goods or raw materials from the other two parties. In this way, once it is running healthily, it can continuously earn enough huge profits for Marin. In the end, these huge profits will be exchanged for ships of Ming dynasty silk, porcelain and other scarce commodities, which will be shipped back to Europe to generate more huge profits. Chapter 1931, Armor for Cattle. In general, the future Hokkaido Island will become a key link in Marin's interest chain in the Ming dynasty, which is very important. Therefore, Marin intends to control Hokkaido Island in his own hands. For this reason, Marin specifically explained to Mizuko that in the future, Hokkaido will be managed by officials appointed by him, rather than by Gonfu Mizuko. Gonfu Mizuko was very disappointed, but she had no choice. Because she understood that without Marin's support, she and her son would not be able to compete with even the smallest daimyo in Japan. However, Marin said that in the future, the civil affairs of Osumi province and even Kyoto would be handed over to Mizuko. And he, Marin, only wanted the gold, silver and copper mines, as well as the jurisdiction of the Hokkaido fishing grounds. And this is absolutely great news for Gonfu Mizuko. Because Gonfu Mizuko did not know the terrifying reserves of Iwami silver mine, nor did he understand the importance of the whaling industry after the emergence of the whaling cannon. Not only Gonfu Mizuko, most East Asians of this era probably focused on arable land and ignored minerals and fisheries. Because, compared with the output of land, the mining and fishing industries of this era are really too small. Even the daimyo of Japan used the grain output to quantify the quality of their fiefs. It is necessary to point out a fallacy that many people have rumored that one stone in the Japanese Warring States period was 30 kilograms or even 20 kilograms, which is completely nonsense. I learned from Gonfu Shrizi that the current field in Japan is not measured in mu, but in sections as the basic unit of cultivated land. A section of land in Japan during the Warring States period is equivalent to about 1093.2 square meters, or 1.63 mu. The weight of one stone of rice is about 260 jin, or 130 kilograms. According to the current Japanese statement, Ueda section equals 1.5 shur, Nakata section equals 1.3 shur, and Shimoda section equals 1.1 shur. In this way, the Ueda in Japan at this time produced 423.8 jin of 1.63 mu, and the yield per mu is 260 jin. The yield per mu of the middle field is equivalent to 225 jin, and the yield per mu of the lower field is about 190 jin. Such data is still relatively reliable. After all, Japan was influenced by Chinese culture and knew how to use manure and oxen to plow. If 30 kilograms is used to calculate, then the yield per mu of the upper field in Japan is only 60 jin, the middle field is only 50.75 jin, and the lower field is only 43.7 jin. Such data is ridiculous no matter how you look at it, it is less than half of the yield per mu in Europe. But in ancient Japan, rice was planted, and the yield per mu was slightly higher than that of wheat. According to the old people in later generations, when chemical fertilizers were not used before, soil fertilizers were used, and the yield per mu of rice was generally more than 300 jin, and the yield per mu of wheat was generally more than 200 jin. If it is a good paddy field, the yield per mu of rice can reach 400 to 500 jin. However, the Japanese stone height roughly refers to the yield of rice, not rice. According to the rice yield rate of 70%, the rice yield per mu in the upper field of Japan is also 371 caddies, 321 caddies in the middle field, and 271 caddies in the lower field. This number, compared with the ancient Chinese yield, seems very reasonable. However, Gonfu Mizuko also pointed out that this standard is the tax standard of the Japanese daimyo, which is actually set too high. For example, in the lower field, the rice yield per mu is not as high as 271 caddies, and some yields per mu are not even 200 caddies. But those Japanese daimyo don't care, just collect grain according to this data, and if they don't give it, they will die. In the Edo period, the stone of the Tokugawa shogun's family was 3.98 million stones, almost 4 million stones. According to the habit of the host family collecting half of the grain, the shogun received 2 million stones of grain every year, which is 520 million caddies of rice, which is still very rich. However, those local daimyo did not have so much grain. For example, there are several counties in Osumi province, and the stone is only 175,000 stones, which is a total output of 45 million caddies. The amount taken away by the daimyo and the powerful was at least 22.5 million jin. But Marin calculated and found that there was really not much arable land in Japan. For example, the ore of Osumi province was 175,000 koku, which is a total output of 45.5 million jin. Even if we use the calculation of 190 jin in Shimoda, there are only 239,000 mu of arable land. According to the calculation of Ueda, there are only 175,000 mu. Even if we calculate it based on 239,000 mu of land, there are only 159 square kilometers of arable land. But the area of Osumi province is about 4,500 square kilometers. Even if we calculate it based on the highest 239,000 mu of arable land, the proportion of arable land is only 1/28, which is about 3.53%. But this is also unavoidable, because most parts of Japan are dominated by mountains. Rice fields and the like can only be opened up in mountain valleys and narrow plains along the coast. However, the Ishikari Plain in Hokkaido, which Marin is about to occupy, is a large plain of 4,000 square kilometers, which is very suitable for farming. And 4,000 square kilometers is equivalent to 6 million mu, which is 25 times the cultivated land area of Osumi province. Even if only 1/6 of it is reclaimed, there are still 1 million mu, which is 4.1 times the total cultivated land of Osumi province. The only problem is that 1 million mu of cultivated land requires at least 10,000 farmers to cultivate. Of course, this may be a problem in North America. But in Japan, what they lack the least is people. But Gonfu Shuizi said that Japanese farmers are too short and thin. Although they can endure hardships, a family of 5 can't cultivate 100 mu. 50 mu will make them tired enough. Marin thought about it, and the average height of the little guys, who are more than 1.4 meters and more than 1.5 meters, looks about the same as elementary school students. Letting their family cultivate 100 mu of land is simply life-threatening. Even the ideal of Chinese farmers is nothing more than 30 mu of land, a cow, a wife and children, and a warm bed. It can be seen from this that 30 mu of land should be the scale that a family can handle. And 50 mu of land is more difficult. In addition, Gonfu Shuizi also raised the biggest problem, the problem of oxen. In Japan at this time, population is not a problem, and cattle are a big problem, just like in the Ming dynasty. If a family cultivates less than 10 mu of land, then even if there are no cattle, the male laborers in the family can barely cope with it by pulling the plow as cattle and struggling to survive. However, if the cultivated land area is too large, more than 20 mu of land, it is unrealistic to pull the plow by manpower. Because people's strength and endurance are not as strong as cattle. Even if it is 20 mu of land, pulling the plow by manpower can make people tired. Fortunately, whether it is the Ming dynasty or Japan, the population is large, and each family's land is generally only 10 mu, or even only a few mu. Therefore, the problem of lack of cattle is not very big. But if Marin wants to use 10,000 households to cultivate 500,000 mu of land, he must use livestock to pull cattle. In fact, if Marin is ruthless, he can buy 10,000 cattle from Eastern Europe and then ship them to Hokkaido, Japan. However, Japan mainly cultivates paddy fields. As for paddy fields, ordinary cattle find it difficult to adapt to the environment of soaking in paddy fields for a long time, and are prone to illness and hoof rot. Horses cannot plow paddy fields either. As far as Ma Lin knows, only a few southern horse breeds such as Hujian's Jinyijiang horse can adapt to paddy fields. Moreover, horseshoes are not nailed for paddy fields. Because, if the horseshoes are nailed and soaked in paddy fields, the horseshoes will definitely rust. Ma Lin is helpless about this. If it is dry land, there are many ways. Not only can we use Eastern European cattle, but we can also introduce Mongolian horses from Mongolia for horse plowing. But paddy fields. Ma Lin said that he could only use the goods that the Japanese are interested in as much as possible to exchange them for oxen. Paddy field oxen are precious resources. Whether in the Ming dynasty or in Japan, they are urgently needed strategic materials. However, in this era, Ma Lin also has the opportunity to get some Japanese oxen. Because now is the warring states period of the village head. Those daimyo may value weapons and armor more than oxen. Because, with sophisticated weapons and armor, they can go to neighboring countries to rob other people's oxen. Therefore, as long as Marin is willing to sell fine swords and armor, he will not have to worry about those warlike Japanese daimyo being unwilling to sell cattle. Well, that's it. I will ask the military industry department to create a batch of fine armor suitable for elementary school students. Oh no, it is suitable for short Japanese samurai to wear, and take it to the Japanese daimyo to exchange for paddy field cattle. Plate armor is too heavy, and I am afraid that they will not be able to move after wearing it. So, use shark skin to make some small armor, and use copper nails to nail some iron sheets on the key parts. Marin said to Konfu Mizuko. Chapter 1932 Where can I get cheap leather? The samurai under the daimyo have no shortage of swords and the like. After all, Japan is a place that produces high-quality samurai swords. It is difficult for Marin to open up the market by selling swords. However, during the Warring States period, what Japan lacked the most was actually armor. As mentioned earlier, when the daimyo's army went to war, only samurai could afford to wear proper armor. As for the foot soldiers, because Japan lacked iron, they did not even have metal weapons, and many simply used sharpened bamboo poles as weapons. The armor on them was mostly made of bamboo and wood, which was just a showpiece and had no protective power. Of course, it is not to say that there is no protective power. When facing the foot soldiers who also used sharpened bamboo poles, maybe they can still resist. As for Japanese samurai, the nobles generally wore large armor with more metal plates. However, even the large armor is mixed with metal plates and leather plates. There is no other reason. If all the armor is made of metal plates, the armor will weigh at least 40 to 50 kilograms. And with the height of the Japanese in this era, a primary school student of 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall can still run when wearing armor weighing 40 to 50 kilograms. And fight a war. Therefore, even for large armor, iron plates will only be used in the vital parts. And the less important parts are basically made of leather armor. Otherwise, the samurai don't have to fight. Later, when infantry combat became dominant, the lightweight armor damaru made of leather and bamboo became a popular armor among Japanese samurai. Wearing this lightweight bamboo and leather structure damaru, the samurai can charge lightly and wield the samurai sword freely. Therefore, in this era, the most popular armor among short Japanese samurai is actually leather armor, not iron armor. Of course, for high-end leather armor, important parts must be made of iron plates. Otherwise, it is not safe enough. Since the North Sea Kingdom has begun to hunt sharks in large numbers, there are many shark skins. They can use shark skins to make armor and exchange them with Japan for cattle. In fact, it is more cost-effective to take shark skins to the Ming dynasty for trade. After all, Marin has greater commercial demands in the Ming dynasty. However, since the idea of catching whales in the Hokkaido fishing grounds and producing soap locally to sell to the Ming dynasty, the trade of shark skins has become less important. After all, the output of soap is large and the profit is high enough. Using shark skin to make armor, nailing some iron sheets on key parts, the production process is simple and the cost is not high. Moreover, it will definitely be welcomed by Japanese samurai. In addition, for a big country that uses swords, the Japanese also have a great demand for scabbards. You know, every samurai wants to have a good sword. And a good sword also needs a high-grade scabbard. As far as Marin knows, the reason why the Dutch people hunted sika deer in large numbers after occupying Taiwan Island is because the Japanese samurai have a strong demand for samurai sword scabbards made of sika deer skin. Then, the Dutch would plunder hundreds of thousands of deerskins from Taiwan every year and export them to Japan. This shows how strong Japan's demand for leather is. And shark skin happens to be the best leather for making scabbards. Therefore, it is almost a foregone conclusion that it will be sought after by Japanese samurai. It can be said that the market for shark skin scabbards in Japan is much larger than in the Ming dynasty. After all, the Ming dynasty was the world of scholars, the status of warriors was low, and few people used expensive swords. In Japan, owning a samurai sword is a symbol of status. And those samurai are more eager for shark skin scabbards in order to show off. In the past, Marin had never thought about getting anything from Japan, so he naturally didn't want to sell it to them. However, now that Marin needs a large number of oxen that can cultivate paddy fields to develop Hokkaido. Therefore, exchanging armor and scabbards made of shark skin for oxen with Japanese daimyo has become a last resort. After all, oxen are strategic resources, and the daimyo of agricultural Japan will not take them out easily. However, when they encountered armor and high-level samurai sword scabbards that were good for their wars, they could not help themselves. After all, in the Warring States period, military preparation was the most important thing. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be destroyed by the daimyo of other villages. However, when it comes to leather, Baijeri and the other 5 people expressed different opinions to Marin. Several Sauron warriors believed that it was too extravagant to use shark skin to make armor. Because, in the eastern region, whether in the central plains, in the bitter cold land of the northeast, or in Japan, shark skin scabbards are very popular high-end scabbards and are worth a lot of money. Even barbarians like the Jurchens like shark skin scabbards very much. Just like Qianlong's several swords, they are all made of shark skin. Although the 5 Saurons, Baijeri and his 5 people, have never seen shark skin scabbards, they also yearn for them. Therefore, when they heard Marin say that he planned to use shark skin to make leather armor, they shouted that it was a waste. But I only have a lot of shark skin and it's not worth much. Marin said helplessly. Shark skin is also called dragon skin in the East, so it is naturally very popular. In Europe, there is no relevant history and culture, so shark skin is not particularly popular. Therefore, Marin does not think much of shark skin and thinks it is a common commodity. However, in East Asia, which is influenced by Chinese history and culture, shark skin is very popular. As for the cheap leather armor decorated with iron plates that Marin mentioned, Murin thought about it and said, "Khan, you mean to provide the Japanese samurai with cheap armor decorated with some iron plates?" Marin nodded, and Murin continued, "In that case, you don't need to use any shark skin, just purchase deerskin directly from our Nergandusi. Do you know that the Koluozi where we Solon people live is covered with suede and deerskin, as well as roe deer skin and other leathers when it is cold, and the floor of the house is also covered with leather. In the Nergan area, only mink skin is a leather that can be exchanged for money and goods. As for deerskin, suede, roe deer skin and even wolf skin, they are worthless things that every household has. You only need to spend a little bit of salt and clothes to get a lot of cheap leather. If you use an iron pot, you can exchange at least 10 deerskins, weighing more than 100 pounds. Fuck. Marin couldn't help but swear. He really didn't expect that deerskin, which was still valuable in Europe, was completely worthless local products used by every household to pave the ground and wrap tents in the northeast at that time. In fact, the Solon people usually ate venison and roe deer meat until they vomited, 3 meals a day, and there were really a lot of deerskins, and no one bought them. There was no way, the Ming dynasty merchants who ventured there were not rare to buy deerskins with low profits, but were only willing to buy precious products such as mink fur and ginseng with super high profits. As for deerskin, although this thing has a profit point, it is a bit despised for merchants who ventured out of the customs. Just like Murin said, in the northeast at this time, an iron pot can be used as a dowry to marry a Solon beauty or a Jurchen beauty. Moreover, this dowry is very valuable and absolutely presentable, just like the dowry of luxury cars in later generations. There was no way, at this time in the northeast, ironware was in short supply, and iron pots were even more so. As long as Marin got more iron pots, he could exchange for mountains of deerskins. An iron pot can be exchanged for more than 100 kilograms of high-quality deerskin. And more than 100 kilograms of deerskin can be used to make more than 10 sets of double-layer thick leather armor. But a large iron pot is only worth more than 200 coins in the Ming dynasty. And a deerskin weighing more than 10 kilograms is worth 480 coins in the Ming dynasty, which can buy 2 large iron pots. But in the northeast, it is the other way around. An iron pot can be exchanged for at least 10 pieces of high-quality deerskin. If you are a little bit more unscrupulous, you can get 20 pieces. In short, in the northeast at this time, leather is one of the least valuable local products. As long as Marin is willing, he can buy it by the shipload at a low price. Chapter 1933, Old Leather Made into Leather Armor. Fuck. Ma Lin couldn't help but swear. He really didn't expect that the deerskin in northeast China was so cheap at this time, it was really a drop in the bucket. This cheap price was 100 times lower than the price of the leather bags in the Jiangnan leather factory after Huang He ran away. Suddenly, Ma Lin had an urge to go to northeast China to sell iron pots. Ma's old iron pot shop, 1 pot for 10 deerskins. The iron pot cost less than 200 coins, and 10 deerskins were sold for 4,800 coins when brought back to the Central Plains. After deducting various costs, the profit can be more than 10 times. Ma Lin even imagined himself selling iron pots in the northeast. He held a local trumpet and shouted at the market of the fishing and hunting tribes in the northeast, "Take a look, don't miss it if you pass by. The authentic old brand Mahuzi iron pot is as famous as Wang Mazi's kitchen knife. 1 pot only costs 10 deerskins. You can't buy it at a loss, you can't buy it." After drinking a sip of water, he changed his shouting method. Huang He Khan ran away with his sister-in-law, and the tribe owed 350 million yuan. "We have no choice but to use the iron pot to pay the salary. The iron pot originally cost more than 200 or 300 deerskins, but we only sell it for 10 deerskins, all 10 deerskins." Ma Lin touched the mustache on his mouth and thought, with the length of my beard, it seems that I dare not call myself Mahuzi. But a photo of a person with a big beard is very suitable for the image endorsement of Mahuzi iron pot. But as soon as he thought about it, he felt that 100,000 river crab beasts were pressing towards him and wanted to devour him, so he quickly gave up his wild thoughts. "Are you kidding me? Let the mentor sell iron pots? Do you want to die?" Realizing his mistake, Marin immediately stood up and bowed to apologize in the direction of the Ma Yi Cemetery in the north suburbs of London in the southwest, but he soon realized that it was not right. Ma Zushi had not been born yet, so why should I bow to his cemetery? Moreover, Marin felt that with his own history of influencing Germany, the Ma Zushi could still be born smoothly. You know, even if there is a 0.001 second error, the child born may become another one. Because when giving birth, 200 million people compete for the opportunity to be born, which is much more exciting than finding a job and grabbing a job. Marin changed the history of Germany and even the history of the Ming dynasty in this way. Many historical celebrities must not be born. Of course, it is hard to say whether there is anyone to replace them. In any case, there are so many leathers in the greater northeast, and Marin does not want to give up. According to the 5 people of Bajeri, as a fishing and hunting nation, hunting is the main way. There are 20,000 to 30,000 households in the Solon people, and almost every household has dozens of deerskins as daily necessities. Moreover, every time they move, they will discard a lot of worn-out deerskins, suede and other leathers for convenience. There is no way, they don't have a big car, so they can only take a few leathers with them. The remaining worn-out leathers can only be thrown away on the spot or even burned. If deerskins are collected seriously, it is easy for each family to get hundreds of deerskins every year. However, whether it is the Solon people or people from other tribes, they will not kill all the deer. Because they understand that if they kill too much, it will be difficult to hunt deer in the future. At that time, their whole family will starve. After all, the Solon people live on venison, roe deer meat, rabbit meat and wild boar meat. If they are not controlled, it is no problem for them to hunt a few deer every day. But in order to avoid going out of food in the future, hunters in the northeast often hunt a deer every few days. And a deer is indeed enough for a family to eat for several days. Even in summer, most of the meat will go bad. In winter, a deer can feed the whole family for many days. In this way, a Sualuan family collects at least dozens of deer skins every day. There are also many other small animal leathers such as rabbit skins and squirrel skins, but no one buys them. Among all the leathers, only mink skins are bought because they are more valuable, and then sold to the Ming dynasty to make huge profits. Other leathers can basically only be used for personal use. For example, the hulu, which is similar to a tent the Sualuan people live in, needs a lot of leather. In addition to the 20,000 to 30,000 Sualuan households, there are tens of thousands of Jurchen households, thousands of Xibe households, thousands of Chilia Mimi households, Hija people and other ethnic groups, and there are plenty of deer skins. After all, in later generations, there is a saying in the northeast that beating roe deer with a stick and scooping fish with a ladle. It can be seen how rich the deer resources in the northeast are. In the Beishan savage area in the northeast, people raise reindeer directly, and there are more deerskin. In those days, the Mauzi relied on controlling Siberia to make huge profits from the leather trade. Of course, mink is the first choice. Deerskin is just a bonus. Moreover, it is estimated that the cost of transporting deerskin from the Far East to Moscow by land will not be recovered. After all, the cost of land transportation is too high. Therefore, the Cossacks can only put a few bundles of mink on the back of the horse and bring them back to Europe. Deerskin is generally sewn into bags. Or, it is made into clothes and boots. But Marin did not have such a problem. He set up a purchasing point in Nurgan city and then dispersed several purchasing points. Or, cooperate with several good tribes and let them purchase on your behalf. In summer, directly send a paddle boat to the upper reaches of the Heilongjiang River to collect the goods, and you can definitely get a lot of leather every day. Even the black-hearted Marin thought that the old and tattered leather used by the Solons and the Jurchens could be purchased. Those tattered old leathers may not be sold at a high price in the Ming dynasty. However, they can be processed and sold to the Japanese. The Japanese village chiefs in the Warring States period need a lot of armor. If they are all processed with intact deerskin, it is certainly profitable, but it cannot maximize the benefits. However, if the tattered leathers that the Northeast people want to discard are purchased at a low price, and then processed and sewn into low-end leather armor, there is still a market. As long as the cutting technology is good, the damaged parts of the damaged deerskin can be covered. Then, the cut deerskin pieces can be sewn into double-layer leather armor. Some places that are difficult to cover can be nailed with a few iron sheets. One is to strengthen protection, and the other is to cover the damage. In this way, the tattered leathers that the Solon people want to discard when they move can be sold. As long as they are close to the Heilongjiang River or the Songhua River, where transportation is convenient, they can be collected and stored when Marin's paddle boats come to collect the leather every summer. Then, those intact deerskins are sold to the Ming dynasty. Or, they can make high-end items and sell them to Japanese nobles. The damaged and tattered old leathers are sent to the Jiangnan leather factory, it's the Hokkaido leather factory, where they are cut and processed into double-layer leather armor and supplied to the Japanese daimyo for use in war. In any case, leather armor is still relatively light. Double-layer leather armor, with iron plates nailed to the vital parts, can definitely meet the needs of Japanese village chiefs in fights. Moreover, the unscrupulous Marin thinks that in order to cover the tattered parts of the worn-out deerskin, the original plan to sew leather armor with a whole deerskin has been changed to cutting the deerskin into small pieces and then sewing them together to make a double layer. The smaller the leather armor pieces, the more naturally they can avoid the tattered parts on the worn-out leather, and it is easier to fool the Japanese daimyo. As long as the renovation technology is good, and some paint is imported from the Ming dynasty to refresh it, it can still be sold to the Japanese village chiefs at a high price. Or, exchange them for precious oxen. In addition to selling those complete deerskins to the Ming dynasty and to Japanese nobles, some can also be shipped back to Europe for sale. After all, the price of leather in Europe is also very high, and the market is also very large. Because there were no cloth shoes, the shoes in Europe at that time, before Marin introduced straw shoes, were mainly leather shoes. Leather shoes are made of leather scraps. Only rich people can afford leather clothes made of leather. Therefore, deerskin also has a large market in Europe. As for the Japanese village chief, please ask them to make some concessions and use the leather armor made from the tattered leather that the Solon people are about to discard. The purchase cost of this kind of leather armor is very low. In Marin's words, a pot that can be exchanged for 10 new deerskins can be exchanged for hundreds of that kind of worn-out leather. Moreover, it is the kind of worn-out deerskin that is just a little torn and barely usable. It will be absolutely no problem to fool the Japanese with a little refurbishment. As for the deerskin that is too torn, the Solon people are embarrassed to take it out and exchange things with you. As for the purchase quantity, Marin estimates that at least hundreds of thousands of new leathers can be purchased every year. If you are willing to buy those old deerskins, it is not a problem to buy 100,000 old leathers every year, and the purchase price is super low. If you buy old leathers in the first year, it is no problem to buy hundreds of thousands of old deerskins. Chapter 1934, Brand Name Handbags. Marin felt very happy when he thought that he would build a leather factory in Hokkaido and refurbish the old deerskins discarded by the northeastern people to make leather armor to cheat the Japanese. In his previous life, the Chinese sold all the good things to the Japanese first. What organic vegetables and wild mushrooms were first packed and sent to Japan? The Chinese could only eat what they didn't want. Even honey, the honey of China in later generations was acquired by trading companies, and most of it was sold to Japan and European and American countries. As for the Chinese, most of the honey bought in the supermarket is fake. So, Marin has always been very angry. Why should the devils use good ones, and we have to use bad ones? So, in this life, when he got the chance, Marin made a decisive decision to refurbish the old and worn-out leathers that the northeastern people were about to throw away, and sell them to the Japanese village chief at a high price with new leathers. Because Japan is highly developed, there are very few wild animals in the wild. Otherwise, the Dutch would not be able to sell more than 100,000 deerskins to Japan every year. There is no other reason, there are no deer in Japan itself. Because of the large population, the living space on the island is occupied by humans. Where is the living space for deer? Therefore, leather and other things are still in short supply in Japan. Moreover, although Marin cheated the Japanese village chief on the price, the effect of those old leathers after cutting and using is not much different from that of new leather. After all, they are all leather, and their ability to resist swords and guns is similar. As long as there are no holes, the effect of old leather armor is not much worse than that of new leather armor. Thinking of the Hokkaido leather factory that will be established on the island of Hokkaido, Marin inexplicably thought of the famous Jiangnan leather factory in later generations. However, he is not Director Huang, and he will not let the Hokkaido leather factory owe 350 million yuan, but intends to let the Hokkaido leather factory earn 350 million yuan from Japanese daimyo and samurai. After all, from ancient times to the present, the trade of weapons and armor has been highly profitable. If it were in peacetime, leather armor might not necessarily sell well. But now is the era of chaos among Japanese village chiefs, and there is a strong demand for weapons and armor. Marin can fully take advantage of this market and make a lot of money. Maybe Marin can't intervene in the samurai sword market, but it's still possible to make a batch of iron spearheads and sell them to Japanese daimyo. You know, because of the lack of iron in Japan, many of the weapons used by the foot soldiers are simply sharpened bamboo poles, without even a spearhead. In fact, even many Japanese samurai swords are made of Fujian iron imported from the Ming dynasty. At present, the big pirate Wang Ji has not yet opened up the Japanese market on a large scale, and even Fujian iron has not yet been able to enter the Japanese market on a large scale. Therefore, Japan is now seriously lacking ironware. Even if Marin can't intervene in the supply business of samurai swords, he can still import Fujian iron from the Ming dynasty and then sell it to Japanese blacksmiths who make samurai swords at a high price. In addition, he can also get some iron spearheads and sell them to Japanese daimyo, so that they can install spearheads on their own foot soldiers' bamboo poles and wooden sticks to make them more lethal. However, after thinking again and again, Marin finally gave up the plan to sell iron spearheads made by Fujian iron. Why? Because this conflicts with the leather armor business. What is the use of leather armor? In the face of sharp samurai swords, leather armor is actually powerless. But the Japanese samurai did not intend to use leather armor to defend against the attacks of enemy samurai swords, but intended to use it to defend against the attacks of the sharpened bamboo poles of the enemy foot soldiers. A double-layer deerskin leather armor can definitely block the attacks of sharpened bamboo poles. In the face of bows and arrows, even if it cannot be completely blocked, it can largely offset the lethality of many arrows. Therefore, the role of leather armor is actually mainly to prevent the noble samurai from being stabbed to death by the lowly foot soldiers with bamboo poles. In addition, it also prevents samurai from being killed by enemy bows and arrows. As for the battle between samurai, it depends on how strong their martial arts are. If Marin sells iron spearheads to those daimyo and gives foot soldiers bamboo poles iron spearheads, needless to say, the biggest victims must be those samurai masters wearing leather armor. Damn, the bamboo spears of foot soldiers can actually stab samurai masters to death, so why buy leather armor? Therefore, in order not to affect the sales of leather armor made of refurbished deerskin, Marin had to give up the iron spearhead business to avoid the embarrassing situation of self-contradiction. Moreover, the profit from selling iron spearheads is far less than that from selling refurbished worn-out leather armor. In the Northeast region, the difference between the purchase price and the free gift of worn-out leather is not very large. And after processing and selling to Japanese daimyo and samurai, the profit is more than dozens of times. Although the profit of reselling the daimyo's fujian iron to Japanese blacksmiths is also high, it is much smaller than the profit of processing worn-out deerskin into leather armor for sale. Therefore, weighing the two benefits and choosing the heavier one, Marin still chose the business of refurbishing leather armor with old deerskin and gave up the ironware business. Because he suddenly got such a large deerskin resource, Marin suddenly remembered the industry that was very profitable in later generations: branded leather bags. The famous leather bag brand LV in later generations is said to cost 200 yuan, and sells you tens of thousands without negotiation. This kind of profit is basically comparable to the huge profits of arms, firearms and drugs. Of course, this is just the production cost. But in later times, the cost of brand value and publicity design must also be taken into account. Even the high rent of the storefront is included. However, even so, the profits of big brands such as LV and Gucci are against the sky. As long as there are fanatical and easily fooled women, these luxury goods merchants will make endless money. So, Marin planned to set up a leather bag factory to specialize in producing leather bags and sell them to women to make huge profits. Originally, Marin planned to use the leather resources of the Northeast to set up a factory in Hokkaido and sell them directly to the Ming dynasty after production. However, after thinking again and again, Marin gave up. Why? Because women in the Ming dynasty don't leave the house at all. They don't go out of the door all day long. Even if they are given leather bags, where can they show off? Leather bags are to be carried in the hand to show off to others. Women in the Ming dynasty don't even go out of the door. Who can they show off to? Therefore, the idea of using leather bags to make money from Ming women is bankrupt. However, perfume soap can continue. Because those two can please husbands and are very practical. As for the purses, they were abandoned because women could not go out. Of course, it was only the women of the Ming dynasty who gave up. European women could still be fought for. Marin could completely transport the extra intact deerskins from the Far East back to China, and then cut and process them, and make them into the style of later brand bags according to the instructions of Marin's memory. Then it was simple. Marin would have people send a batch of purses made in imitation of the style of later brand bags to those noble women for free. Then, once the social atmosphere was driven by them, the whole society would slowly like exquisite purses. Moreover, Marin planned to implement a bundling sales strategy. In the purses in hand, Marin would produce matching makeup boxes according to the preferences of girls, with small mirrors inside, so that women could take a look at themselves at any time to see if there was anything wrong with them. At the same time, women's purses must be filled with snacks. The biscuits and cakes packaged in Beihai Guiyu paper bags are naturally important supplies in these imitation brand purses. When they have nothing to do, women can also take out snacks from their bags to eat. Although Marin in the future can't afford a brand name bag that costs tens of thousands of dollars, he has seen pictures of various brand name bags. Now that he has a good memory, he can recall them all. As long as he gives some advice to the leather craftsmen, he can imitate them. Chapter 1935: The Origin of Northeastern Rice. Brand name bags are really not very technical and are not expensive. What is really expensive is the design and the reputation. Therefore, these are probably the easiest things to copy. In fact, in my previous life, there was a very famous fashion company that sent its subordinates to copy other people's ideas every Paris Fashion Week or Milan Fashion Week. Then, before the real designer had even put the goods on the shelves, they shipped the copied products in large quantities at the fastest speed, and their reputation was quite loud. This is a very embarrassing problem in the fashion industry. Except for creativity, fashion has no technical content. The same design can be made by your big designer in Paris, and my little tailor in the countryside can also make it, as long as the craftsmanship is not too trendy. Marin had a girlfriend in his previous life who was a crazy fan of copycat luxury goods. When she bought clothes on Taobao, she always compared the design styles of the Paris fashion show and the Milan fashion show, often compared them with the genuine pictures, searched for similar cheap copycat clothes on Taobao, and then bought them. In just a few short months, Marin was bombarded with all kinds of fashion pictures and was forced to be a consultant. Because he was always asked, "How about this? Does it look good?" and he had to make some comments. It was those months of torture that forced Marin to remember many styles of fashion and brand name bags. Now, I can still recall them. For things like making leather bags, as long as you find enough leather craftsmen, you can carry out large-scale mass production. Moreover, Marin does not plan to build a factory in the North Sea country for production. The main reason is that the wages of European craftsmen are too high, and it is difficult to find so many skilled leather craftsmen. However, there are many leather craftsmen in the Ming dynasty. Leather craftsmen are also a kind of craftsmen, and they are controlled by the government and the army. As long as Marin is willing to spend money, he can bribe those Ming dynasty officials and generals and dig a large number of leather craftsmen from them. Then, they will be sent to the Hokkaido leather factory in Hokkaido, where they will be concentrated and produce various brand name bags according to Marin's design. Women in the Ming dynasty could not compare themselves with bags, so they were all shipped back to Europe for European noble ladies to wear. The wages of Ming dynasty craftsmen were very low. The government gave them about 7.2 taels of silver for food and work every year, which is about 600 won per month. However, because the craftsmen were controlled by officials and military officers, after their exploitation, it would be good if half of the money actually fell into the hands of the craftsmen. Therefore, the craftsmen in the Ming dynasty lived a very miserable life, wearing tattered clothes all day long and not having enough to eat. Compared with the European craftsmen, they lived like beggars. Are the European craftsmen naughty? The earliest citizen class was composed of craftsmen. It was also this group of guys who united with the merchants, demanded power from the nobles, and participated in the rebellion. Their income was originally much higher than that of ordinary people, and they were also dissatisfied in various ways. In short, they were all masters. And the craftsmen in the Ming dynasty, because of the cruel system, lived no different from slaves. A craftsman has a nominal salary of 600 coins per month, but it is good to get 300 coins in hand. And these 300 coins are often the living expenses of the craftsman's family. On average, the family can only use 10 coins a day. Of course, if there are fathers and sons who are both craftsmen in the family, life will be much better. In addition, their wives will often appreciate the hard work of sewing, mending and helping people wash clothes. Otherwise, the family cannot survive. In Europe, even the lowest level young craftsmen, as long as they have a 7-year apprenticeship, their wages will immediately reach 3 pfennigs a day. That is 90 pfennigs a month, equivalent to 1.5 gold coins, or 1.7 taels of silver. And those veteran craftsmen have higher wages, and it is normal to double their wages. In other words, in Europe, the poorest craftsmen have a salary of more than 20 taels of silver a year, which is several times that of Ming dynasty craftsmen. Of course, the prices in Europe are also much higher than those in the Ming dynasty. However, even so, the lives of European craftsmen are much better than those of Ming dynasty craftsmen. The most important thing is that they have a high status. Moreover, the annual salary of 20 taels is only the salary of the lowest level young craftsmen. Those powerful old craftsmen have a much higher salary. Marin has no intention of giving the Ming dynasty craftsmen the same salary. If a leather factory is set up in Hokkaido and Ming dynasty craftsmen are introduced, there is no need to pay more. A monthly salary of 1 tael of silver is enough to make those Ming dynasty craftsmen happy. You know, they used to get 300 won a month. Giving them 1 tael of silver per month is equivalent to more than 3 times the original income. And Marin is also happy. If he switches to using Beihai craftsmen, he will have to pay 1.7 taels of silver per month at least. Old leatherworkers who have been working for a long time often have to pay several taels of silver per month. 1 or 2 is okay, but the Hokkaido leather factory has to be run as a large factory with thousands of craftsmen. If all European craftsmen are used, the salary expenditure alone will be several times more. And if Ming dynasty craftsmen are used, even if they are old leatherworkers, 1 tael of silver per month is the limit. In addition, large tracts of rice fields can also be developed in the Ishikari plain in Hokkaido. The Japanese rice varieties are suitable for planting in cold areas. Here, it should be pointed out that the rice varieties in the Northeast in later generations were actually introduced to the Northeast by Koreans and Japanese. Initially, the fishing and hunting ethnic groups in the Northeast did not farm at all. Even after the late Qing dynasty, most of the people who broke into the Northeast were from the North, and it was popular to plant wheat, sorghum, and crops such as soybeans in the Northeast. After Japan invaded Korea in the 19th century, some Koreans fled to the Northeast and brought Korean rice planting technology. However, the real large-scale planting of rice in the Northeast was during the Japanese occupation period, which was forcibly promoted by Japanese colonists. Even the song, on the Songhua River, sings, there are also soybeans and sorghum all over the mountains, not rice fields everywhere. As for why this is so, it is because ancient China mainly planted indica rice, and it was mainly concentrated in the southern region south of the Huaihe River, while wheat was still mainly planted in the north. Although rice was passed from China to Japan and Korea, they mainly planted rice and did not like pasta. Therefore, after thousands of years of cultivation, Japan and Korea later cultivated cold-resistant northern rice varieties. Then, when they occupied the northeast, the Japanese were not used to eating pasta, and they also forced the planting of Japanese varieties of japonica rice suitable for high-latitude areas in the northeast, which led to the famous northeast rice in later generations. To be honest, although the Japanese invaders were not good things. However, northeast rice did originate from Japan, and it was made by the Japanese in the northeast. Of course, in this era, Japan's rice varieties were not as good as those in later generations. However, some excellent varieties can still be found. Moreover, the most important thing is that in this era, only Japanese rice varieties are suitable for planting in the high-latitude Hokkaido region. Therefore, Marin will send people to collect excellent rice seeds in Japan and cultivate them carefully to make the northeast rice of later generations. Then, it will be transported to the mainland of Beihai for his own enjoyment. To be honest, the current indica rice and Indian indica rice in Daming are not soft and glutinous enough, and the taste is a bit hard. In later generations, Marin was used to eating japonica rice and preferred northeast rice. Japanese rice is the origin of northeastern rice, so Marin wants to send people to Japan to search for good rice varieties and grow delicious northeastern rice in Hokkaido. It can be enjoyed by himself and also supplied to the craftsmen and colonists in Hokkaido. Marin even plans to introduce excellent Japanese rice varieties to the vicinity of New York, a colony in North America, and grow this ancient version of northeastern rice locally. After all, New York is too close to the mainland, and it is convenient to transport rice back to the mainland. If you transport rice from Hokkaido to the North Sea Kingdom, you have to go around half of the earth, and the cost is too high. Chapter 1936, Leftovers also have uses. The Ishikari Plain has an area of 4,000 square kilometers, and the water network is crisscrossed, which is very suitable for the development of paddy fields and rice planting. In fact, Ishikari means winding river in the Ainu language. The Ishikari River is also the largest river in Hokkaido, with sufficient water to meet the needs of paddy field irrigation. Although the per acre yield of rice is generally much higher than that of wheat, the labor intensity of paddy fields is also incomparable to that of dry fields. For example, to plant wheat, you only need to use a plow to sow in rows, and you're done. At most, you can remove the weeds later. At the same time, pull out those extra seedlings that are not growing well, leaving only the thriving wheat seedlings. These jobs do not require much labor. With tools such as plows, and sledgehammers, a family can still plant hundreds of acres of land. However, rice fields are different. Apart from other things, the labor intensity of transplanting rice alone is not comparable to that of dry land. As for transplanting rice, Marin couldn't think of any simple machine that could help transplant rice. Because even the rice-throwing machines of later generations were not so effective. Of course, better rice transplanting machines appeared later. However, Marin had never seen them. Because the older generation of farmers in his hometown in his previous life insisted on transplanting rice by themselves. The main reason was that the local family had only a few acres of land, and the labor intensity was not high, so they could be transplanted in a few days. In addition, there were many illiterate people in the older generation, and they could not handle the rice transplanting machines. The younger generation went to work in big cities. Therefore, only some primitive methods could be retained. However, when harvesting rice, harvesters were used. Moreover, they were all small harvesters with Japanese technology. In the early days, they were expensive imported harvesters such as Kubota, but later many copycat brands appeared in China with low prices, and then, well, needless to say. In addition, wheat stalks did not seem to be effective in harvesting rice. The main reason was that wheat straw and rice straw were not very similar. Wheat straw was relatively brittle, and when harvesting, there was a crisp sound of straw breaking. Rice straw is more resilient and more difficult to harvest. The waving sickle can easily cut off wheat straw, but it is a bit difficult to deal with rice straw. Because the straw is tough, rural areas often use straw to weave straw ropes, which are very strong, and can also use straw to weave very strong straw mats. Wheat straw is relatively brittle and hollow, so it is not as effective as straw in this regard. Therefore, whether it is transplanting or harvesting rice, it is much more troublesome than wheat and requires a lot of manpower. Fortunately, both ancient China and ancient Japan were not short of manpower. The reason why Japan has a population of 17 million in this era is inseparable from the promotion of rice planting. Also because of the high labor intensity, Ganfu Shuizi believes that it is best for a farmer to plant 30 acres of land, and planting 50 acres is a bit difficult. Moreover, there must be oxen suitable for paddy fields. Marin had no choice but to come up with the idea of using leather to make leather armor to exchange oxen with Japanese daimyo. However, he accidentally learned that there are extremely rich deerskin resources in the northeast, and the harvest was great. Moreover, when thinking about how to build a leather factory in Hokkaido and process the worn-out leather of the northeast people into leather armor to sell to the Japanese daimyo, Marin suddenly thought of something. It seems that the broken leather horns cut from the leather armor are also useful, and they are great uses. What are they used for? They can be used as linings for musketeers to wrap lead bullets. At present, when loading lead bullets, the musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom mostly wrap the lead bullets with linen soaked in grease and press them into the gun barrel. Or, wrap the lead bullets with oil paper and press them into the gun barrel. However, when promoting to the outside world, Marin always promotes the use of deerskin and linen soaked in grease. Why? Because of the cost. Many of the bullets used by the North Sea Kingdom are wrapped in oil paper bags filled with gunpowder and pressed into the barrel. However, this oil paper fixing technology is a military secret of the North Sea Kingdom, and it is not leaked casually, nor will it sell such oil paper bags to the outside world. In fact, the oil paper of the North Sea Kingdom is very cheap. Because Marin has a large-scale paper mill on Cape Breton Island in Canada, and can also soak whale oil to process a large amount of oil paper. However, Marin uses these things for domestic use and will not sell them to the outside world, so as not to strengthen the strength of his opponents. And the opponents will not learn from the North Sea Kingdom to use oil paper to fix gunpowder and wrap lead bullets. Why? Because of the cost. At present, Europeans only know Kai Luan's papermaking technique using rags and fishing nets as raw materials, and the cost of papermaking is very high. Originally in history, it was not until the end of the 18th century that the French missionary Jiang Yuren sneaked into the Qianlong court and stole the Chinese papermaking technique. He used detailed pictures and texts to introduce the Chinese papermaking technique and sent it back to the French court, which greatly promoted the development of European papermaking. Speaking of which, the ancient French were also quite shameless. The Venetians' glass mirror technology was stolen by the French. The papermaking technology and porcelain manufacturing of China were stolen by French missionaries. That is to say, except for Marin, who applied modern papermaking technology and made paper with wood in Canada, other European countries could only use the expensive paper made by Kai Luan's papermaking technology. In addition, because there was no cheap whale oil, they soaked paper in linseed oil to make oil paper, which was also very expensive. Therefore, even if other countries knew about the technology of Marin's North Sea Army using oil paper to wrap fixed gunpowder and lead bullets, they would not adopt it. There is no other reason, they don't have cheap oil paper. The cost of using oil paper is much higher than wrapping lead bullets with deerskin pieces. How to do it? Marin also thought of this and decided to let the Hokkaido leather factory pack and ship back the remaining deerskin fragments used for leather making. Then, sell it to other countries for their musketeers to wrap lead bullets. Of course, it will also be sold to domestic hunters who try out matchlock guns. For domestic hunters, Marin is impossible to provide them with oil paper bags for fixed gunpowder, which are military supplies. Therefore, the most correct approach is to provide them with the deerskin fragments left over from the processing of the Hokkaido leather factory to wrap lead bullets. In this way, the deerskin horns of the leather factory can be used to make money, and the Beihai Kingdom does not have to provide military oil paper bags to the civilians. Of course, these deerskin horns can also make a wave of foreign money. After listening to Marin's ideas, Kohler, Suha, and Glock, who was newly elected as the governor of Hokkaido, were all shocked by Marin's genius idea. And Ima, even the scraps of the leather factory can be used to make money. What else can't you use to make money? And the three of them rely on Marin for their lives, so naturally they flattered him fiercely, making Marin very comfortable. He has no aversion to flattering, as long as he can get things done. What's wrong with flattering when he's free? This is his way of survival. If everyone is like Wei Zhang, who finds fault all day long, Marin will be so angry that he wants to dig Wei Zhang's grave. And Ima, don't you want to save face as the boss? Being a boss but being bullied by subordinates all day long, anyone would feel resentful. Chapter 1937, Kunlun Slave Corps. Glock was specially selected by Marin to serve as the governor of Hokkaido. Hokkaido is very important in Marin's East Asian colonial trade system. Therefore, Marin did not dare to select the newly trained college students under his command. The main reason is that Marin was afraid that those novice college students lacked experience and would mess things up. No matter how smart a person is, when he first enters society, he needs someone to lead him. Only with experience can he be independent. Therefore, many people often need a master to teach him how to do things after entering the unit. Otherwise, no matter how smart a person is, it is difficult to sort out the clues at the beginning. Of course, those geniuses who can handle everything by themselves are not excluded. However, there are very few such people. Glock is not a college student, and he has not even attended primary and secondary schools in the North Sea Kingdom. He was originally the son of a businessman, and later his family joined Marin under the leadership of Old Glock. When Garland went to America to develop the colony of Cape Breton Island, he was in short supply of talent. And Glock, because he had studied in a church school for a few years, was literate, and because he came from a merchant family, he knew how to calculate. Therefore, it was arranged for Garland, who was semi-literate at the time, to be the document for the development of Cape Breton Island. Although he was later transferred back to the mainland, the experience of helping Garland handle documents for the development of Cape Breton Island in those years, coupled with his good management of the local town later, made Marin take a fancy to him and decided to send him to the Far East to be the governor of Hokkaido. Of course, Glock's ability to stand out from multiple candidates is inseparable from his name. Because it has the same name as the brand name of the famous pistol Glock in later generations, and his own resume is not bad, it made Glock enter Marin's eyes. And Glock's ability to become the governor of Hokkaido can be regarded as a step up. Because, as a governor, at least he will be awarded the title of knight or knight. In other words, Glock, the son of a small businessman, has not made any military achievements, but has also become a nobleman from a civilian. If he does a good job, he may be promoted to a hereditary knight or knight when he leaves office. Hokkaido and Cape Breton Island are at similar latitudes and have similar climates. Therefore, Marin considered selecting the governor from Garland's former assistants, rather than from newly graduated college students. Of course, Marin also selected several intern assistants for Glock, but they were not college students, but middle school students. When they were promoted from middle school to university, some middle school students were eliminated and did not enter the university. However, they are not stupid. After all, they have persisted through 2 eliminations. In the future, they are at least average students. Moreover, college students are currently too scarce, and there is an urgent need for them in the North Sea country, so it is naturally impossible to supply them overseas. Therefore, it is already very good to equip Glock with several high school graduates. Frankly speaking, the cultural foundation of these middle school students is much better than that of Glock. Glock himself is at most equivalent to the level of elementary school students. But Glock has rich work experience and has participated in the development of Cape Breton Island, which is similar to Hokkaido, so he was selected as the governor. Hokkaido and Cape Breton Island not only have similar temperatures and climates, but also similar resources. Both islands have rich forest resources and coal fields. The Ishikari coalfield in the east of the Ishikari Plain is the main coal-producing area in Japan in later generations, which is larger than the Sydney coal mine on Cape Breton Island. When he followed Garland, Glock also participated in how to cut trees and build houses on Cape Breton Island, as well as how to develop coal mines. Therefore, it is also a skill to hand things over to him. The only difference between Hokkaido and Cape Breton Island is that there are basically no people on Cape Breton Island, while there are about tens of thousands of Ainu people on Hokkaido Island. But this is not a problem. Glock does not need to worry about the Ainu people. He will first follow Soha and Baru to Nurgan City, occupy and reinforce the city. Then, after Soha helps him recruit hundreds of Solon warriors, Glock will be escorted by the fleet to land on the west coast of the Ishikari Plain in Hokkaido and occupy it. The Ainu people have their own Solon warriors to take care of, so Glock does not need to worry about it. The Solon people are much braver than the Ainu people, and Marin plans to equip them with a batch of cotton armor and even rhinoceros leather armor to help them defeat the Ainu people. What he needs to do is to develop the Ishikari Plain by imitating the original process of developing Cape Breton Island after the Solon warriors recruited by Soha defeated the Ainu people on the Ishikari Plain, including the development of the Ishikari coal mine in Yubari, east of the Ishikari Plain. The difference between the 2 islands is probably that a large leather factory will be set up on Hokkaido Island. In addition, the food grown on the island is not rye, but Japanese rice. But Glock doesn't have to worry about this, because Marin will send someone else to do the establishment of the leather factory and the planting of Japanese rice in Hokkaido. For example, when setting up a leather factory, Marin will send domestic managers with experience in managing leather factories to Hokkaido to be responsible for the preparation and construction of the leather factory, and the introduction of leather workers will be handled by Kongtai, who will send people to Daming. As for planting Japanese rice, this matter is ready to be handed over to the chess piece. This close-fitting warrior of Ganfu Shuizi is also well educated and knows how to manage. The key is that she is a local and has more experience in how to command Japanese farmers to reclaim rice fields. In this way, the work that Glock needs to do is mainly the overall arrangement of various affairs and the centralized allocation of materials. He had done this on Cape Breton Island and was quite an expert. What he had to do was to organize people to cut down trees and build houses after occupying the Ishikari Plain, while sending people to explore the Ishikari coalfield. Once a coal mine was discovered, a cement road would be built from Ishikari Bay to the Ishikari coalfield to facilitate the transportation of coal. Coal is not only convenient for heating in winter, but also for heating water for leather making. It is convenient to have a stone road for coal transportation. As for cement slabs, they are naturally supplied by the cement plant currently run by Kongtai on Taiwan Island. In addition, after the Ishikari Plain is conquered, the 3,000 black slave soldiers stationed on Amami-Oshima led by the chess piece will also follow the chess piece to Hokkaido in the north to be responsible for guarding the Ishikari Plain. Marin planned to build an Ezo castle at the location of Ishikari City in the future, as the main city of Nobunaga in name, in order to deal with the inspection of the Japanese court. At that time, the 3,000 black slave soldiers led by the chess piece will be organized into the main force stationed in Ezo City in the name of Kunlun slaves. Kunlun slaves were very famous in the Tang dynasty, and Japan learned from the Tang dynasty, so naturally they had heard of Kunlun slaves. Although it was the Solon mercenaries who actually captured the Ishikari Plain at that time, Marin planned to give all the credit to the 3,000 black slave soldiers. Why? Because Marin was also afraid that the Japanese daimyos would learn from him and go to the outer northeast to recruit Solon and Jurchen as mercenaries. Japan is not the Ming dynasty that banned the sea. Many Japanese daimyos also have the ability to send ships to the coast of the outer northeast. If they knew that to conquer Ezo Island, they only needed to go to the outer northeast to recruit some Solon and wild Jurchens, and there would definitely be many Japanese daimyos who would be tempted. After all, Hokkaido is very large. The Ishikari Plain alone is 4,000 square kilometers, almost catching up with the 4,500 square kilometers of Osumi province. No matter how inferior Japan is to the Ming dynasty, it is also a civilized country. It has ironware and cloth, which can easily recruit poor barbarians. If a smart Japanese daimyo learns from Marin and sends ships to recruit Solon and barbarians across the Sea of Japan in the outer northeast, then Hokkaido will be coveted except for the Ishikari Plain. For example, the southernmost area of Hokkaido, Hakodate, and the coastal areas in the east where Marin's power cannot reach for the time being will be coveted. Even if Marin has the ability to send people to attack it later, it will be a long time. Moreover, the price must be high. Because those daimyo will definitely build cities after occupying the land. The difficulty of attacking the territory of the Ainu people is completely different from that of attacking the cities of the Japanese daimyo. Therefore, Marin will arrange all the military exploits on the Kunlun Slave Corps, composed of black slave soldiers, and lie that the Ishikari Plain was conquered by the Kunlun Slave Corps, led by chess pieces. In this way, other Japanese daimyo will be dumbfounded. They don't know where the Kunlun slaves come from, so naturally they can't recruit and hire Kunlun slaves to occupy land in Hokkaido. And those black slave soldiers, because they are tall and strong, thin black slaves were killed before they were sold to avoid wasting food. Moreover, this was done by black compatriots, are very marketable. Just like the 3,000 black slaves sent by Marin, they are generally strong and honest, and their height is generally around 1.7 meters. If they wear armor and hold shields, they can scare Japanese elementary school students. Seeing that the Ishikari Plain of Hokkaido was captured by the Kunlun slaves, whose origins they did not know, those Japanese daimyo naturally had to extinguish their little thoughts. Because, even if they also want to recruit and hire Kunlun slaves to help them expand their territory in Hokkaido, they have to know where to get Kunlun slaves. And the Solons and the wild Jurchens who are really responsible for conquering the Ishikari Plain, Marin will not let them live in Ezo City, but let them clear out the remaining forces of the Ezo people in the jungle of Ishikari Plain. The only ones left in Ezo City to face the envoys from mainland Japan are the 3,000 Kunlun Slave Corps. After the strict formation training of the North Sea Kingdom, the black warriors now, not to mention how strong their combat effectiveness is, but in terms of standing at attention and obeying orders, they can still scare the nobles of mainland Japan. Just like in later generations, Africans also looked serious and imposing at the military parade, and their discipline did not seem bad. However, once on the battlefield, they would just shoot randomly with their AKs, often using up several magazines of bullets, and no one on the other side would be hit. Marin had seen a movie where European mercenaries who went to Africa for the first time were fighting with black armed forces. At the beginning, the black soldiers were so brave, just like the little brother in the movie, holding AKs and bravely rushing up to sweep randomly, without aiming, suppressing the mercenaries so that they couldn't raise their heads. Unfortunately, they didn't have the endless bullets that little brother had. After the bullets were used up, those black soldiers actually stood in place to change magazines, without even lying down to find cover. Then, the mercenary soldiers who were suppressed and couldn't raise their heads just now only needed to aim at them and kill them one by one. Of course, if you don't fight, you don't know that those black brothers fight so devilishly and casually. Just looking at the appearance, at least it is much more imposing than the Japanese samurai of 1.4 meters and 1.5 meters in this era. Moreover, the Kunlun slaves who were famous in the Tang dynasty were also very famous in Japan, which worshipped the Tang dynasty, and they were very intimidating. Chapter 1938 Cork Dockyard, Ireland. In fact, it is not impossible to train Africans to be soldiers who can fight. For example, Tanzania in later generations, with the full help of the PLA, was very good and was known as the African PLA. In the war with Uganda, the African PLA defeated the Ugandan army, including the Soviet-equipped reinforcements from Libya. In the final analysis, the reason why those funny black armies in later generations were so successful was mainly because they had a group of funny officers. Those black armies that ran out of bullets and didn't hit a single shot were often tribal armies, not regular armies. At least, regular armies know how to aim and shoot. The tribal black armies, with AKs exchanged for gold sands or oil, basically just fired randomly, just like the actors in Hong Kong movies who don't know guns. Unfortunately, they don't have the magic guns with endless bullets in the hands of the actors in Hong Kong movies. Once they run out of bullets, they will be slaughtered. Moreover, even the regular army in Africa is actually only slightly better than the tribal army. They know how to aim and shoot, but once they are ambushed, they are prone to emotional collapse and then flee in all directions. In other words, many African regular troops can only fight in favorable situations, but not against them, and their fighting spirit is poor. In addition, Africans have very poor discipline. Whether in ancient times or modern times, blacks are free and undisciplined. Although they have strong bodies, they are not very obedient and always like to show off, just like the brain-dead young people in later generations, who love to show off. In other words, the brain-dead young people in later generations are completely derived from the black culture of the United States. For example, hip-hop music was created by the old American blacks in the slums. And the young people who have learned this set are often all kinds of funny and difficult to manage. Moreover, these people are similar to black people, some of them are out of line and like to make trouble. But they feel good about themselves. At the beginning, when Marin sent people to help train the 3,000 black slave soldiers, many problems occurred. The 3,000 black slave soldiers were still good, at least, they were all strong and honest. In this way, it gave the officers a headache at the beginning, and many whips were broken. If it were ordinary black youths, it would be even more difficult to manage. In other words, according to Qi Jiguang's selection criteria, normal black youths belong to the first of the four don'ts, disobedient city dwellers. Of course, there are differences between the two. Qi Jiguang doesn't want city dwellers because city dwellers have seen a lot of the world and have their own ideas. Therefore, they are not very obedient to orders. Black youths, on the other hand, are purely itchy and just don't listen to you. But there is one thing in common between the two, that is, they are difficult to manage. Therefore, Qi Jiguang simply doesn't recruit such people. The 3,000 black slaves selected by Marin are okay. After all, the disobedient ones have long been killed by the black compatriots who captured them as slaves. Those who can survive are all obedient and honest. At least, they are relatively obedient and honest. Therefore, although many whips were broken, in the end, the 3,000 black slave soldiers at least marched in a decent formation. Without fighting, no weaknesses can be seen. In addition, on the Ezo Island, these blacks also have the opportunity to practice courage and eventually become elite soldiers. Beating those Ezo people is the best way to train soldiers. The Ezo people are said to be a fishing and hunting nation, but the gap in combat effectiveness with the fishing and hunting nations in the northeast is too big. They can't even beat the famous villager troops of the Japanese village chief, which is suitable for training. Moreover, during the battle, those fierce Saurons can also hold the battle aside to prevent the black slave soldiers from being defeated and collapsed. Because of their strength, Marin specially designed a suitable combat unit for them, sword and shield soldiers. Sword and shield soldiers don't need very powerful weapons, just hold a shield in one hand and a single sword in the other. But holding a shield with one hand requires a lot of arm strength, so many people are not suitable. However, these 3,000 black slaves are all strong and can handle the fighting method of holding a wooden shield with one hand. Faced with the Ezo people who use earth bows and arrows and don't even have iron arrows, these black slave soldiers who hold wooden shields with one hand and wear wooden armor can barely resist. Moreover, every time they went to war, there were Saurons on the side to hold them up, so they didn't have to worry about failure. In this way, after fighting a few battles with the tribal warriors of the Ainu people, these black slave soldiers would slowly adapt to the battlefield and cultivate the courage to fight. In addition, they were originally honest and obedient, and they were also good soldiers for defending the city and guarding. With these 3,000 Kunlun slave warriors, as a facade, they could fool the Japanese court, that is, the envoys sent by the Muromachi shogunate to verify the situation. Although the prestige of the Muromachi shogunate was completely lost after the Unin rebellion, the whole of Japan fell into an era of chaos. However, the Kyoto area, including the puppet emperor, was still controlled by the Muromachi shogunate. Of course, the Muromachi shogunate is not currently controlled by the Ashikaga clan, but by the Hosokawa clan and Aoki Yashioki, who supported Ashikaga Yoshi's seizure of power. The emperor is even worse. He has been on the throne for more than 10 years, but he still has no money to hold the coronation ceremony. Originally in history, the current emperor Go-Kashiwara ascended the throne in 1500, and it was not until 1521 that he had the money to hold the enthronement ceremony. The reason why he was able to hold the enthronement ceremony was because the Ekizen daimyo Asakura clan donated 500 can of gold, which allowed the emperor Go-Kashiwara, the poor emperor, to have the money to hold the enthronement ceremony. And how much is 500 can? It is equivalent to 500 taels of silver. For a local tyrant like Marin, he can easily take out 10,000 taels of silver. Therefore, in order to get the recognition of the status of the poor emperor, Marin prepared 10,000 taels of silver, and there was no need to worry that the Emperor Go-Kashiwara would not be tempted. As long as he is willing to issue an edict, Gonfu Nobunaga can get the legal identity of the Ming dynasty, and then have the capital to participate in the hegemony of the princes. In addition, several bigwigs of the Muromachi shogunate who control the Kyoto area also need to be bribed. After all, the edict of Emperor Go-Kashiwara cannot be issued without their approval. Therefore, Marin also prepared a lot of gifts and money for the Hosokawa clan and the Aoki clan. For the Muromachi shogunate, which couldn't even afford a few hundred can of money to hold the ceremony, the money that Marin could offer could tempt them at any cost. If money really couldn't move them, Marin could also provide a batch of leather armor inlaid with iron plates made of old leather from the northeast in exchange for their recognition. You know, although the Muromachi shogunate has declined and can no longer control the daimyo in various parts of Japan. However, the bigwigs of the shogunate still have the ambition to command the world again. Giving them a batch of leather armor inlaid with iron plates that are convenient for war is also a good thing. In all kinds of considerations, Marin sent Suha, Baru, Glock and others on a ship to Panama. They will go by land from the port of Colón on the north shore of Panama to Panama City on the south shore, then change ships to Keelung, and then be escorted north by Conti's fleet. After sending a few people away, Marin hadn't even had a sip of water when Kohler came to report in person the shipyard in Cork Port, Ireland, was completed. Chapter 1939 Clipper. As a reward for sending troops to help occupy the entire island of Ireland, Edward designated the land near the port of Cork in the south of the island of Ireland as a county, and gave it to Malin in the name of County Cork as a reward. At the same time, Malin had another title of Earl of Cork, Ireland. In fact, Cork City was given to Malin by Edward as a reward for sending troops to help him seize the throne. However, at that time, in addition to County Wicklow, Malin only had a single city, Cork City, including the nearby Cork Bay, and the territory was limited. The last time he sent troops to help conquer the entire island of Ireland, Edward assigned him about 2,000 square kilometers of land around Cork City as a reward and named it County Cork. This County Cork is not as big as the more than 7,000 square kilometers of County Cork in later generations. The main reason is that most of the territory of County Cork in later generations was the territory of the Norman noble Desmond earldom. The earldom of Desmond did not oppose Edward, and Edward could not withdraw this earldom. The reason why Edward was able to cut off more than 2,000 square kilometers of territory from the Desmond earldom was because he exchanged the territory of the O'Brien native family in the north of the Desmond earldom for more than 2,000 square kilometers of land and gave it to Marin. Now, after Wicklow County was given to Adler as a fiefdom, this smaller version of Cork County has become Marin's main control area in Ireland. And Cork Bay outside Cork City is also a good port that Marin values very much. Sending a ship from here to contact America will be much closer than sending a ship from the mainland to contact North America. As for how Cork Port contacts the mainland, it is naturally to use pigeons. Cork Port has a pigeon transmission route connected to London and Orrick, the mainland of the North Sea Kingdom, also have pigeon transmission routes. Therefore, to order Cork Port to send a ship to send a letter to North America, you only need to release a pigeon from Orrick to London, and then release a pigeon from London to Cork Port to convey the order. What? You said you are worried about the message being intercepted? This is not a problem. Because Marin's secret intelligence is generally written in Chinese, and other European countries do not know Chinese at all. Only Marin and a few senior spies in the North Sea Kingdom know Chinese. Even if the pigeons are intercepted and the enemy intercepts the intelligence, it is completely incomprehensible. Moreover, some encrypted intelligence will use more advanced Morse code. Others will be confused by Arabic numerals. Therefore, through these measures, Marin can safely and boldly use pigeons to communicate and contact the clippers in Cork Port to contact the North American colonies. Because there are rich forest resources near Cork Port, and there is a need to repair ships, Marin simply ordered the construction of a shipyard in Cork Port, which is mainly responsible for the construction and repair of ships to contact the North American colonies. The mission of this shipyard is to build and repair clippers that deliver messages and quickly contact the North American colonies. Why did Marin go to such great lengths to build this port and shipyard in Cork Port on the island of Ireland? This involves a plan of Marin. It's time to build a clipper. After hearing that the shipyard in Cork Port was completed, Marin finally made up his mind. Yes, Marin plans to use Cork Port on the island of Ireland as the home port to build and anchor the strongest ship type for delivering messages, the clipper. Anyone who knows a little about the history of navigation knows that the clipper is the fastest ship in the sailing age, no one else. This kind of ship can run at an ultra-high speed of 17 knots on the sea, and it is a weapon for racing ships on the sea. Once, the famous 19th-century clipper, Cutty Sark, also known as the Short Shirt, set a record of 100 days from Guangzhou to London via the Cape of Good Hope. Now, even if a galleon is used, it will take more than 10 months, or more than 300 days, to return to Europe from Guangzhou via the Cape of Good Hope. In other words, the time taken by the clipper is only 1/3 of that of an ordinary galleon. In other words, the average speed of the clipper is 3 times that of the galleon. 3 times the speed. What is this concept? This means that Marin's colonization and trade activities can save a lot of time. Not only traveling back and forth to China, but also across the Atlantic, the speed of the clipper is also faster. Originally, using a galleon to cross the Atlantic, taking the route from west to east with the wind and ocean current, North Atlantic warm current, it would take more than a month, and from east to west it would take 2 or 3 months. But if you use a clipper, it will only take 13 days to cross the Atlantic, which is more than twice as fast and nearly 3 times faster. But why didn't Marin use the clipper before? Because he was afraid of leaking secrets. The principle of the clipper is simple. If Marin can make it, others can make it if they see it. If the clipper passes through the English Channel openly, it will inevitably be seen. If someone observes carefully, they will definitely find the reason why the clipper is so high. In this way, it will be bad if someone copies it. In particular, Marin was afraid that the Spaniards and Portuguese would get the technology of the clipper. Therefore, he would rather keep the clipper technology in his hands and never take it out. Before, even if he got Cork City and Cork Bay, Marin had never thought of building and mooring clippers in Cork Harbour. Why? Because at that time, the area around Cork City was the territory of the Earldom of Desmond, and it was easy to be monitored by the Earldom of Desmond. If they discovered the characteristics of the clipper and told other countries, it would be easy to leak the secret. Therefore, Marin had not taken any action until last year, when Edward gave him more than 2,000 square kilometers of land near Cork City in gratitude for his help in occupying the entire island of Ireland. Only then did Marin have the idea of building a shipyard in Cork Harbour to build and dock clippers. It should be pointed out that in this era, the island of Ireland was an absolute, remote place in Europe, and there were no foreign ships coming at all, so there was almost no possibility of leaks. Moreover, after the clipper ships in Cork Harbour went out to sea, they directly entered the Atlantic Ocean and sped towards the North American colonies without passing through the waters of any other European countries, nor on the trade routes between England and other European countries. In this way, no one could see the clipper ships no matter how they were in the Atlantic Ocean and how fast they were. At the same time, after obtaining more than 2,000 square kilometers of territory near Cork City, Marin can set up sentries on land far away from Cork City to prevent spies from the Earl of Desmond from seeing the situation in Cork Port. In addition, Marin also ordered the blockade of Cork Port, strictly prohibiting ships from other countries and other forces from approaching. Once discovered, the ships will be seized and confiscated. In this way, the possibility of ships from other countries and other forces coming to Cork Port is cut off. In this way, Marin's men can wander around in Cork Port. Build any ship, sail at will. As long as they don't hit the reef, they can basically just let the clipper ship wander from here to the North American colonies. Chapter 1940, the most advanced in history. In order to ensure the confidentiality of Cork Port and the possibility of ships from other countries appearing on the route from Cork Port to North America, Marin decided to station a fleet of 10 warships in Cork Port. Just use 250 class armed merchant ships, but all of them will be equipped with 20 cannons, instead of just a few cannons like merchant ships. As long as there are ships trying to approach this route, they will immediately fire a warning shot. If they don't listen to the warning, they will be sunk. Marin estimated that the 6 French Galles ships are almost combat ready now. Maybe they will take the initiative to attack and provoke. Marin did not want to interfere in the battle between the Galles ships and the British Cockers, but he would never allow those Galles ships to approach Cork Port and the route from Cork Port to North America. In the future, Marin also plans to station a fleet of 20 warships in Cork Port to cruise the southern waters of the route from Cork Port to North America. In addition to guarding against foreign ships seeing the clipper ships, there are also guards against French merchant ships venturing to North America. Historically, the French adventurous merchant ships were active in Canadian waters. Moreover, they often actively participated in the beaver skin trade in Canada. In fact, the latitude of France is basically parallel to that of Canada. As long as the French merchant ships go straight west in the Atlantic Ocean, they can reach the east coast of Canada. It is also very interesting to say that the latitude of France is obviously very high, the same as the latitude of eastern Canada and northeastern China, but France is a warm area, while Canada and northeast China are bitterly cold. This is related to the influence of ocean currents. Because of the influence of the North Atlantic warm current, although the latitudes of Britain and France are very high, they are warmer than northeast China. The situation in Canada is more complicated and can be divided into 2 situations. Newfoundland Island is the dividing line. The north is affected by the Labrador cold current, and the climate is exactly the same as that of the outer northeast. The south of Newfoundland Island is affected by the branch of the North Atlantic warm current. The main trunk is biased to the east and has deviated to Europe, which is relatively warm. The confluence and collision of the warm and cold currents also formed the Newfoundland fishing grounds east of Newfoundland Island. Similarly, the Hokkaido fishing grounds were formed after the confluence of the Japanese warm current and the Korean cold current. Fortunately, Marin carried out malicious demonization propaganda on America, which led to the current Europeans not being interested in America. But the truth cannot be hidden. Just like this time, the French were about to send people to the Delaware Peninsula for investigation, forcing Marin to let Caen and others play orcs. Marin has been dragging the French and not letting them go. Caen and his men have almost finished the rehearsal and are ready to go to the Delaware Peninsula to familiarize themselves with the venue and rehearse there many times. When the people sent by France arrive, they can perform on the spot. But in any case, after this time, the French who have been to the Delaware Peninsula can feel the suitability of the North American climate. Despite the threat of the orc drama, I am afraid it can't stop the French from taking risks. After all, Marin can find the Delaware Peninsula and resist the attack of the orcs by building the Great Wall, so why can't France? Even if only a few people dare to take risks, and most of them are personal behaviors, it is worth being vigilant. Therefore, in the future, Marin plans to deploy 40 warships in Cork Harbor to patrol the west coast of France. As long as any ship that wants to go west to America is found, once it is far away from the French coastline, it will be ruthlessly sunk. Then, all the French on the ship will be killed, leaving no one alive. As long as it is far away from the French mainland and no one is left alive, the French will want to make trouble, and Marin can also push the pot to the legendary pirates. In order to successfully build a clipper ship in the new shipyard in Cork Harbor, Marin selected a group of capable shipbuilding craftsmen from the local Emden shipyard and moved to the Cork Harbor shipyard to be responsible for the manufacture of clippers. Marin has designed the drawings of the clipper ship and drawn them into a pattern. Including the bow must be hollow, which is also marked out. It should be pointed out that the clipper ship, designed by Marin, is very different from the original clipper ship. The original clipper ship mostly uses full-rigged sails, that is, the main crossed sails and the auxiliary longitudinal sails. In this way, the clipper will not be unable to sail when encountering headwind. Of course, that was the early clipper. In the late 20th century, the clipper basically used the upper edge girder sail uniformly. Before, when Marin modified the 250-class armed merchant ship, he had people study the upper edge girder sail and the anti-roll fin. Moreover, they were all studied out. Now, the technology of the upper edge girder sail and the anti-roll fin can be applied to the clipper. After using these two technologies, Marin's clipper will surpass the Wyoming in the early 20th century and become a fast and stable clipper. You know, the clipper that reached its peak in the early 20th century was born at the wrong time. Although they are very fast, for example, the 6-masted clipper, Wyoming, with a displacement of up to 9,100 tons can reach a speed of 16 knots downwind and more than 10 knots against the wind, which is very fast. However, because the hull is too thin and a large number of longitudinal sails are used, the hull is subject to a lot of lateral wind. It's okay at ordinary times, but once it encounters a storm, it is easy to capsize. In the early 20th century, there were several consecutive shipwrecks of large schooners capsizing. At the same time, due to the steady progress of steam and diesel engine power, clippers withdrew from the stage of history. But in fact, those who are familiar with the history of navigation know that clippers have bad luck. Because, after the clippers withdrew from the stage of history, a magic weapon to make up for the shortcomings of clippers was born, that is, the fin stabilizer. The concept of fin stabilizers was proposed in 1889 and a patent was applied. However, it was not until 1923 that Japan's Motoyoshi Shintaro designed the first set of fin stabilizers and applied them to ships. Later, in 1935, the British also applied fin stabilizers to ships. Since then, fin stabilizers have been widely used. In later generations, almost all ships with faster speeds are equipped with fin stabilizers. Because the length-to-width ratio of later warships is much more exaggerated than that of clippers. The length-to-width ratio of 6:1 for clippers is already very thin. However, the Type 052 destroyer of the later generations is 142.7 meters long and 15 meters wide, with a length-to-width ratio of nearly 10:1, which is very exaggerated. Of course, the destroyers of later generations all have several pairs of fin stabilizers. At the same time, they are all mechanically powered, without the use of more dangerous longitudinal sails, and are not easy to capsize. For the clipper ship that the North Sea state intends to build, Marin prepared 3 pairs of very primitive fin stabilizers, and they are manually controlled. Although it is backward compared to the fin stabilizers of later generations, it greatly increases the safety factor of the clipper ship. The clipper ship without fin stabilizers is almost falling east and west at high speed on the sea. The existence of fin stabilizers can make the high-speed clipper ship much more stable, greatly reducing the chance of capsizing. Moreover, as a means of transportation for the North Sea state to convey messages and transport precious materials, Marin also plans to install 4 12-horsepower single-cylinder diesel engines at the stern of some clippers. Once encountering a storm, the clipper ship will lower the sails and rely on diesel engine power to survive the storm. Wait until the storm is over before using the sails again. In this way, the safety of the clipper is further improved. Of course, only a small number of clippers that transmit important military intelligence and transport precious materials under Marin are qualified to be equipped with diesel engines. After all, Marin does not have many diesel engines now, and there is a lack of mechanical engines that can manage and repair diesel engines. Therefore, only clippers that transmit urgent military intelligence and transport precious materials can be equipped with diesel engines and equipped with several mechanics to manage and repair diesel engines. After using the upper edge girder sail, anti-roll fins, and equipped with spare diesel engine power equipment, Marin's clipper dared to claim to be the most advanced clipper in history. This is compared with the clipper ships of the original clipper era in history, not with the ships of this era. Because the level of ships in this era is really too backward. Compared with them, even if Marin's new clipper wins, it is not fair. Only when compared with the authentic clippers of the 19th and early 20th centuries, it is valuable to be evaluated as the most advanced clipper in history. Because the average speed can be 3 times faster, which means that in the future, whether it is transmitting military intelligence or transporting precious goods from the Ming dynasty, the speed will be 3 times the original. A round trip that originally took 2 years can be completed in more than half a year. Moreover, because it uses the most advanced technology in history, its safety is much higher than the original clipper in history. And with the greatly shortened travel time, Marin's control over the American colonies can also be greatly enhanced. In the past, it took more than 4 months for ships to travel between North America and the mainland, but now it only takes more than a month to make a round trip.